is Friday, June the 10th, 2022. Post-Expo. We're back from the Expo. Bobby is back in the regular headquarters, and so am I. So I actually get to. By the way, you kind of forget until you're doing it away from it. It's so much more comfortable actually being in my chair, not having to lean forward and try to set up. It's the same microphone, which is great. That part of the setup stays the same, but not having the access to the second screen. Even though technically I don't have access to it right now. I got two keyboards in front of me, two mice, and a lot of navigation going on here today. So I let already the guys know that we'll be hanging out and chatting as usual. We'll be talking a little bit Expo and some other things as well. There was a little bit of news. I did the video yesterday, which covered some fun stuff, including Eric's favorite, Beckett. So I'll go over a couple of those points. Yes, we'll go into that. We'll go into that. And one of the things that's going to happen is as we go through it, talk a little Expo as well. Right around 9:30, I'll pop off, and that'll be Eric's golden opportunity to try to shoehorn Boston Bruins things in. Everybody's been instructed to shut him down, like everyone, including the chat. Just shut this man down.
You have
But
detailed instructions.
I told him he could try, but I told him he could try. I didn't want to ruin his dream. So I wanted to at least give him a shot. So let me grab a couple of comments here. So good evening, Paul. And Friedman actually had the first comments. So I'll read a couple of these and we'll get into that here. Let's see here. eBay Canada sales tax starts on July the 1st. I bet Eric has something to do with it. You're damn right he does. Yep, looks like he shut himself down. I know, he's preparing. He's psychologically bracing himself.
Yeah.
So let me read a couple of these comments here. So Friedman says, gonna cover how great curator whined and cried on his live about how bad the Expo was. Slow sales, stuck in the newcomer section, which he was. He was. His slabs never fit the display. No poutine. Everyone's saying, hey. He is never coming back to the Toronto again as it's 95% hockey. Can't wait until his actual YouTube vlog drops and I tear him one, thinking his stuff is too good for Canadians. Good thing I have to go to work and not rant about these two all night. So there you go, Friedman. I wanted to give you the full 3 comments on it. I love it. Okay, so let's take a look here. So good evening, Employers P. Good evening, Josh. Yep, did Eric break his camera shutting it off? Maybe he did. Maybe he did.
Hiding.
Yeah, good evening, Ziggy. There you go. Perfect. All right, all caught up. So yeah.
When an elderly member of your family calls you on your cell phone, answer the phone. Because you don't usually get those calls from an older person.
And they might run out of time.
So I answered the phone.
There you go. So, who is the great curator? I keep saying his name, but no clue who he is. So, I'll give you a little background. Long story short, he's another YouTuber. He's built up his own little following, doing kind of his own thing. He basically spends a lot of his time these days trying to promote various non-sport thing. That's kind of his really his specialty now. Star Wars and Marvel's cards and even a little bit of wrestling stuff here and there, but mostly the first two. That's really the first two where it's been a lot of the focus on that.
No F1?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't really think that's been a thing. Good evening, Charles. Yep.
That's being facetious, sorry.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening, Jeff. Yep. So, yeah, those are the two that he's been focused on the most because he was the one who did that deal with that Star Wars 1 of 1 with Dapsman. So, yeah, so that was that whole thing. So he came down, he came up to the Expo over from, I think, California, I want to say. I think that's where they are. So they flew over. And basically,
The moniker.
The Great Curator? I don't know. He made it up for himself. But his intro is basically a ripoff of Jeff Wilson's thing.
No.
It's a little it's a parody of it, and it's he's trying to break even from the hobby we all love. So kind of played off of that. He's done a vlog where he talked to Jeff about it and showed it to him, and they talked about it. So, but he likes it. It's a spoof, whatever. But yeah, he came down to the Expo and didn't have a very good experience. He had kind of high-priced non-sports stuff. And I think it was funny watching their little live stream where they tried to come up with their own little conclusions for why. Now, it was also funny, and this will be kind of interesting one. I want to pitch this to you guys. And Brad and Bobby, you can talk to this a little bit as well. One of his thing was that he was surprised that the Canadians didn't want to negotiate with him. How do you feel the Canadian negotiating style? If you were going to describe it, so you, Bobby, first. Take a stab at this one. How do you feel like the Canadian negotiating style is? If somebody's legitimately interested in something, if they want to haggle with you, so do you find they haggle a lot, a little bit? How do you find it normally?
Well, is that $20, eh? No, I would take 14. No, yeah. I need $16 because I have to get a pack of smokes and Quebec pizza, which is Pop-Tart and the ketchup. That's it.
Story.
Yeah. Story. Yeah. It's not very dramatic. To be honest, it's not dramatic. That isn't to say there isn't haggling because you can work deals and you can kind of negotiate around it.
Negotiate like everybody else. I don't really know what he's really saying there.
I think he's used to a more kind of this haranguing back and forth, like almost like poker. like where you're trying to make it into this whole dramatic. Oh, but I won't be able to feed my family if it's $5 more. It's a very dramatic kind of thing that
Probably
plays
have
off on
to
the
say
blogs.
bro every third word, bro.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Brad's
important.
Brad's a nifty negotiator too. I experienced that. Look at him with the big smile. Look at that.
Yeah, Brad,
Yeah.
how do you want to
Little do
present?
you know it's a Swanson dinner.
Exactly.
No wrestling cards.
Hey, listen, those are good. Here's a question. So, Brad, from your perspective, thinking about it from a negotiation standpoint, and you could put it on either side, as the one negotiating to buy from somebody else, or as the one maybe somebody's negotiating to buy something from you. What is your take on kind of how that negotiating style feels like usually?
Honestly, I think it's the same on both sides of the border.
It usually is, yeah.
Like I think it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Make sure I say this properly, but we negotiate the same. It doesn't matter. If I'm
We're a
dealing
little
with
more
Eric,
friendlier, right?
Yeah. No, but I think you know what, you got the same guys. You got the
You weren't, but I mean,
you have good negotiators on both. It doesn't matter where you're from. It's all the same at the end of the day.
I think so.
I
I
buy
really
most
think-
of my stuff on the U.S. side. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
so
know,
maybe
it's
I would
the
present
same
it this
thing.
way. So this would be kind of the way I would summarize it. Here's the truth. Negotiations really aren't that different. The difference is whether someone is legitimately interested or not. They're willing to actually begin his experience was that people weren't interested in countering, is that they looked at the price and they're like, I'm not even
We're
really
not
interested in
even
playing.
the
I'm not
same
even interested in
ballpark.
playing.
Yeah.
Not
I
even the
agree
discussion.
with you 100% on that, Carlos. I think that he was overpriced and there was no negotiation beyond a certain point, and people just went, At that point, why bother, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to try. And also, by the way, non-sports is still a developing market in some areas. Like, you still have to convince certain people who were used to buying these things at a fraction of that price that suddenly, okay, why is it 10 times or 15 or 30, 50 times as much as it was before? And some of the stuff went up and then came back down. So, yes, it's higher than it was before, but it had this huge apex and then has kind of crawled back down. Marvel had that, and some of these other ones have had that. So it's difficult to convince somebody to try to catch a falling knife and be like, I know that's the price you want, but that's not the price I'm willing to go for.
Whereabouts was he in the show? Like,
So there was so basically, if you think about, I'll see if I can find the little map. I'll see if I can find it. But what happened is over on the,
He was way back there.
he was. But the thing is that kind of the configuration, and I want to talk about the way the show was configured in a little bit, because I actually want to discuss that a little bit as well. But where it was is that Brad and the PSA Canada folks, if you went in straight the front door and you went left, you went straight. Yeah, you would find them. So that obviously that had traffic. You know, they had traffic around their booth and their area there in that corner. It was actually a really good spot. And Brad, I think you'd agree, the PSA Canada spot was actually pretty good for you guys.
Perfect.
It gave you guys space to operate. It gave you the ability to do
you
what
were
you
like
needed
a
to do.
dead end there, Brad. It was
But
like
that's
perfect
what they
before the
needed though.
washroom.
They needed the space behind them because it allowed them to actually be able to operate in that space. It made more sense.
But he
Go
had a
ahead,
big
Brad.
space,
Go ahead,
too.
Eric.
I just would like to ask Brad a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Brad, how many cards did you grade on site during the show?
0.
I'm sorry, that's not what was advertised to us. It was clearly advertised to us that you would be
On-site.
grading on site.
Okay, next.
Yep.
And I was wondering honestly, how many people came up and asked you about it?
Honestly,
Probably a
almost
few.
nobody.
Okay.
So most of them got the hint. That's good.
Okay, jokes aside, surprisingly, Eric, I thought I was kind of nervous about that.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be a lot more, but no, it was smooth as hell.
Yep.
Canadians are a little more lucid than the U.S.
Well, that very
true.
well could be true. And again, all seriousness, jokes aside, I was actually kind of worried that some people were going to show up expecting that service and not being pleased when you explained to them that was a mistake made by
I went to
someone else.
KSA and Mint, so whatever.
And
That's right.
Well, yeah, they could just go over there instead because they're equal. And
Basically
So
the same.
so
Basically the same.
I was a little concerned that maybe somebody that was a little grumpy would give you a hard time over it. So I'm glad to hear that wasn't the case.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So back to regular scheduled program. You suck and I hate you.
Excellent. Good to know.
Hard
So real quick, so just to finish that thought, so basically you went the left, they had their section there, which made a lot of sense for them. PSA Canada in that spot was good. So they did have traffic around there. Now, basically beside where they were, there was a set of bathrooms there over at the edge of the convention center, which is fine. It's a good spot. But then right behind that, there was a section of these really sparse kind of cheapo
Yeah.
tables. That was the problem for them. And it was the newcomers era because these were new folks. These were not long time, multiple time folks that were setting up. Now, here's where I'll separate a couple of things. He was whining on a lot of stuff. To be blunt, he was. He also didn't prepare himself very well. Like a little bit of research would have told you everything you needed to know about how that demographic is going to play out. It was exaggerated, though. I want to talk a little bit more about the show atmosphere in a little bit, but we did skew very hard back to hockey. We always have predominantly hockey. But in the fall one, I felt like we had a little bit of a mix. We did have maybe about a third that was other things, which was a good mix. I felt like it was a good blend. We still had plenty of hockey, but then we also had, non-sports. We had baseball, we had football, we had basketball, we had a little bit of everything else. Yeah. So we still had those other things. This time around, we definitely skewed hard, leaned hard into hockey this time around.
Yeah.
So it went a lot harder that way. So for them, it was even more exaggerated than normal because we came off the fall, which was a little bit different. But the fact was, they didn't have enough showcases for them. So from that perspective, that one, I give them a pass because, your expectation is you rented cases. You expect to have cases that can hold, graded cards and all that, and you're getting these really thin version of cases that are not designed for that. That isn't what you paid for. From that perspective, that part, I'll give them a pass because they're right. You paid for case rental. You expect to get the proper, appropriate type of cases. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. That piece of it, I agree. I agree with them. The rest of it was whining. the rest of it was pretty much whining.
Do you think, Carlos, because last fall, since Upper Deck they didn't have their 2021, 2022 Series 1 out, maybe would give a break on hockey or other sports back in November?
No, I think usually the spring one, Bobby, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and Brad as well, because I do think the spring one tends to skew a little bit more with we're coming to every show dealers. There are ones who will come consistently, but there's also the ones that are there every show. And a lot of them are pretty strong in the hockey category. That isn't to say they don't have other stuff, but they're definitely very strong and skewed in hockey.
I think the last show was rather unique in the sense that it was 2 years since we all been out, and it was just a flood of people that
came out.
Honestly, I think the last show was busier in the sense, but I guess it depends on the room.
Yeah,
it seemed busier. I know the VIP night on Thursday was desolate.
Yes,
it was very poor.
Mm-hmm.
But the Saturday was, or the Friday was quite busy.
Yeah,
and
the Sunday I thought was pretty good for a Sunday.
It was really good for the Sunday. Yeah, I'd have to say. I think a lot of people stayed over and they came back for the next day, and it was really nice. There was a good bunch of people. I didn't see probably 20 collectible hockey guys, vintage guys that usually come, which was very unusual.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I'll get to this question here in 1 second. For the most part, that's why I will say, I understand the concern and the issue they had with being put in that corner. It wasn't a good spot because you had some regular dealers that had never really set up before. They weren't really ready. There was literally a booth that was just junkiest of junk wax. It was very entertaining to look at, but I was like, you're not even trying. Half these boxes are squashed and nothing is priced. And I was just like, what is this? It looks like a garage sale or flea market. And that's what you're surrounded by. That's going to hurt you. That's going to hurt you. People aren't going to wander over for that.
That was
They're
my
just not.
favorite booth. I went down there and I was like, did you take a picture of that booth by any chance?
Oh,
I completely forgot. I should have, and I thought about it, and I was going. I think I took a picture of a couple of things and shared it with somebody, but I think that was it as far as that. I should have taken a picture
of that. I do have a picture of that. I took
good.
a picture. I have a whole bunch of pictures I took of all the people in the booths that I knew, and what have you. And I looked at other people's booths, and I just went, "How are you even making money here?" Those guys with the player. The whole box, the arenas, all the SLUs set up. I just went, how are you making money? Really?
I don't know. The tables were not cheap. So it's one of those things where it's you're already paying good money. You're already paying good money just to be there. And it's okay. I don't know about that one. So let me put this one. Brad, this one's for you. So is the value service going to be open up for PSA Canada yet? Is it officially on?
Yeah, it is. We're gonna send out we did today, this afternoon, sorry, but we're just a little I'm a little backed up right now. So when I came home the amount of submissions and boxes that we had. So I've got I probably have from the show plus everything that I received in the last week, which was our biggest week in a year.
Yeah.
I probably have 4,000 or 5,000 cards I have to process, which
How big of a plane you need, Brad?
oh man, it's taking
PSA never has a bad day. How's that?
yeah.
We'll leave it at that. Move on.
Yeah,
So
there are
it's-
people that bring us
So
stacks.
just go over and help them.
Yeah.
There you go. So yeah,
We're-
so to be, what's the price and the value then adjusted for the Canadian market?
So we're doing $42 Canadian, but I'll
Not bad.
also anyone that wants to submit any sort of volume, we'll just do it at the $30 US.
Oh wow,
Oh,
okay.
wow, not bad.
Yeah. So if anyone wants, they can just reach out to me directly, and anyone that wants to. I didn't really put a number on it, but I'm saying 50, probably 50 cards plus. Then they can pay in US dollars, so it's exactly the same as submitting yourself, and you don't need a collectors club membership to submit through us either. So
No, that's not too bad at all.
the other
win-win.
thing too, this is another shameless plug, Eric. You'll like this one, but I forgot about one of the advantages that I don't think I've ever brought it up to anyone, is that when you submit, you submit one shipping charge for all your different levels.
Mhm.
So you're going to notice it even more now. Like Carlos, if you gave me a card
Oh,
at value,
really?
if you gave
That's
me one at
good.
value, one at economy, one at express, and you sent those all into PSA, you're getting charged 4 different shipping on each one of those
right.
services.
Mhm.
So we
That's
combine all that
amazing.
together.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was a
So
couple.
That's a
guys
deal
that
in
showed
itself.
us.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really good, Brad. I didn't know
Those
that.
those are the little margins that you look for because it actually adds up.
They're big margins.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like it adds up those little things. That's why I say like to each
Uh-huh.
their own. I'm never going to tell anybody you have to do it. That's
No.
the reason that people like me do, because that little change, that little seemingly small thing becomes a big thing as you send in submissions. It saves a lot of money.
So Brad just piggybacks on the other submissions. It works out perfect. Like that's a real deal, because if you had like a Mantle and then you had a Gordie Howe and then you had a Phil Esposito or whatever, you got different tiers there, and that works out perfectly.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
otherwise, then they ship it at different levels, 30 US, 35 US. Like that adds up.
Oh yeah, no, big time.
I agree. So that's good. Thank you very much, Canadian Sports Card Collector, for the question. Eric, were you surprised by the Bruce Cassidy firing? Go.
Yeah, everyone down here was. I've yet to meet somebody who's pleased about it, especially now that some of the dirt is coming out, that he was told at the end of the year meeting that his job was safe. And then 2 days later, they showed up at his house and told him, you're fired. So the fans love him. They think he's fantastic. I think the majority of the players like him. And everyone's pissed.
Got it. So Charles here. I think all the influencers need to do a boxing match together. Thunderdome, buddy. Thunderdome, and we'll put it on pay-per-view. That's what we got to do. Okay. How ridiculous were his prices that no one wanted to even make an offer? That's likely the case. Yeah. Like I said, we joke about it. It's fun to poke fun at it. But the truth is, yes, people will be. I think this is the way I presented it to somebody, because I was saying, it's not that people were not willing to spend money, because there were people who came and brought money to spend it, but they weren't willing to just throw it willy-nilly on the table for the sake of making a splash and saying they spent money. Their goal was to be like, no, I want to get what I feel like is a deal. Yes, I will pay you $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, but I want to feel like I'm getting value for whatever it is I'm doing. And a lot of people and a lot of the dealers were a little bit tight, which meant that you didn't have much margin to work with. That's why I did, when we did those live streams, I said I had to get creative. I had to be like, okay, I'll give you kind of the price you're asking for, but throw in the blaster, throw in a $30 blaster to make it worth my while. Or throw in, I did that stack of 63 Fleer cards. Throw in another one off the $15 pile, and fine, we'll stick with your price, and then we can do that.
So the Canadian way, you should have thrown donuts, maple syrup.
Yeah, and that would have been.
cheese,
Listen, if I had
pepperoni sticks.
had enough maple
Pepperoni
syrup,
sticks.
I could have owned the show. If I had enough maple syrup, I could have owned the show.
some
But as it
jerky
was,
beef.
we made do. We
The
made do.
pepperoni guy wasn't there.
True. But if you priced it out of whack, then people will, they'll window shop, they'll look, but you're not going to get even if you think you're initiating a conversation for if you're seeing 10,000, or I'm just making up a number. If you're seeing 10,000 and maybe you're in for 6, you're looking at a $4,000 gap. It's like, I don't really want to go past 6. So even if you say 7 or 8, I'm still out. I'm just
People
using
were
that as
hard
an
on
example.
comps. So people were hard on comps on the show.
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
I was tied into a newer card guy too, Calvin,
Yeah.
and he was pretty hard on the comps. He was going, hey, listen, it's kind of going for this, and guys were just trying to, and a lot of people were trying to trade. Oh, trade up. Oh, it's amazing. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, I think the trade became a very viable thing. That's why I said I used the example of the toss-in, but the trade was another factor that people used in. They're like, okay, look, I don't want to do straight cash. I can trade this and this and this, and then we make it like a cash trade deal both ways, and then here we go. This is the result we get. Fine.
But they were hard on the comp, so they wanted comp, and then they still wanted the trade value to lower it. It didn't work.
Very
So,
difficult. It made it more
a lot of
difficult.
things
I will
didn't
say,
work out, yeah.
yeah, because I was thinking even if I hadn't been so aggressive buying stuff on eBay ahead of time because I found so many things, I'm thinking like, okay, what if I had walked in with $5 or $6 grand? I don't need it for the stuff I buy, but the flexibility is nice because maybe I see something that's interesting. But a lot of the prices would have made it very difficult. Not impossible, but it would have been funny. I would have been sitting there with more than enough money to get lots of stuff and be very flexible. And I still would have struggled to spend it because it's like, yeah, but I don't actually want to just blow the money. My goal is to maximize my value, either for stuff I want or maybe stuff I can do something with. I'm not just throwing the money on the table going, yeah, whatever, I'll take it. No.
I had a hard time finding stuff. I think most of the shows, probably because of Brad. Sorry, just kidding. No, all the shows that went on in Quebec and out west and AMG too. Down there in Nova Scotia. There was dealers that I went to and I just didn't buy anything, which I always buy from, and I just went, you guys got nothing for me, for the sake. And I guess when you're third or fourth to the table, you get the scraps, and I think I picked up the scraps this weekend or that weekend.
Yep.
Last week, yeah.
So was he at the little kids' table at Thanksgiving dinner too? Perhaps.
Yeah.
So Albert asked the question and Ziggy answered him, so that's perfect. Josh here. I wasn't at the Fall Expo, however, I felt there was a lot of non-hockey compared to pre-pandemic expos. Compared to pre-pandemic, yes. Yes. Yeah. But in the fall one, we definitely had more of a mix. We had more of a mix and a blend. This one was more of a reversion to the normal. But it got really extreme because I did like having the mix. I thought the mix was fun because we're always going to have a good amount of hockey. That's never been an issue. It's nice to have a mix though because it opens it up for everybody else to look at some other stuff and see some other stuff that you don't always see. Because I literally see that a lot of that stuff, even nice stuff, I've seen it. I've seen it 100 times. I've seen it 1,000 times. Like it's not that exciting.
Oh, Brad, I gotta ask you, what happened with the wax? Brad brought me over some wax that wasn't didn't go through Steve Hart properly. So I authenticated a few were questionable and some were bad completely, and most of them were open actually that were bad. So what happened with all that?
So I kept one of the tops packs and I gave the rest of the packs to a longtime collector friend. So it was just a little gift. I took the whole box and I said, you know what, this will mean a lot to this guy. And I told him he could have some fun and they were all his. So,
nice.
Wow.
Well, I know you gave one pack to Tim.
Yeah, and I gave one pack to Tim and
yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Who doesn't give a rat's ass about hockey? Nor does Corey.
Eric, he was going to give it to you, but you weren't there.
I'm sorry.
Eric, I don't even know if I told you, but I have something so special for you that I will.
I got something special for you too, Eric.
I use
it legitimately, and you're going to be able to talk about it. It'll be dropped off on our visit to Boston on August 7th.
But we're not coming to your White House.
Yeah, August 7th.
Interesting.
August 7th, you are coming back to this area?
Yeah, I'm coming right down. I'm going to see my boy Feathers. Can't wait to see him when I walk into Phil's shop, and hopefully you'll be there.
Yes. If I'm given
the shop better be ready, Eric.
I will show up.
Gotta be spotless.
Red
spotless.
carpet treatment.
I know. Let me read a couple of these here. So Jamie Hauser, I have a short stack of 95, 96 Fleer Ultra Hockey Gold medallions. Notice I'm selling a bit more lately. I always ask what platform. I'm just curious. eBay, ComC, just curious where you're seeing that. Is it more of a modern gold rush or something worth holding over time? They're pretty common. The gold medallions were one per pack. Like, there's plenty of them. Now, if people are buying them, hey, awesome. That's great. Take advantage of it and sell them off. But yeah, they're super common. They were, I think, am I mistaken here, Brad? Does this sound right? 95, 96, I think they were one per pack. Literally one per pack. So you're getting about 30 of them per box. So it's like there's stacks of them.
Brad, did you find any cards? So like you were looking for the reds and the from the what was it? I forget it was. Remember you were trying to find, for your collection. Yeah.
No, we did good. I probably picked up about maybe 20 cards that I wanted for my collection.
Wow, that's really
So
good.
I was pretty
Nice.
happy about it. But you know what? I was going to add one point to that hockey. I don't know exactly what the mix was that we accepted at the last show for on the PSA side of things, but on this side, I'm not quite. I haven't done all the numbers yet exactly, but I bet you we took in 90% of the cards we took in were hockey cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I saw that
absolutely.
too. Yeah.
And I guarantee at the last show it was maybe 50% hockey and 50%.
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like the demographic skewed hard back into hockey this time around, and like in everything. And it
Well,
really
at
felt
that time, I think the basketball was still up and the baseball
Yeah.
was still doing a good, and it has went down a little bit since then. So
Yeah.
obviously, and that was first time back, right? This is the second time, so
Yeah.
now we're back to sort of norms, I guess.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Like, I think it's still a better show when you've got a little bit of a mix. You can be strong hockey, but include some of that other stuff because it opens it up for more folks. Because sometimes you just don't see anything that interests you in the one category. Then, while you're there, oh, actually, that's kind of neat. That'd be kind of cool, and pick it up. It was more. I picked up some cards that I enjoyed for my collection. The Swanson cards at the tail end were some of the fun ones for me. I
like those. I like those cards.
I thought it was neat. They were not the most expensive. They're not the rarest, but I thought they were fun, and I enjoyed them for that.
But you know, Carlos, I saw online those Swanson cards. They're like $100, and you picked them up for at 30.
Yep, 25 for each. Actually, I bought the pair for 50.
I would have bought them actually at that price too if I would have found out where they were. Because I think I like things that are in cello. I like that original packaging stuff. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. You know,
TV
wrestling is kind of
disc,
cool too. But I think those are really good. I think they're in the cello. They're long term. They're good things. But it's rare too. I enjoy that, and I really like them too. I love Swanson dinner. You know, like who in the world would frozen dinner have a card? Like honestly, and to find a package, I think that's the key.
I think that's fair. So there was someone that did a 20-minute walk around the show. Thank you, Dave, and you've got it here. Great Canadian Explorer. So that was the one with the long walkthrough. So if you're interested, you can check. You can look up that YouTube channel, and they actually did do the walkthrough of the show. Pretty good job with it. So definitely very solid. Let me just scroll over here. Let me read through a couple more of these. So Josh here. Brad, if we get the cards graded through you, would you guys be willing to send to a vault in the U.S. for us? Now, I think the deal is that it has to be Canadian.
Correct. Yeah, part of our agreement was that we have to ship to a Canadian address, but
Yeah.
once all this vaulting service gets figured out, I'm sure we'll be doing that for sure. Once Collector's Vault opens, then I'm sure we're going to be able to ship direct there for our customers, which will be awesome for everybody. So I can try to figure out this whole vaulting. I mean, that's a job for you, Carlos, because there's vaults popping up every direction possible. So I know you'll have the Golden Vault, you'll have the Collectors, the PSA Vault,
The eBay one.
Vault.
Yeah, Eric has a vault, but it's really just his closet. It's sort of climate control. Like he's got a fan. He's got some silica packs, I think. That'll keep the moisture out. There you go. You see right there. That's Eric's vault.
That's my vault.
Yep. And you can see right now it's secured. Like it's basically locked up tight. Nobody wants to go in that room. It's about as secure as it's ever going to be.
Yep.
There you go. So hopefully that answers your question, Josh. You would think the pink McKinnon Young Guns will eventually be known as the first print as it was corrected later? No idea. No idea. First prints in modern are kind of weird. I don't think. I guess anything's possible if enough people get behind it. I suppose though. That's really the question: is can you convince enough people to care about that? That's really the question you're asking. So Big Scott here. Good evening, Big Scott. Bought a box of Revolution and pulled a Sasha Banks auto. Congratulations. I was looking at those boxes. I just couldn't get behind it. Now, mind you, since then, funny enough. So Brad, I got the box of AEW from you. And then Josh actually gave me a heads up that Klutz and Chara. Here's the thing: at the Expo, all those boxes were $299, $300, or $250. After the show, Klutz and Chara has it at $199. I'm like, why? Like you couldn't do that at the show?
Yeah.
Like literally the building? So I bought a second box. The box that you gave me is still sealed. It's sitting on the table. That's gonna stay. But I did open up a box. I recorded it, and I'm gonna try to put that up on a video on the channel. But I did open a box. By the way, still a terrible idea to open those boxes. It's a terrible value proposition. But I wanted to do it. That's why I bought a second box, so that I wouldn't be tempted to open the first box. But still a terrible idea. Terrible idea. Just a spoiler there. Terrible idea. It was fun though. I had fun. The Revolution one I think is more respectably priced. But the only thing I didn't like about it is I think, and correct me, Big Scott, if I'm wrong, I think the box has only about 40 cards in it. I think it's 8 packs, 5 cards a pack or something like that. It feels like a blaster basically, but that was the box. That's what they had. So I don't know. I might have noticed lately, not the other way around. Yeah, fair enough. What do you think about tag grading? Tempting, and I will get to it in 2 seconds. I'll have a little fun with it, but it'll be quick because we can't afford the other sports. Yep, 80% of those are zebras and Caulfield. Yes. Yeah, nice how rookie card, Eric, on your Instagram.
Well, please read that again when Bobby's back.
Okay, there you go. Don't forget the off-centered free-range card vault. Yes, facts. Yep, perfect. Okay, good. So it was configuration. Like I said, I like it, and the price point isn't too bad. By the way, in the same vein, the Revolution box. One of the dealers over in Toronto has it on sale for cheaper than at the Expo too, and I'm like, what the heck, guys? None of you had any deals at the Expo, but then you leave and now online. I can go buy it off the website cheaper than it was at the Expo. I'm like, you didn't want cash in person? No delivery charges? Nothing? Never mind. I don't know what to tell you. All right, so here we go. Just signed on to see if Eric has officially said something nice about Beckett. Not yet. Okay, so let's do the tag thing for a minute here. I'll touch on it briefly. Yeah, a lot of parallels. I wouldn't doubt that. Revolution is good for that. Okay, so let's keep it simple. Right now, Jeremy is doing his series of infomercials. They're infomercials, minus the ShamWow guy, which is fine. You know, I think he's got 5 parts, and I think between this is from my sources. I think he's going to have 1,457 more videos on tag. There'll be like a video of every 30 seconds of the infomercials, and you'll be able to see them all in pieces if you want, or you can watch it all at once. Your choice. You can do both. That said, I want to talk about the merits of the actual thing. Let's just talk about that. Now, I had a chat with Eric offhand, and I'm going to be fair about this because I'm not going to worry about their little technology thing yet. I've actually read the patent. Interesting, but I'll leave that for when they get further to it. For the sake of argument, though, for fun, let's say that all their stuff works as designed. Just to make this easy, let's pretend it all works exactly as they designed it. The holder looks nice. The see-through part of it, I think, is going to be good for counterfeiting. So I think that's a good idea. So I want to couch all my comments with the following. I can call something a good idea and also say at the same time that I'm not impressed. And that's exactly what I'm going to tell you. I am not impressed by one single thing I saw. I will explain why, but that does not exclude me from being able to say that a lot of things they brought to the table are a good idea. But the reason I say I'm not impressed is because I'm grading on a curve. And I'll explain that in a second. So I'll use the holder as an example. I think the holder looks interesting. Obviously, you'd have to see one in hand and see how you feel about it, like any other holder. You can judge it once you get there. I think the see-through part of it, I think is good for counterfeiting. It's going to be really hard to counterfeit something like that because however they do it or etch it onto there is going to be more difficult to replicate. I think the QR code, which leads into a report card, is a decent idea, but it has been done. Some other folks have done it recently, and I'll use some examples in a minute. But a good idea also, a good idea. But I'm thinking of like Instagram, and I used the example before we went live. I'm thinking about you get this thing, and you want to show it off, and then you have to be careful with what's in the background because you're seeing right through the label. So you can't really like, from a display purpose, you gotta be careful where you're putting it because I think it's like a white thing. So you got to put like a dark background behind it, otherwise it's not visible. Yeah. So like I said, interesting, cool looking under the right circumstances, but also very impractical. But if somebody likes it, obviously, that's an aesthetic choice. Like, I'm not going to tell anybody no. The same way that some people like the SGC tuxedo, I'm not going to say no. If you like it, you like it. So, and we already know CSG had to change their label because people really didn't like the previous version. And all they did was change the label. They didn't redesign the holder or anything. All it was a label change. And for a lot of folks, that made a difference. So very important.
At least they were listening, right?
Yeah, agreed. So that's what I say. Not a bad idea. If you like it, awesome. If you don't like it, I understand. That's an aesthetic choice. The 1,000-point scale, I'll touch on that in a minute. I've got questions about that one, but we'll come back to it in a second. Now, the point I said about grading on a curve. This is the reason why I say I'm grading on a curve. I think they can present a lot of very interesting and good ideas, but I'm not going to give them full credit. And the reason I can't give them full credit is because they have a disadvantage and an advantage. The disadvantage is they're coming into this game late. It's not like we don't have third-party graders out there. We've got lots of them. You have to find ways to differentiate yourself. But because you're coming in late, you also have an advantage. And your advantage is you've had lots of time to plan and ask yourselves, sit in a room and say, what can we do to differentiate ourselves? What can we do? What are they not doing well? What are they doing differently than everybody else is doing? What can we offer that will distinguish us in the marketplace? And they've had however many months or years or whatever the case may be to think of all those things. So all the things they came up with and came out with, they're cool ideas. I expect that from you. If you just told me you were replicating what SGC is doing, well, then who cares? I already got SGC. If you're telling me you're replicating what PSA is doing, I don't care. We've already got PSA. We don't need you for that. You have to be different. You have to do something different. So all those things that differentiate themselves, good. But that's my minimum expectation. So my grade is incomplete. And the reason the grade is incomplete is because I'm basically measuring. There are three things that I cared about. I want to know what your price is. You haven't told me. I want to know what your potential turnaround time is. You haven't told me. And I want to know, because you're using technology to grade, I want to know how they're programming the grading. I want to know how the weighting is on the subgrades, because that is going to tell me whether you're saying it's accurate. Cool. But it's so accurate that a lot of the stuff you have there, I can't see with the human eye. And I'm getting that from the patent filing. You said it goes beyond the human eye. It means I can look at it and my eye can't tell the difference between this one and this one, but I've got a huge point difference between the two. The overall grade might be fine because you consolidated it, but I've got a tag 10 971 and a tag 10 975. What's the difference? How do I price them differently? Technically, the 975 is better. How much better? I don't know.
Well, they're grading around the curve, and the curve hasn't even been met yet.
Yeah. So it's one of those things like you have very much the potential for accuracy. I agree. You can be way more accurate than everybody else. How is that helpful to me?
It's more of a consistency than accuracy, anyway. So
Yeah, and we'll have to judge that. Here's the thing, though. You're telling me that, and that's fine. We'll have to judge it. We'll actually have to see it. So the infomercial doesn't help me with that. You're telling me it's more consistent, but I actually then have to see it. So that infomercial isn't going to help me with that part. And you also didn't answer those three questions I had. So you're already 2 shows into a 5-part series, and you didn't answer one of the important questions, and you gave me everything else.
well, money goes to a good benefit. So
Yeah. So the other piece that was, again, something interesting they threw in. Again, good idea. So I want to give credit where it's due. Good idea, interesting ideas, fascinating, worth looking at. They were talking about the free grading kit, where they give you all the stuff, and then they've got that box that's like a waterproof box that you can zip up and seal up and put a little container on it, and then you can ship it back to them. When they did that, though, the 3 young guys, and by the way, the young guys did a good job presenting it as best they could. I think they presented it pretty well. But what was interesting is even one of the young guys said, oh, we're going to send you like a FedEx label similar to what Amazon does. And I'm like, exactly. Amazon has already been doing that for years. You're not reinventing the wheel, but it's a good idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's a good idea. And the reusable container, that container, they said in other industries, people are starting to use this. Again, you're not the first to market on this, but it's still a good idea. I'm not saying no. So again, I'm giving you credit for good ideas, but I'm saying I don't care about a box. I don't care about a FedEx label. I don't care about a fancy see-through holder. You still haven't answered my 3 things. 2 shows, and you've told me everything except the only 3 things that I care about. And then I can judge the rest of it from there. Once you explain the 3 things that I actually care about. They promise that by the end of it, they'll get to it. Okay, fair enough. So again, I'll give them an incomplete. I'm not going to give them a letter grade because they haven't answered the important question yet. When they do that, then we'll add up the rest of it and figure out where we stand on it. And we'll see. They'll have to play it out in the market and let them try and do the thing, and fair enough. But if it's really expensive, that's going to hurt it. If it's, slow turnaround time and they can't handle a lot of capacity, that's going to hurt it. If I don't really have a good sense of how to utilize this grading scale as accurate as or as consistent as it might be, and I can't figure out how I'm supposed to make heads or tails of it, so what? Congratulations. Because now getting to the 1,000-point scale, just to conclude my thoughts, and then I'll bring everybody back into it. A 1,000-point scale sounds cool, but I just gave you that scenario a moment ago with a 971 and 975. That is so granular, so minor, that we love subgrades because we can differentiate between them. And I was explaining to the guys, think about how many permutations we have with 4 subgrades, a 5th one that is technically not a subgrade, but it's an amalgamation of the other ones, and then the 1 to 10 scale, which then has to take into account all this other stuff and then put it into the legible 1 to 10 number. That's a lot of stuff going on there. I don't know how many people care that much about that level of granularity.
Well, I guess most graders use a 30 times loop. So how deep are they going?
Yeah. And the other thing is
100 times.
Yeah.
Infinite.
If the machine does
Infinite,
what
yeah.
it can do and goes beyond the human eye, then it
Yeah.
will find more flaws than the human, which means that your card will actually grade lower. Now, as long as it's consistent, that might be okay. But you have to understand then that you will look at this. Then the question becomes, if it does such a good job and it goes beyond the human eye, your pre-grading becomes worthless because you can't pre-grade because you're going to miss the thing that the machine will pick up anyway.
Exactly.
So again, and I'm having this entire discussion with the idea that it works exactly as they describe, even though I don't know that yet.
Does the kit come with a microscope or?
Not so much. No. But like I said, look, are they presenting interesting ideas? Yes. Am I wowed and overwhelmed? No. For the reason I just gave you. I'm grading on a curve because, and even I'll use one more thing that they put in there that was fun. That little foil pack. I thought the foil pack was kind of fun. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen Rare Grading. Go look up Rare Grading. They've been around maybe about 5-6 months. They do that foil pack thing. They do the scan the QR code and get the report card thing. They also do a NFC chip that you can tap with your phone and be able to pull out the same information. Technology, fancy holder, foil pack to make it more interesting for grading reveals. Those things are already being done. They've been around 6 months. If you haven't heard of them, you see my point.
Well, if you just look at Brad and the way he's reacting, he's just kind of.
Brad is being a very smart guy and staying back. Yeah. If you want to comment on it, you can, Brad. If you want to plead the fifth, you can.
What?
But I wanted to lay it out. Hopefully, if you're listening to what I'm saying to you, hopefully I'm not taking the tact of just making fun of it for the sake of making fun of it. I'm taking all the pieces and I'm telling you what I like, what's interesting, and what is kind of like, okay, fine. But regardless, I'm giving it an incomplete. I'm not giving it a bad grade because you haven't answered the important questions yet. I have to judge it based on that and then figure out where I stand on it. Right now,
so for someone who haven't watched anything really, and
right now you're missing nothing. I wouldn't even care until the 5th episode.
Right now, I'm caught up right now. Right?
Yeah, right now you've got what you need, and you can go to their website and look at it, which is fine.
That's right now. I don't even watch that stuff. I just wait for Carlos' recap
to do the recap. Yeah, exactly.
Well, realistically, they're coming late to dinner. I actually think they're coming after dessert. At this point,
the table's clean, Bobby. Like people are packing and leaving.
Well, they are the ones cleaning the table.
20 days.
Yep.
They're trying to build their way up, and I don't see anything that's overly attractive that would make me go that way. As if I graded cards, anyways.
Yeah, but I think the big key though is that a lot of the marketing pitch is revolutionary. Nothing there is revolutionary. It's evolutionary. It's maybe building a better mousetrap. We can argue that. It's taking some of the pain points of the existing incumbents and saying we can do a better version of that. That's fine, but that's not revolutionary. That's an evolution. No. That's an adjustment on the existing model. Let me read a couple of these comments here. Yeah, Tag maybe take 0.00001% of Brad's market share. Yep. I'm trying to get Jurassic or IMAX tonight. Going to catch up later. Have a good one, DR. Quick speculative question: is eBay slowly putting the pieces in place to crush all the little cute price tag apps in the next 12 to 24 months? I don't think they're going to do the pricing one. I'm curious about that. We'll get to the CEO and his technology slant. It'll be interesting, but we'll do it in a couple of minutes here. Also, yes, that's true. We're almost 43, 45 minutes in. If we could get the thumbs up, always appreciate it. For those of you who are watching, it is free. Eric has sponsored.
That's a good ratio.
Eric has sponsored the thumbs up today. It is once again free for the viewers.
Eric, it's all about
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. That is a huge generosity.
It's
huge
all
generosity.
Clubhouse anyways.
Yep. I heard a rumor it's only a 900-point scale and starts at 100. Don't let the rumors fly.
Ooh.
Yeah, lots of new grading companies. PSA is the gold standard. Yeah. And here's the thing. To be clear, I've talked about this before. If you don't like PSA, we actually have other competitors in the space that have been around a while. You know that SGC thing? I don't know if you guys have heard of it. They've been around for 20 years. People like those guys too. They've been grading a while. The turnaround time's fine. You can send it to them right now. Peter from SGC seems like a swell guy. He'll give you the thumbs up when you submit your stuff. It's like, look, or you don't like that one, try CSG. Their bulk rate's pretty cheap. Or if you want Eric's endless curses, you can pick Beckett.
Yeah.
The point is you've got options.
Oh, we're Beckett, that's another story. Isn't that interesting?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that one here in a minute.
I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah. Prediction of price per card? No clue. No earthly idea. Sounds like they want to be the Carfax of card grading. Yep. 357, good evening. Just seen a New York Rangers fan suck a bunch and knock out the Balls fan of the game. Hopefully the rest of the guy for salt. No, I didn't. Did you see in the highlights, Eric? Did that one come up?
Yeah, he has been arrested. He's been charged with several different crimes.
Okay.
The gentleman who was hit was obviously completely unconscious, sucker punched, knocked clear out, refused medical attention at the scene, so hopefully he's okay. Mm-hmm. But thankfully, people stepped up and made sure the cops knew, who did this, and they caught him, and they're pressing a lot of charges against him, and I hope he does jail time because it was absolutely disgusting.
Right. No, for sure. It's a game. There's no need for any of that.
There was he's a Rangers fan. There was a Lightning fan right behind him walking out after the game. I have no idea if the Lightning fan was chirping. It's hard to tell. And this guy just stops dead in his tracks and spins around and cold cocks this guy in the face. And this guy is just completely unconscious immediately.
Thunder meets lightning, brother.
And people thought he was dead. You can hear him, people screaming, he's dead, he's dead. Because this guy, out. It was horrible.
Right. Yep. No, I got you. So, Canadian Sports Card Collector here. People want 10s and 9s, not 991s and 903s. That'll be a nightmare for common complete trend. That's why I say, whenever we do and again, I'm trying to take this as seriously as I can. I'm trying to be very fair and balanced on this as much as I can. I have my reasons for wanting to mock it, but I'm trying to resist. Hopefully you guys who watch this regularly are understanding the restraint I am exercising right now.
Yes.
I am using as much as I have within me. And it's very difficult. Please understand. I'm restraining myself, Yannick. It hurts me inside. I'm like, there's so much I can mock, but I'm trying not to.
I think anybody who really either highly promotes this or highly mocks this is making a fool of themselves because you don't have all the information.
You don't need it all.
Well, Eric, the stuff that I can mock is with what I've already got. I can mock with what I've already got. There's actually plenty.
And I understand that. And listen, I have questions too, and I don't know how long you want to go on this. I throw my two cents.
No, I want you guys. I want you guys to chime in. I just want to get caught up on these, and then I want to open it up and let you guys have a second, and I'll grab my beer and fill it up. So then you guys can have the floor here. So I agree. Also, but from the comping thing, the subgrades thing is going to be a nightmare. Because trying to judge, there's certain ones of those subgrades. So what are 946 corners versus 976 corners? It's so minute. It's so granular. Like I said, it's so granular that I can't make heads or tails of it. We already struggle with 9 corners versus 9.5 corners. If you have subgrades, like what does that even mean? What does that entail? Centering, you can work on that. That's a percentage. So the 1,000-point scale is not going to hurt you that much. You can figure that out. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Percentage compared to 50-50. You can work that. That's a percentage. But the rest of it, I have no idea what 947 edges are. Does anyone want to even take a stab at that one?
It's kind of putting your toe in the cold water of pristine. So yeah.
It's asking a lot. It's asking a lot. Eric, do you plan on getting some raccoons to guard your vault? Can you use them onto your benefit?
Just one really, really fat one. With maybe a couple of rabies.
Interesting strategy. Do you plan to feed them chicken breast or or turkey legs?
Chicken.
This is really important. Be very careful of your response.
Steak.
All right.
We're good.
He answered safely. Good on him.
What kind of steak?
Red.
All right, I'm moving on here. So Dave here says, Tag said they'll only do post 2,000 cards in standard size to start. Probably wise for them to start off with. In my opinion, they'll have to hit a really low price point. That's why I say one of the 3 things. I need to know the price point. I need to know the potential, the offer turnaround time. And I need to know, okay, you have a guy from PSA. Cool. Is he programming it for you? What is his involvement in developing the scale that the program is supposedly going to use? Is there a human Q&A segment of it? Because even HGA, when they tried to pull their stunt with all their weird words and all that, they even had to acknowledge after a while there's a human QA element of it. So do you have a human QA element of it, or do you just rely on the machine in the 1,000-point scale? I don't have the answer to that question.
I do.
Yeah, there you go. My understanding was a total card out of 1,000, not each subgrade is out of 1,000. So each subgrade on that slab is out of 1,000, and there is a total card out of 1,000. I'll try to pull up a picture for you. It's literally 5 numbers out of 1,000, and then a number out of 10. It's very elaborate. There's a lot to it. Yeah, we know Eric is a leg guy. Facts.
Is that because trying to have a new leg?
That's not why, and you know why.
Oh.
All right, so I have caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate them. Okay, so open it up. Eric, you got some thoughts you want to share on this one? Any segment you want.
Yeah, no, I'll try to make it brief. And if I go too long, honestly, stop me. I don't want to ramble on it. I just want to hit a couple of points. One, with the scale, there's a reason why SCG changed from their 100-point scale and went to 1 through 10. I believe in the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I know that there's smarter people out there than me that love the little
lots.
Yes, that's true. Even in this video right now in this room, there's lots. I understand
Lots
that.
more. Mhm.
So I just believe in the KISS method. I think 1 through 10 is plenty. I think
Is that the KISS
CSG.
method?
Oh,
No,
you're the best. I love you.
I know.
I think them going with their double tens is ridiculous. I think Beckett again with their 9.5 is really a 10, but if it's super nice, we'll give it a 10 and give it a different label. But 9.5 is really a 10, and a 10 is really an 11. It's like you're not getting the KISS method. PSA has the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. So I think 1,000 points is going to be confusing. I think it's too much, and people are going to dislike it just like they did with SCG, and that's why they changed. They didn't change because people liked it. I think, Carlos, you nailed it when you said that their advantage is they've watched from afar, and they are going to be able to see what worked and what has not worked in the industry for all these years. And they're going to be able to take away all the positive things and put it to use. Plus, maybe invent some stuff on their own, possibly. I think that's great. I really hope that everything that we're seeing in these first 2 episodes.
Just grading.
Just as you're
parts.
talking, I'm putting it on the screen so you guys can see. It's a little bit small. I can make it bigger, but anyway, it says centering. This is an example, obviously. It's a picture. But centering 975, corners 973, surface 984, edges 989, then a 972 up top, and then the Gem Mint 10. So you can have a Gem Mint 10 that has, so that one inside of the little QR code-ish thing, that's the one that is like the overall. It's not a average of the below. You've got 4 different subgrades. You've got the overall grade out of 1,000, and then it's been translated to an out of 10. Just to understanding, just forget everything else. If you have to translate it into an out of 10 scale, you've made it too complicated.
Yeah.
But does it have the potential for more accuracy? 100%. But
Right.
by definition, 1,000-point scale has the potential to be far more accurate.
Label or it's like etched in
It's
there?
see-through. It's basically etched on it, and so you've got the black background. That's what I said earlier. Because it's see-through, you're going to need the black background, or you won't be able to read the damn thing. It's cool looking. I don't know if it's practical. We'll have to see it in real life application, but I'm just saying, I could see that being really annoying when you're actually trying to look at it and go, okay, so now I need to put something behind this in order to be able to read it because it's white in an invisible, floating clear plastic.
I think KSA
I think we're
started
getting
out
on
like that.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I think KSA started out like that at the beginning, way back.
Something like that, yeah. Something that event.
It's like we're splitting hair a little bit at this point, but
it is.
I guess the technology too is nice. There's always place for like improvement and better methods, but it's like when you go and buy TVs right now, and like how many we're at 8,000 Ks, and then we'll be at 16,000. Like I can't see that. Like at some point, like I'm not gonna be able to tell the difference.
Oh, your cable only comes in at 720, so there you go.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was always the old joke when I was at the satellite company, because people would obsess over it's like, oh, but my TV's 1080, and I'm sitting there like, your picture is only coming in at 720. It doesn't matter. Sucker.
Splitting hair.
Sucker. If you do a Blu-ray, then you're getting a 1080 picture because it's being sent directly from a disc directly into it. And with a lot of the streaming stuff now you can get 1080 because the streaming will do it for you, and you can get the 4K streaming.
4K. Yeah.
Now you're getting more. Now you can actually take advantage of it. But back in the day when you're watching TV, you're not getting it. And the bigger the TV is, the clearer it'll become to you that it's not that clear.
Oh, that's.
Yep.
You think it is because you paid more money.
Correct. Yeah, 950 round up to 10, 949 a 9. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know.
What does Brad think?
Be careful with your words, Brad. Careful with your. I'm going to fill up my beer for this. Please go ahead.
Go for
it. Honestly, I want everyone to succeed. I think competition is good with all the grading companies, and I wish the guys the best. They're smart guys and intelligent, but I personally, if I take away the PSA Canada aspect and be Brad the collector, the passionate guy and everything, I've been a PSA guy for 25 years prior to being involved with PSA Canada, and I put all my faith into $4 billion company that Collectors is building, and that's where I have all my faith. And yeah, that's where I'm at. But I wish everyone success, and I think there's grading companies for everybody out there. If you don't like one, use the other, like Carlos said. I think, Eric, plug your ears, but if I see a card in a Beckett holder, an SGC holder, or a PSA holder, I'm confident the card is a good card. Of course, all companies make mistakes, but I think the three big companies, I'm confident. I've crossed cards over from SGC to PSA, from Beckett. I think all those companies do a hell of a job, and I think new companies have a long
Beckett?
they have a long way to go.
Kidding.
Yeah, they do. They have a long way to go. But I'd recommend anyone. I really do enjoy. Sorry, I've had great success with all those companies. I had a guy at the show that had 39 altered, recolored, trimmed cards back from PSA, a little collection. I think I showed them to Carlos, maybe. Anyways, he took them to another grading company and got them all slabbed. All 39 cards came back slabbed.
No way.
And all 39 were altered, recolored, trimmed back from PSA over the course of the last.
It didn't start with a K. I know.
No, I'm not sure which company it was, but
I know which company
it was. But anyways, that just goes to tell you, what the big companies know what they're doing, and I think hopefully all these little guys that are starting out learn their way as well. So
I'll add a quick addendum to Brad. I'll add a quick addendum to Brad's point. Just hang on one sec.
Yeah.
I want to add a quick addendum to his point. Know what they're doing though doesn't mean they hit 100%. It never will. 0%. As long as people are incentivized to try to slip something past, either through volume or through multiple attempts or whatever the case may be, there will always, every grader ever created, somebody will find a way to beat the system. And even with this tag thing, even if they're able to do a pretty good job, while that system's being developed, I promise stuff will get through. Any new, honestly, if you're a scammer, you want to send to HGA, you want to send to whoever the new guy is, send him 1,000 bad things.
PSA, mint.
I want to see if you can catch them. I'll send you 1,000 bad ones. Okay, you caught 990, cool, 10 got through. That's what you're trying to do. You're basically playing a volume game. And I'll send 100 good ones, and I'll include 20 bad ones. Can you catch all 20? Did you catch 15 to 20? How'd you do? That's the question they're going to be asking themselves. And that's just the nature of life. That's correct. And they're going to test them. So just understand that's coming. That's going to be part of the game. So your Bob says, makes me think of...
It is, though.
100%, yeah. Makes me think of saying, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit, in regards to new grading company. Yes. And like I said, right now, a new grading company has an advantage in the sense that they don't have the baggage. They have an advantage that they've had a chance to learn from the mistakes of others and try to do something different. But they also don't have the experience of the others in making those mistakes. Those other ones got slapped. They've all been slapped at one point or another. Even SGC, who at this point does a very good job with their PR and everything, they made a critical mistake early and they got slapped. But they learned their lesson. They did adapt and adjust, and they've done better since, and people give them credit for learning from their mistakes.
Well,
But you have to be
We're
in the game.
an internet world,
Yeah.
right? And we have to really look at, things get around pretty quick.
Yeah. But you have to be in the game to make the mistakes, to be able to learn from the mistakes. And technically, Tag is not even in the game yet. They're not even in the pregame.
I don't think I'm going to call it just like HGA. I don't see a market for them. I don't see them coming and surpassing anybody at this point. SGC, CGS, Beckett, or PSA. We don't even talk about. There's nobody's going to touch them. So they're coming in right at the bottom, and they're thinking they're going to move somewhere. But I really don't see them moving in this marketplace.
So you're saying they need to get the ShamWow guy on speed dial now?
Well, ShamWow, I buy them. They
listen,
actually clean up pretty good.
I already promised.
I don't think Tag cleans up very good with.
If Tag teams up with the ShamWow guy, and I get a free ShamWow guy in my grading, kit, I will accept the Tag sponsorship.
Only if you bring back Mr. West, and we got it covered.
Yeah, Don West. Look, there are certain goats. Ziggy Palfy is the goat of goats in general.
ShamWow and Don West.
If you bring ShamWow guy and Don West, it's
Thunderdome.
Brad will immediately renounce his PSA association and immediately become the epicenter of Tag in Canada. Tag Canada, anybody?
Eric will get his right leg hip done. So yeah.
Eric will become Tag Massachusetts right now. He's like ShamWow guy and Don West. I'm in. All right, let's go in here. At the Fall Expo, I suspect Jeremy will have some slabbers booth. I would be shocked if he did. Brad, will the new PSA, so a more serious question, will the new PSA office, the New Jersey one, affect your delivery and turnaround time? So how do you feel like it'll impact it? It'd be a closer trip, theoretically.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It will be absolutely great for us. And it's going to, as PSA branches across Canada, with everything that's happening in the future in 2023, I would say, the New Jersey operation is going to be great. Like right now, I got to deliver 6,000 cards to PSA next week, and it'd be a hell of a lot easier if I could just drive them, or we could ship them directly to New York instead of going to California. So
yeah, I was going to say, instead of having to fly them over to California, driving them over to New Jersey means also you have more capacity. You theoretically could grab even more if you needed them. It'd be a little easier than trying to fly them over in a plane and having to deal with all the logistics of that.
Yeah.
So that is a fact.
From you there, Brad, Jersey, you're there 20 hours, a little less.
You know what? We just drove it. What was it? It was 14 hours. 14 hours.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. You don't have to go that far. You go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just drove it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I went down to visit Eric after.
No, you drove past Eric's house.
No, yeah.
Yeah, drove by. He waved.
On the pedal
He did the royal wave. He did the royal wave and went by.
Hi, man,
10
Eric.
minutes from my house at my place of employment. Nothing. This guy is a scumbag.
Well, Eric
Anyway.
was on a corner house, so it's kind of weird. You can
No, the problem is that where Eric's house is like in his neighborhood, like where the good curator was at the Expo. They stuck him over in the corner all by himself. It's like, I'm not going over there. Not going to happen. If you're going to put 10 on a chalk card, the 973 is really 9.73. Are they forgetting the decimal point, or else put 1,000? The KISS method is correct. Yeah, that's fair. Might be a proof of concept thing to sell off at some point. Could be. So Bob is going with Don West ahead of the Chamois guy. Don West is pretty legendary. Pretty legendary. Not going to lie. I wanted them to team forces. I wanted them to be the mega powers before eventually they have to feud. But it'd be kind of fun for a little while if they decided to join forces. Eric just said Brad is number one. I saw it. Facts, Josh. Facts. Facts. So yeah. So Yannick, now you'll get a chance as we go further. Once, like I said, once they finish the infomercial series, because Lord knows I'm not watching it right now. I watched a little bit of the first two, but it's too painful. I'm not doing it. I'll wait until they get to the friggin' fifth part. Tell me what the stupid price is, and then I'll look at it. Until you give the price and the turnaround time, I don't care. You have nothing. You have nothing but a box and FedEx labels. That's it. Right now, that is all you have.
All I can say is good luck, so long, bon voyage, people.
Yeah.
I hope the best for you.
But that said, I do like the idea, and maybe the other grading card companies can rip this off. I do like the idea of the reusable box for a submission kit if you're going to do that. That isn't a bad idea. That part I like. I thought that was kind of neat.
Saving the environment a bit.
It's not even that. It's just from a practicality, you can control what people put it in. So, like, you don't have to have a billion of them, but
Sure,
you
yeah.
could maybe for some. So, like,
a
I'm
locking device,
I'm thinking
the
PSA.
person puts it
Think
in.
collectors club members. Imagine if you're somebody who submits regularly, and we provide you with one of these boxes that you can consistently send your stuff in, and we just send it back and forth. And if the box gets damaged or something, we'll give you a new box. Here you go. We'll give you some supplies. Done. PSA could do that. They don't have to do a billion of those kits, but they could have some. It's not a bad
Half
idea.
A billion, maybe, right, Bill?
Yeah.
Right.
But
So
I think
we're
it's
back at Netflix before streaming Netflix.
well, that's the thing.
Sending DVDs.
Something like that.
I'm actually thinking that portion of it is a good idea for one of the other companies to steal. I think it's not a half bad idea for the right circumstance. That's why I say collectors club members. That could make sense for some of them, especially the higher end ones, especially if they're submitting regularly. You want to put conditions on it. You don't want to send everybody one of those boxes, but you could do it. And there's scenarios where it might work because a lot of people put stuff in weird containers. They send stuff in weird ways.
So how about PSA drones?
That's
And it's
coming next.
Brad.
Yeah.
Brad puts the slabs in it. PSA drone goes back to California.
There you go. That'll be the next logical step. Well, I joke with Eric, and maybe we'll do this spoof at one point, Eric. Maybe we'll do the spoof. I joked with Eric originally when I was going to be a little meaner. Like I said, I decided to play it a little bit straighter, but when I was going to be meaner, I was going to introduce to you guys the new revolutionary grading card company, Poopy Pony Grading, PPG for short. And let me tell you guys, if we had introduced to the market, I'm saying we're not going to right now. It's not ready for prime time yet. But if we do, I'm just letting you know, it's going to be 30-second turnaround time. We're going to use teleportation technology because shipping is for peasants. 30-second turnaround time. It will dematerialize. It will be graded in the cloud. and then reappear in the holder already sonically sealed on your desk on a 5 million point scale, because 1,000 is for peasants. Think about it.
5
1,000.
million point scale.
5 million point scale. Poopy pony grading, guys. Poopy pony grading. Y'all aren't ready for it yet. Y'all aren't ready for it yet, but when it comes, domination of the marketplace.
Where's the original Poopy Pony art? I still need a copy of this. I told you, right?
We need the NFT. We'll have to work on the NFT. That's the next logical step.
I'm waiting on.
You're muted, Eric. You're muted.
I made my own card. I have statistics and information on the back.
Nice. Nice.
Can we have the statistics?
So this is a one of one, of course, and it says Poopy Pony was created in response to the idiocy of fanatics releasing V Friends from Gary V. May God have mercy on your hobby souls.
Keep it kiss. Keep it simple, stupid.
There you go. Good stuff. So let me read here, Dave. I watched both. Not sure the head guy understands the market he's entering. He's claiming he's not competing with existing graders, but I think he is. Well, naturally, you have to be competing with existing graders. Like, I understand the sentiment, but you're competing with existing graders. You have to. That's the market you entered into. There are only so many people that grade their cards. Yes. He's got to get a certain percentage. He won't be able to find enough totally new converts to make a business. Well, also, there's stuff that's already graded. We have literally tens of millions of cards already in holders. Unless someone is incentivized to crack it out, what's the next thing, right? Like, those ones are probably already done. And if you're focusing on modern, that makes sense. I can understand that because at least those may be available for grading. The question will be how many people want to send it to you without proof of resale. Because the resale value does matter. If you're doing it for modern, you're probably doing it for flip, you need resale value. The 1,000 point scale is neat and all. The submission kit, that's cool. But again, price point, turnaround time, and how that plays into the resale market, right? PSA drone, does it trim the card for you during the flight? Soon.
Only the first one.
I already told you guys, as soon as Poopy Pony grading takes off and we're doing the grading in the cloud, it's the cloud. Sure, you want details. I'm sure you do. We're going to program the cloud and it's going to grade it when it goes in there and then it'll rematerialize. 30-second turnaround, guys. And the best part, $1 per card. Why? Because I'm making shit up so I can say whatever I want. But the good news is I also haven't produced it in real life, so it's no more illegitimate than tag. And I just made it up. And Eric got to draw a card. That seems legit. By the way, I gave you a price, a turnaround time, and where the grading comes from. The 3 things that I asked for. And I actually gave them to you, and I didn't need a 5-part series to do it. Isn't that great? I tease. Moving on. Okay, that's cool. So any other thoughts on that one, or can we move on from that one? We're good?
I just real quick, I really do hope for success. Brad is one, again, I'll be serious for half a second. Brad's a really nice guy. He's very professional. He's saying all the right things as a competitor, even though he's the top of the food chain.
Are you, just real quick, Eric, I want you to continue your sincere moment, but before I do, are you suggesting that someone who is in a position where they have to do something professionally would be wise to carefully measure their words? I'm just curious if that's what you're implying.
I think that's where we're heading. I
just wanted to double check.
Basically, Brad's full of shit. Is what I really wanted to come out and say. Is Brad's just full of complete bullshit.
Just trying to say it nicely.
Yeah, I was, but Carlos brought out the mean. So
it's what I do.
But so I mean, I really do. I hope everything that they said is completely true. I hope it's a huge success. I hope it's revolutionary in the market. I hope it's all super wonderful, and all the issues that we've had for the last 25, 30 years vanish with this company. But that's a pipe dream. It's just not. I don't think that's reality. My biggest concern over the whole thing is not the KISS method thing that I brought up, because that's an opinion. A true concern is we've all met salespeople for whatever the reason. We buy a used car, we have someone come over to give us an estimate on work around our house, and they don't come out and tell you in the first 3 seconds that doing this work on your house is going to cost $100,000. They tell you about how it's going to improve the value of your home and we do it better than everyone else because we use this type of material and we have in-house contractors and we don't subcontract, and we're local, and we got direct supply. I mean, they go on and on and on. And it isn't until you sit down at the very end of an hour or two after they do all their measurements and everything that they slide that paper across the desk and scare the hell out of you with the number. But the hope is that for the last hour or two, you've been so excited about all this work that's going to get done, how they jazzed it up and how they're the best. They're hoping you're just going to sign the check. And I'm concerned that they've come out and said they're not going to talk about price until the 5th video. Well, why? Isn't this really one of the most important things other than how is the grading happening? There's really only two concerns for me. How is the grading happening, and how much is it going to cost me? And they don't
have to wait to find out
all of that information.
Yeah.
So what I fear is they are going to spend 4.5 episodes going, look at this, it's shiny, it's wonderful, you can't get it any better. We are taking over the industry. You want to be on board with us? Isn't this fun? And yeah, this is great. Oh my God, it's gonna cost you $150 a card. Okay, I'll do it. I'm just so amped up over these last 4.5 episodes, and this is wonderful.
Can I ask a serious question though? Like, I agree with your general premise, but can I ask a serious question? And I joked about the 5-part infomercial series. We have limited attention spans. I know this because I produce a lot of long form content, and like a lot of times people come back and they say like, I had to digest it in pieces, which totally I understand. Do whatever you have to do. That's great. No problem. Look, as long as you watch it, I don't care how it works. But a lot of times they'll say like, oh, but there was some really good information and I'm glad I did, which again is very flattering. Thank you to those folks. But I understand that long form is always more difficult. It's more difficult to get people to sit in there and do it. Now you're being asked to do 5-part, which is literally an infomercial. Yeah. Who has the patience to wait for that when you're not giving the punchline? I need the punchline because it's like, yes, you want to amp them up, but you don't want to amp them up so long. They're like, look, I'm bored. I'm leaving. You haven't given me what I needed. And like, we're on part 3.5 and we're like halfway through part 3 and we've already devoted all this time. I literally haven't gotten the answer to any of the questions I wanted.
I'm already bored. And
how long do you want me to sit here and watch this? No, I pass. Thank you.
If they tell me it's $150 a card in the first 5 minutes, episode 1, I go, hey, that's out of my price range. I know some people can afford that. I wish you the very best. I hope everyone loves it. I'm going to go do something else with my time now. Thank you very much. If they tell me it's $20 a card, I am riveted. Okay, now tell me what I'm going to get. But they're not telling us. Yeah. And I think there was a moment in episode 2 where they weren't, it was asked, I think Jeremy actually brought up price, and they were, well, we don't really know. And wait, you don't know? You're launching a company, and your answer to price is you don't know yet.
You said the J word, man. Come on.
How about we're going to save that for episode 5?
But what if after episode 3, randomly and completely unrelated, what if after episode 3, completely unrelated to anything, what if there was a poll on a website, on a YouTube channel that is hosting the infomercial series? What if there happened to be a poll saying, hey, based on what you've seen, how much would you pay for tag rating? A little poll. And all right, how much you suckers going to pay for this? I mean, how much are you beloved customers going to pay for this?
Beloved, that's better.
Yeah. Beloved. Beloved clientele.
I can imagine Eric watching the second episode, still not knowing the price, and just fuming to tell us.
But that is literally what happens. That's what has occurred.
Absolutely.
Okay, real quick. I want to read a couple of these comments.
On the thing.
I want to read a couple of comments here. So Sherry, good evening. Thank you. I would without question submit to Poopy Pony grading, pending the drone trimmers are operating. Valid points, Sherry. Valid points.
See, drone, man. Drone.
And thank you. And thank you for your support. Thank you for your support in advance.
Thank you for your business.
And in that, Brad, give me your summation of what happened at the show for you.
How was my mistake?
How was your show?
Oh, for the Expo. Okay, so hang on, Bobby. It's a great
Alright.
question, but let me finish a couple of these
You wanna finish?
comments.
Okay,
then.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
we'll finish the comments and then we'll get into that. Okay, so real quick. So we're done on the tag grading. If any of you guys have any late comments or anything, you're welcome to throw them in there. I'll read them right now. I'm going to read the ones I've got, and then we'll move on for now. We can
We're
always
still
circle
on
back
tag?
into something
Really?
specific.
Okay.
No, that's what I say. I was ready to move on, but I wanted Eric to finish his point. He was having a moment there. We let him finish.
There's no point.
Okay. So good evening, Baz. Okay, so hockey. Real quick, I'll read this one. What was Chris Hojan about earlier this week regarding fake followers? I don't know. My theory, I saw what he's talking about. I don't know. However, I believe my best guess is that it's a continuation of him trying to take a shot at Sports Card Investor. Because he's talked about, how some of the big influencers have a lot of followers on paper, but they're not real, they're fake followers, the conspiracy theory, blah, blah, blah. I assume it's a callback to that. It kind of came out of the blue. A lot of the stuff Chris has been doing lately, it's just kind of out of the blue. It doesn't have, okay, what's the thing that precipitated this? Could you, connect the dots for me from
Was
point
it
A to
not
point
the
B?
Elon Musk in the Twitter thing?
Yeah, there was something in there. I don't know. So I'm assuming that's what it is because usually if it's kind of veiled, it's usually a shot at Sports Card Investor Jeff. That would be my guess. Otherwise, I have no idea. That's just my best guess.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't have a clue.
Yeah. So Prism, football Prism. I was told that with all the parallels inserts, there are more than 20,000 different cards. Personally, I think that is madness. It is madness. That is correct. I think they'll start at $20, which misses the mark. $10 a spot to immediately get folks trying them. I know some folks caught when they were doing their little screen thing. It actually showed $20 a card based on their website when they punched in the thing and did it was really briefly on there. Yeah. But that could be just how they set up the site. But that $20 is kind of what they're guessing based on what they saw on the screen. I assume that's what they're talking about.
I think they're going to have to do at least that, yeah.
Yeah, it would be smart for them to stick to that or below, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's higher. Like honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they try. I don't think it's a good idea, but I wouldn't be shocked if they try. So what is it with the new grading company that was introduced on SCL? The boom is over. It's newly for interest. Go back about 35, 40 minutes. I did a breakdown of a lot of the pieces, and then the guys chimed in as well. Okay, Chris has got off the deep end. We're watching a slow burn meltdown. It's been in progress for some time. I only need to watch episode 1 to know.
Hold on. Listen, I mean, that's,
Oh, come on.
He's not. He knows very well that it's not coming off the way he wants to, except for his base. It is not a wise.
I don't think. Just listen. I don't think the guy's having. In reality, I don't think he's having any type of mental breakdown.
You don't think his concern about the fake followers to the point of
I
obsession
think
is a
he
little
has-
questionable?
He has strong feelings about his business, which I think everyone does.
But he's not talking about his business. He's talking about somebody else's business.
Yeah.
He's
And he's
his number
loaded
one
now,
competitor.
too.
But anyway,
Yeah,
listen. I just the guy has strong opinions. We don't have to agree with them. We don't even have to understand them. But I don't think he's I don't think he's gone crazy.
Chris is Chris.
Yeah.
Enough
Yeah,
said.
I'll refer you back to the blow up post from 2019 where he was already kind of going off the deep end back then.
Yeah.
He's not playing with a full deck all the time. He's a smart guy, but he's not playing with a full deck all the time.
Yeah, 50 cards, maybe.
So I only need to watch episode 1 to know I didn't have any cards to send them because they grade cards from years 2000 to 2022. Yep, that's fair. And by the way, that is in my opinion. That is my opinion. I don't think he's playing with a full deck, in my opinion. The grassy knoll, fake followers, wake up sheeple. Facts. Thank you, Paul. Paul's summarizing it beautifully. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Paul.
It isn't his business anymore. He sold it to PSA. That was where I alluded to you're working for a bigger company who might like to be like, could you just focus on your job? Could you focus on what you're actually supposed to be doing here instead of worrying about your social media posts? That'd be cool. Could you do that? You already sold the company. You made the money. You got to buy a $250,000 basketball card. Congratulations. Enjoy. Have a good time. Chill out. Well, at that point, have a good time. Chill out. Okay. Now I have read it all the way through. So, Brad, how was your? How would you describe your expo? How was it for you?
The Expo was an absolute fantastic weekend.
Lie.
I had an absolute
Did I
blast.
say that out loud?
We couldn't have been any busier at our PSA booth.
You asked it for his expo, Bobby, not yours.
That's a
And-
foregone conclusion. Yes.
And AMG Collectibles, we sold and bought an absolute ton of stuff, and it was a massive success. And I tell you, if it wasn't, like I can say the Montreal show that we did the last time was a complete dud.
Ooh.
Yeah. Again,
Yannick.
The one in late May.
That's Brad.
Last
year.
There's
That again?
French Canadians that live there, and they're just weird.
No,
Yannick,
just-
Yannick, we were told you were gonna roll into town and spend 7, 8, 9 figures, man. What happened? What happened, bro?
The Montreal show there.
You were supposed to spend mega yacht money out there. Brad was preparing. He
I
was
never
like,
even been,
I'm ready
and
for
I'm
Yannick
asked
to
all the
roll in
time,
with
how
some
come you
mega
don't
yacht
come?
money.
How
It'll
come-
save everything. Don't worry about it.
We're
They're-
talking the Lanty Expo there, like the one in the
Yeah,
Min
which
Min.
I love.
Well,
I love
who
going
calls
there,
it
but it was
anti? Who calls it anti-expo?
I don't know, man. I
It
never
should be
been.
Uncle
I
Expo
never
or
heard of
something.
it before last.
Do you want them to say they wanted to separate from the Expo concept? Do we need another
Possibly.
referendum? We did that already twice.
That
we
is
did it
anti-
twice.
Yes,
Look,
I know.
anything
That was
that
Gretchen.
comes out here that is from Canada is basically let's do the opposite, right? So let's just
So it
fucking
seems.
end it.
Yes.
Move on.
I know. It's okay. It's okay being French.
Yeah. So it was going good for you. You were able to do buying and selling. AMG went, and obviously PSA did booming business. I was around. I saw that you guys were very busy, so that was good. You did get a chance to buy some cards for yourself, so that was good. So satisfactory on all the check boxes for you then.
absolutely, and everyone had fun that was there that I seen. There was
Yep.
very minimal complaints from anybody. Maybe some guys from south of the border didn't enjoy themselves, but
Allegedly.
overall, honestly, I think it was great, and I think the guys there they care about it. They're passionate, and Menzie pulled through. And I'd love for Steve to come on sometime and talk about the show experiences, because I don't think people really realize the stress that guy gets put under throughout the show. There's some things that happen in the background that I know of now as of the last 48 hours that occurred. I won't get into it, but some of the guys, I think some of the signers there are not good people. I think there's a bunch of stories. I don't know if they'll all get out, but it was a lot of stress, and I think he did a great job for what it is. It's a big undertaking to have that, and you've got a lot of different. You've got guys that are, some guys feel entitled, some guys are old school, some guys are new school. You're trying to make everyone happy, and that's not an easy thing to do, right? So you juggled it, and I think it was great. I bought something from Bobby. He bullied me into buying. He forced me into it. Right?
Well, he had to save the show, man. Like he had to make it happen. It's like one of y'all is gonna buy something, one way or the other.
If you don't double down, then you're whatever.
I will give you the full scoop. I have no idea. I don't even know what it was.
I guarantee you. You don't even know what.
No, I understand. I looked at it, but I don't even know what it was.
Okay, we're not talking anymore. That's okay.
All right, moving
Good,
on.
that's two of us that hate you.
Moving on. We'll come back. We'll come back to this after. Okay, so for now we'll go quickly
I
through
have
a
a
couple of
quick
these.
question for Brad though. After
Yeah.
maybe.
Just after I read these, Yannick. Just after I read these. So when is Brad going to take the Instagram to attack other LCSs and group submitters? I heard that's the thing to do.
Ooh.
And say their followers are fake. That's a 4D chess move. Do that. Were you able to add any more PSA 6 Gretzkys? So that's very specific. Any other kind of Gretzkys kind of in that mid-higher end
Brad
category?
bought that thing from SYS, right?
Yeah, you had the 99 with all the Gretzky
That
thing
was
in there.
gorgeous. I love that thing.
Isn't that nice? I was so happy with that when I
Yeah.
got that. It's we just put it up in the store. I'm going to put it up at the house, but we put it up in the store for now.
Mhm.
So yeah,
I think it was a great
You
display.
need a 9 in there somewhere.
I will never. You know what? I'll never have a 9.
You will.
No, because if I have a 9, I'm selling it. It's not even an option for me to keep it.
At the price point they're at now, yeah, I wouldn't hang on to, like, unless you're absolutely hell bent on having it. The
Yeah.
price point that a lot of that stuff is going for, it's like
How many 9s are out there, actually?
I
90,
don't remember.
My
I know I
friend
looked it up. I know I looked it
had
up some
a
time
couple
ago.
of them, so
I think there's
Yeah.
90 or 91 or 92, but
Yeah.
that many.
I will say
Oh,
this
wow.
again.
Yeah, it's a decent
99.
number. It's a decent number. It's the 10 that's pretty
At
protected still.
250K? Wow. That's
Yeah,
good.
the 10 is still pretty protected. It's still very limited, but the 9 you can get. But the 9 is not like super common, but it's not rare.
So
you can find
what
it.
will be a PSA 10 Gretzky in the tag grade?
Well, what's the subgrade, Yannick? What out of 1,000? What's the subgrade?
Axle edges. You know, like the OPG.
Yeah, they don't
style.
do-
So we're getting all 1,000s and then a 1,000 on top and then a 10 on the other one.
Okay, let's go with that. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Tag puts out a 10. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's just say, at what? So the subgrades are 9.73.
Well, it's out of 1,000, so like 983, 947, 962.
Exactly. So, at what point do we get a fair market value on that? Because I would say a 9 PSA, what's $250,000, something like that.
quarter of a million. Yeah.
That sounds about
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, what do you think Tag would go for, or what do you think SGC, or even Beckett, for that matter? We know Beckett would be a little bit lower. I think SGC.
Are you talking about a 10?
would be- Yes.
No, a Beckett 10 would be higher. Because they've outside of Brian Gray, they protected the 10 really well. They've actually done a very good job protecting the 10.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a pristine, heaven forbid. Like the 10 and the pristine, they've actually done a pretty good job protecting that black label for the most part. A legitimate 10 that actually feels like it's a real 10, it would go for a premium. You know, that people would look past the BGS and be like, that's a really hard one to get. Like it's actually very difficult to get because you got to nail the subgrades. And if it's got amazing centering, great edges, great color, registration, all of it, that's a premium piece. Hard to get, but it would. I think they would still go for a premium. I think it would still be really strong.
It'd be nice to see a real 10 though.
Yeah, like yeah, I think we would all love to
I
see
have
like
one.
No,
I
you
got
don't.
one right now.
a BGS 10,
Are you
Oh,
doing
really?
this time?
You already sent in a bunch.
a black
of them. Come
label,
on.
a black label, or
Okay.
just a 10.
Every time I say this, and I know I sound there's a Gretzky that the last one I did get an 8.5 on the one
Okay.
that I thought was sorry for a customer, not mine.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
This one here that I have, it was from a guy from Quebec. The nicest guy, him and his wife came up and they had absolutely gorgeous cards. Like they had primo rookies from the 50s. I won't get into all the details, but the Gretzky rookie that I have is the nicest. I think it tops anyone I've ever seen. So it's got like fuzz on all four sides. I took it out and I looked at it for probably when I got home, I looked at it for about an hour and I was like, this thing is absolutely just perfect. I don't see anything.
With the rough cut, you know, the one thing about the rough cut, if it goes in on the top corner where it kind of comes in on the cut, that kind of always takes away from it. If it kind of goes out, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's just it's not even a rough cut, Bobby. It's just a little bit of, it's almost clean, but it's got a little bit of fuzz all the way around, so you can see that it wasn't
Does
trimmed.
the fuzz
into the
go
outside.
in or out on
No,
the top?
just
there?
extra on the card, and it's not bad at all. It's
Sure.
just enough to say that it's not trimmed. You know,
Yeah,
Right.
that's when I looked at it. But
Yeah.
we will see. I will know
Yeah.
that card in the next 2 weeks.
So would you
Should
send that in
never be a
again, or
10.
would you recommend that you send that in again, Brad?
What's that?
Would you recommend to send that in again?
Well, I'm hopefully I only send it in once, and I'll be part of the third 10.
No, but I think his question is like, if you look at it, it comes back a 9.
Yeah.
Which is already a really
8.5.
strong grade, a really strong grade. No, just for the sake of argument, let's call it 9.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
say it's real close,
Yeah.
and you look at it and you still think like 9 is already really strong. You've got plenty of resale if
Quarter
that's the
mil,
path you
right?
want to go.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Would you want to try testing your fate one more time?
But now it's already imaged now, so the
That's-
card it's imaged, and if the card gets sent back, and you could send
Oh,
it for a
shit,
bump.
really, eh?
hopefully.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
Well, that's the
God.
idea, right?
Oh wow.
any card 5,000 or 5,000 and up now is imaged.
Yep.
I'm just using that. I'm not sure on that exactly.
you
So
can't
the greatest-
No, right now
the
I think
greatest
I think
Brad.
they've dropped down that threshold, Brad, because I think in my last submission to you, all the cards were imaged.
Oh no.
I think all of them.
Tony?
Yeah,
All of them. So very important. So I've got I've got a minute here before I'm going to take off for a couple minutes, and I'll let everybody make fun of Eric. You know, we'll let it happen.
He already ripped something. I don't know what.
I know, like it's terrible. But just to be clear, we're not going to say who this individual, this mega rich individual with this amazing Gretzky, who this could be. We're not going to say who this person from Quebec is. We have no idea who allegedly it could be. We're not going to name anybody.
Heck, yeah.
We're not going to name it.
No.
No, we're not doing it. Okay, let me read these comments real quick, and then I'm going to take off for a couple minutes. Eric, this is your opportunity. Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. This is your chance. All right, I'm going to read these, and then I'm going to go for a second. All right, I had a great expo and found some great cards for the PC. Got the impression a lot of dealers weren't happy with the turnout. I agree, and I think that's a good topic actually to touch on because we've got a little bit of experience with that. We can definitely talk about that. I'll let you guys get started on it, but it's a good topic. How come all the content creators are willing to fly to Dallas to show their deals, but aren't willing to go to the expo? Not vaccinated. So that could be a piece of it, but in seriousness, that's a piece. But let's also remember something. A lot of the content creators don't deal really in hockey. And regardless of whether there is more of a mix, it's really strongly hockey heavy. Jeff Wilson is able to do it as a tax write-off. For him, it's a business trip. He can do it. He doesn't care. But for these other guys, even if they're making content, it's not enough money out of content to make it worthwhile to fly over. Maybe I can find a deal, maybe I can't. If I'm a basketball guy, I'm not running to the expo. If I'm a baseball primary guy, I'm not running the expo. Football guy, not running the expo. I'm a guy who collects all of the above, except basketball, really, not so much. But the other ones, I can find stuff at the expo, but my main player PC is hockey. So I still got enough hockey in my repertoire that I'm fine. I can adapt. I can also go to Dallas and do fine. So I can switch over to more baseball and I'll do fine there. So for me, more versatile, it makes my life easier. I could do either. A lot of these guys can't. They'd be stuck with so much hockey they wouldn't know what to do with it. It would be the great curator all over again. So
This
I'm going
is
to take
the way
off for a
it
couple minutes, guys, and
This
it's
is the
all
way
yours.
It was before
Sure.
COVID. You know
What?
that guys, basketball. The
Why do
people
you get to
down
run
here
things, Eric?
didn't want to go to Canada because it's a 90-something% hockey show with all their high-end basketball. They'd rather go
Why
to
would
Dallas.
you? Yeah, it's not
Of
smart.
course.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
And with the exchange rate, you're getting less money. And
I have 10 vintage guys who can't travel to Canada because of the laws, that are major purchasers in vintage hockey,
Mhm.
and that's a big number out of the I guess out of the expo. But then there wasn't very much at the expo because I was, talking to all of them, and I was saying, "What did you find?" And I said, "Nothing, really." But there was 3 shows in Western
you
Canada.
found
There was
something.
3 shows in Eastern Canada. No, I didn't. I found
Yes,
for
you
yeah.
did.
I found for you. Yes,
Yes, you did. You're awesome. You're my hero.
I know. I love you, Eric.
I love
Hey,
you.
Brad, I had basically you answer already one of the questions about your Gretzky's doing the 99. I was
Yeah.
like, is that a home piece or that's a shop piece? So the other one I was gonna say, I'm sure every show you're like, man, this is the coolest card we ever had. We're never gonna top anything like this. So what's other than this the Gretzky, anything in particular that was just like, oh my god, I never seen one of those, or this is so cool, or
I
one of
saw.
those crazy stories?
Remember, Brad? I brought you that guy. I brought you the Babe Ruth
Yeah, no,
blank
absolutely.
pack.
Yeah,
That was a
super
real
cool.
card. That was a good card.
Yeah, I just processed that guy's order actually this morning. I did that first thing when I get up. I was putting it in the
Nice.
system. Yannick, there's a Rocket Richard rookie. I think, did I show you that, Bobby? That was from the same guy. That it's absolutely stunning, gorgeous, but it has the yellow coming through from the ink on it, which a lot of the 51s do. It's just, I don't know how it happened. It's maybe in the ink if the cyan never mixed properly with the magenta, so it's got a yellowing on the front of it.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely gorgeous. It's awesome looking
Nice.
card.
Should be a nice grade. Well, we'll see what happens. What they think of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of. I'm trying to think what else would be there. I bet you we probably have 200 or 300 Gretzky rookies again, which was obviously dominant. Someone said earlier about the Zegras, and definitely a lot of Zegras, Caulfield. But I think the number 1 young gun submitted card would still be Kirill Kaprizov.
Really?
Yeah, and because I mean, if you look at him, he's raw. He's like 100 and a quarter, and 10s are selling for like 700. So like the upside on submitting a Kaprizov is so big. That's always a winner for people. So
I got a Kaprizov story. My friend, he lives in Minnesota, and he's a big Minnesota collector. He has the greatest collection. And he, in between periods, they auctioned off Kaprizov's rookie jersey. So he bought the rookie jersey, and that was 2 years ago now. So his rookie jersey, he got it cheap because people didn't realize there was an auction going on. So he ended up with the jersey, and it was signed by Kaprizov, everything. So he has probably one of the best pieces. That guy going forward, I think, is going to be one of the top Hall of Famers. He's going to be a top player of all time.
Kirill,
And yeah,
you know what? I agree.
Kaprizov, yeah,
he's crazy. Last year in the playoffs, that was the biggest.
Oh yeah,
that was one of the times I really noticed him. When you watch him take off, and his toughness and his skill and his grit and determination, like it blew my mind how good of a hockey player he was. And I agree with you. Even though he's 24 now, he's got another 10 years ahead of him that are
good
just
10 years. Yeah,
100%. He's an incredible.
So having his rookie jersey signed, it was a real fun story because his daughter died at 28, and he used that money from her thing to buy something really important for her because she loved hockey, and it's an amazing story. I think he should write an article about it. But he used that money and he bought that, and he didn't realize he was going to get it that cheap. It wasn't that cheap. You know, it was like 15,000, but even still, you know, he's and people were contacting him once he found out. You know, people found out that it was him, and he just said, "No, sorry, it's not for sale. It's, you know, it's part of my daughter's thing." And his daughter worked at the hospital, who worked at, it's just an amazing story. And you know, I really appreciate that. And he is such an amazing player. There's some great guys coming up in the NHL, and he's probably one of the top 5, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Did you watch too? I remember we talked about it before with Dave and Adams. They're helping out people in the community.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. Like,
did you watch that one this week? Did you?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
The guy works down at Mike Fruitman's store in Colorado, and yeah, if you watch, I like honestly, I had it on. I was waiting to pick up my daughter from singing, and I had tears in my eyes. And
Tissue, yeah, it's a tissue.
Oh man,
yeah,
this one was.
I love that stuff. That's the best stuff for the hobby.
Yeah,
you know, oh man,
it's pretty amazing. They did something awesome for him, and I think even then, we all. I think most people that watch that will go on and contribute to the GoFundMe. And
well, I was talking to Adam. You know, I've known Adam for what, 20 years, and you know, he was saying, yeah, we got about 150 guys working for us. I went, wow, that many? Wow, I didn't know. I didn't know it was that many. I thought it was, you know, like 30 or 40 guys, but wow, 150. And he says, yeah, I deal with about 6 of them or something like that, the managers or whatever. And then he starts talking about other stuff, and I go, Adam, I never. And then he came on Jeremy's show and he started talking a little bit, and I said, wow, that's great information. You know, I really appreciate you doing that, Adam, because people need to know a little bit more personal about you, opposed to you just being Dave and Adams, you know. And you're not even Dave anymore, he's gone. It's Adam, you know, and it's Adam Martin, and he's such a nice guy. He's always been a nice guy. He's a passionate collector. He loves Buffalo stuff, like, go figure. But you know, he's just such a nice guy for the hobby, you know, and that he's doing that, it makes a lot of sense to me. You know, if I had that kind of money, I would do stuff like that too.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of money from his business, and you know, he's done well.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. And that's the thing that you see, like giving away $1 million. I think his goal is to give away $1 million this year, or whatever it is, to help people out like that are involved in the community. It's not, again, if you give money, whatever charity that you believe in, that's awesome. I give it all the people all the credit in the world for whatever's passionate about, but this is right in the card community to do it, because we are like, it's family. Like I had that conversation with a few people this weekend at the card show in Toronto, I said, guys, like, you guys are all like the best friends in the world that someone can have. I spend the most time with you. I have the most things in common. Sure, I've got my work friends. I've got friends that I went to high school with, but it's like, it's such a tight-knit community. Like you go out to dinners, you talk at the shows, you see people.
Some people show up for dinners, yes.
That old corporate job.
I understand. I understand perfectly. We had a good time. We actually closed the place, and we beat Clouds and Chera for staying, you know, longer than they did. So that was kind of good. Yeah, I like that. But it was fun, you know. That you didn't show up, it didn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. Next time, whatever. Because obviously, someone's getting a steak dinner. I have no idea who, yo.
I think 15,000 people through the door.
No way. That much, eh?
Just
Gallagher's fault.
Oh my God.
Almost 11,450 last time.
Yeah.
And 15,000 this time. Okay.
No, that's just my guess.
You just asked.
That is not confirmed. Yes. We're still...
okay. Well, you've been talking to Steve though.
No,
actually,
I haven't. I haven't heard a thing. I have no numbers. Legit.
I have no numbers either. So
we will.
I actually asked. I asked Steve, and I texted him, and he hasn't got back to me. So he's been busy, and he's just calming down. And like, you got to understand, he did 500 booths times what, $800? That's a $250,000. That's $500,000. It's good money. Well, he's making up for last time. I know. Count. Yeah, it's $20 US. But even still, you know, he needs to make that money back for the last 2 years that he's suffered. I get it, you know, and I don't mind giving to him and whatever. But I look forward to. I don't know where the next show is. Like, we don't know if it's going to be in the Expo or the Hall 5, or it's going to be Hall 2 again. Or I didn't like Hall 2. I don't know. Hall 1 I kind of liked. Hall 2 I didn't. I don't know. Maybe you didn't feel that, Brett, because you didn't get around much. But Hall 2 was impersonal. I found it too disjointed,
Yeah.
and a lot of people were on the too far at the end. Hall 1 was good, but I feel sorry for those guys in that other place. The hangar, Hall 5, everything works.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm pretty sure that
I heard.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be good.
I look forward to
Got
that.
a question for you guys. Is it the International Center really the best venue in Toronto, or is there any other
No place better. No
solution
no
or
place.
other ideas that were ever considered? Or
Never. No.
okay,
It's so big because Hall 1 is 109,000 square feet. Hall 2 is 120,000 square feet. Hall 5 is 100,000 square feet. That's pretty big. 100,000 square feet is a lot.
And I think the other thing too is price of. I remember we talked before when Steve was trying to figure out where he was going to go because he couldn't get the halls, et cetera, during the pandemic. But one of the things that I never even thought about was the price of hotels. So if you wanted to move it to a venue like down at the CN Center, whatever it is downtown,
so
Toronto,
expensive. Yeah,
your hotels go from top to
200. Yeah.
night. So this, I mean, you get. I think our rooms we had 10. 8. Yeah, 10 rooms. 10 rooms at the Sandman. It was $139 a night Canadian
Not
per
bad.
room, which was
Okay.
awesome. So
Yeah.
can't beat that.
yeah.
Brad,
No,
how
and
was
that's
it-
good.
How was it having, like the two businesses going on at the same time at the show? We had PSA Canada one, then you had your private business right across the aisle. I mean,
It's
were you
fucking
running
awesome, man.
like a chicken with your head cut off, or
I just let them do their thing over there. I was completely dedicated to PSA, and thank God I had Sherry was with us. We had Luke Quatch from Alberta, who's going to be like our West Coast guy, who's just an incredible guy, and Kevin Douglas from Ontario helped us out for a couple of days as well. But we had 4 people.
I saw lots of business going down over there at AMG. There, it was amazing.
Yeah. So we
guys
we
were pounding out cash. It was like, wow, what are you guys buying? I didn't even look. I just kind of saw the cash and I went, whoa, something's going on there.
Yeah, it's hard because you want, like Eric. I mean, all joking aside, we want to engage and educate the customer as best we can. Again, I don't know how many cards we turned away. You're going through, like I spent talking to some guys, individuals. Sometimes it was a half hour and I knew it wasn't going to be a sale, but it was like, hey, that's the nature of the business. We're looking for long-term customers. And that's the one thing I always hope that PSA corporate does notice the extra mile that we go. Like, it's rewarding. I mean, you get, sure, one out of 10 people are not going to be happy. They just hate the world. But the other 9 people, like I'm just reading some of the messages that are coming through today. And it's so nice to see that. Like, thanks for understanding. Thanks for taking the time. I didn't submit anything. But it was great to hear. And you try to educate people, because you would be shocked at the amount of people that send in that want to grade cards just because that's what they're told to do. And they don't understand the process.
Exactly.
And at $50 US a card, and even at $30 at anything, unless anything above $10 a card, a lot of people are just going to waste their money, right? Exactly. It's just I have right now, I got probably 500 cards that I'm mailing back to people that they've submitted in, that I just said, hang tight, when grading services come back and it's cheaper, then resubmit them, right? Send them back. So.
No, that's good. I think that's important, that you're there. And, I know KSA is there and Mint was there, hidden behind whatever, grading behind a sheath there. It's good to have KSA there. As you know, Brad, I don't grade, and I talk to that. But that is fine. It is fine with me. It's fine with you. We understand that. We have an understanding that I don't use third parties because I don't really believe in them to my degree. But if I was to get a mantle, I would go through PSA. Yeah. If I was to, I wouldn't go KSA. I wouldn't go Mint. I'm actually surprised how many people at Mint went through Mint. They were pretty girls, though. Oh no, just kidding. No, they were. It's amazing how attractive they were, and they were just very entertaining. They were very nice to people. KSA is KSA. You know, you just want it there. You want it graded. You want it now. And actually, somebody got a Vesna rookie graded, and I think got a 2. Maybe it was a 2, and the guy sold it for $12,000. Now I had a young kid, young Charles. I don't know if you know him. He had his own show and stuff. He was willing to trade $6,000 in trade, and he couldn't do it because some guy offered him $12K right there for a Vesna rookie. And I went, "Wow, I've never seen a 2 go for $12K ever, ever."
Charles,
in a KSA.
Was Charles going to give him $6,000 of Pelly Lindbergh cards?
Well, it wasn't just Pelly Lindbergh. It was he had a few Gretzky's. He had some nice cards, and he was looking forward to doing. I said, "Hey, listen," and I know Nathan from KSA very well, and I said, Nathan, hey, he wants to make an offer to this guy. If the guy wants to sell it, please offer it to him first. If not, no problem. Otherwise, no deal. Just stay away from it. And he did, and the guy took it and sold it for $12K for a 2.5, something like that. And I just went,
wow.
Was it a nice looking 2? Or?
Yeah, it was half decent. Yes. Yeah, it was half decent. Yeah, for sure. It was 2.5 for sure. Was it 3? Yeah, questionable. Was it 2.5? 2? Yeah, for sure. 2.5? Yeah, probably. At that low grade, you're pretty accurate with KSA, PSA. Doesn't matter at that point. You can pretty much call it unless there's paper loss or something like that. But it was a fair grade, and the money was twice as much as what I've seen. I never seen that before.
How much
and
money?
Some guys want it.
How much money do you think Charles would give me for that?
$1 an inch.
He'd give me 12,000 for that, right?
I don't think so. Unless it's time. Unless it's time.
He is right. But he is a huge fan of Pelly.
And he'll get over that one day. He'll get over that one day when he gets a little older. And
he's got Pelly pajamas, I think.
Maybe he does.
Wouldn't surprise me if there's such a thing. He's got a pair.
Yeah.
Or 2.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that kid loves Pelly Lindbergh.
Yeah, but I noticed that Brad was very busy at the show. It was hard to get his attention, but we did a deal. That was nice. And I like to see PSA busy. I like to see the other guys busy. I didn't find the show to be. I found next to nothing, to be honest with you. And I always find something. Usually a half dozen kind of decent things. I think I found one thing. I think all the shows previous kind of hurt it a little bit. 3 in Montreal, the West shows, obviously the Nova Scotia show screwed me. Just kidding. Yeah, he's got but I didn't find anything, which is very surprising for me. I found a lot of new kids there. I found a lot of new dealers there. I didn't feel like it was home, if that means anything. I've been doing this 25 years. I didn't feel I was at home in that space. For some
reason. What, Bobby? I think this is the way. I think we kind of make sure I say this correctly. I think we have to accept that, because I have the same feeling all the time. I think.
Well, last show I did.
It's the new coming with the old.
Last show I did, but this show was new room. Everybody was.
Yeah, you're going to find it more and more. Like I think when you go to the National, if you go to whatever shows you go to, it's a new wave. It's not going to feel the same. It's not going to. You just kind of got to adapt with it and roll with it, because it's not going to be the same going forward.
Oh, I don't expect that. I'm just saying what I did, what I found, I never had shows where I didn't find much either back in 2003.
Yeah.
That's a lie. Sorry. 2009. 10.
You can go up and look at like Larry Kerrigan's booth, for example, prime example, like how much newer
stuff.
But he's adapted. He used to have almost 99% all vintage. Now he's got newer stuff. And, he
has to.
And you see, that's the way people are just kind of adapting a little bit towards that, right?
Well, it is the investment side of it. I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
You usually buy stuff from Larry? I love Larry. I think Larry's when I was I don't want to say when I was a kid, but
You're
I think
a kid.
in 98, 90,
You're a kid.
Yeah, in 1998, I remember I went to, or 99, Cleveland, and I stayed with Larry and Kurt Walsh, another guy. And that's when I started my adventures across the U.S. as being a card dealer full time for 6 or 8 months, whatever it was. It was awesome. That was, we were grading cards for $6 at PSA, and we
Oh,
just
man.
we we went. I think I did 25 shows in 6 months, it was insane, and it was the funnest thing I learned so much. I learned about all the crooked things in the hobby, which I couldn't even dream of. You would
You're there.
actually, you could go to the lobby and you could see guys in the lobby with card trimmers, with the big paper trimmers, just slicing cards, opening up like all the traded sets, right? Like 87 Flair, 90 tops traded, 80. They just be opening them up, throwing the cards away. And I remember going, man, how can I get these cards home? Because all they wanted was the Frank Thomas or the Griffey, and they just throw the rest in a box. And I think in my room, I might have had 500 traded sets all piled up. And I was like, I think I'm just going to have to leave them because I don't have any way to get these home, right? So.
Oh, my God. Wow. Yeah, things have certainly changed, and we're in a different paradigm, I would think.
Yeah.
And I accept that, and that's fine. All the previous shows actually took a lot away from this show. I believe that's the truth. Scott Coates, I always buy something, 1 or 2, 3 things. I didn't buy anything.
Yeah.
And that goes to saying with other guys. Then there was other people there that I hadn't seen before that were set up for the first time, which I did buy some stuff from, which was kind of nice. And but it wasn't. It was very marginal. I had a good time regardless with the friends, but I found that about 20 of the regular vintage guys that I deal with didn't show up at all. So I
should say that
too
about Larry. I just thought about it now. Larry Kerrigan's a guy that influenced me so much in the hobby, and I do the same thing for a lot of the young guys now. But he would let me. He taught me so many things, and he would give me cards, and he'd let me go sell them. So like I'd go up to his table, and I'd be, he'd give me a card and say, yeah, if you can go hustle it for you. And I'd take the card and I'd go try to hustle it, make a few bucks and come back. So now, I don't know if you noticed, but at the show, I think I had 5 or 6 guys doing the exact same thing where we just give them money. They go do their thing. They flip it. They make money. As long as the money comes back, we're all good. But he was, when I look at it, he was one of the most influential guys on me that kind of,
Larry's a good old boy.
Hats off to Larry. Yeah.
And, he appreciates what I do, and he respects that. And he's always given me credit for that.
Do you remember the set that he had that was knit? I still feel like I should have bought that. It was the 1911. It was on a knitted piece of. They were all sewn in, however you want to describe it. That was the coolest.
Like a sewing bee kind of thing. Yeah.
I took a whole set of 1911 vintage cards and they sewed them. Like every card was sewn in on a big sheet, like kind of like that you could hang on the back of a door. It was actually really cool. I should have bought that.
Well, back in those times, they used to actually offer you, when you sent in wrappers or something, they would offer you a knitted or a piece of leather that you could make into a pillow, and you would sew it in, or even a card. They would, put it on a piece of leather, and you would sew it as a pillow or an Afghan or whatever you wanted to do with it. So a lot of that was going on back in the 1910s, and that's really important. And he had that significant piece. Yeah, I actually had pictures of that, and I thought it was a really, really kind of cool. Larry's always been a good guy. He goes, Bobby, just give me that, and he's always been like that. And actually, I gave something to Larry. I gave him a Harley Davidson, one of those Carney, 12 by 12 ponies. He goes, Bobby, no one's ever gave me anything, ever. And I said, well, this is for you, Larry. This is just for me to you. That's it. I know you like the Davidsons and whatever. And he goes, man, thanks. I said, cool. Because we're all giving, and Larry's always been good to me, and whatever. We have a little fun, we have little jokes and what have you, but we're all just in the hobby and we're having fun together. And whether you make money, I make money, we make money, or we don't make money, we're having fun because we're all collectively the same. We're grouped together as a binding. I don't know.
And I know that Bobby's
not you, Eric. I'm just other people.
Well, I know, But I know Bobby isn't just spouting off bullshit. And, you know, that because when I was there in November, I mean, he was absolutely fantastic. He gifted me for some things. He gave me some good deals on some things. Got me an opportunity to get an autograph that I really wanted. Got to meet, Bobby Bond. And, you know, we ran around and to all these tables together. I mean, we were on a hunt. He helped me get some things at some lower prices because of the people that he knew. He didn't have to do any of that. So, I mean, you know, he's not just making this stuff up. I mean, that whole idea of Canadians being like super friendly and nice and helpful, and it truly is a thing, I tell you, because you don't see that down here as much as I saw up there. And Bobby didn't have to do that, and Bobby didn't have to do what he did this past weekend for me, which he found something I've been missing in my collection for years. And, he saw it, remembered that I quote, needed it.
Something your collection has been missing for years? A good card that wasn't a Boston Bruin?
It was a lesser evil of sitting and lying.
I was about to say, like, my apologies for the extended absence. But I was like, that meeting took longer than I expected. But anyway, so you guys were able to get through that section. It looked like, for the most part, you guys were making good progress. So that's fair enough.
What do you guys think of Wayne Gretzky's shirt that got over $1 million?
Yeah, well, I hate it because
is 88 basically his last Edmonton Oiler jersey ever being worn.
What was that game in, Yannick?
It was the last game in 88, last cup. I'm not sure exactly, but got like I know. Say that again. It's the best game ever.
And where was that jersey worn?
Probably somewhere down wherever the hell you live.
Yeah, the Boston Garden.
Yeah. So there you go. So you bought it, Eric, right? Where is it?
Yes, I can burn it. No, I'm just kidding. I love Gretzky.
I'd love to see that, actually.
Oh, yeah. I spent $1.4 million on it or whatever it was, so I could set it on fire. But no, I love Gretzky. But yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, no, not that jersey.
That jersey.
Of all the damn jerseys, I hate that jersey.
It's actually in pretty rough condition, as in, like, like when you see it all laid out, it's stained, man. It's torn. There's all kinds of like, wow.
Listen, they beat us fair and square, but we made them earn it. We beat the hell out of them. So
there you go.
We had some bruises on that 88 team that Gretzky wasn't getting a free pass. He had to earn it. And
that was their fourth. Right?
Yeah, because they beat the Bruins again in 91 without him. But I mean, you still had Messier and Curry and Lowe and Anderson and Fuhr and Ranford, and you still had 20 Hall of Famers. It was
the power went out.
That was in 88. The power didn't go out in 91.
No,
it went out in 88.
I don't remember. It's I was there, but it's a long time ago, man. I was 11 years old then.
Oh, Paul, that's not nice.
That's it.
That's not nice, Paul.
Exactly it.
Yeah. I'm a little distracted, so I'm trying to keep an eye on two screens at the same time, but I got to get in Paul's comment where I can.
Yeah, Paul, that's not nice. You're going to get a hashtag real quick.
Paul, I was talking to Paul earlier. He had the chance to take a 2-day trip to an old part of where I lived for 4 years, Saskatchewan. So he delivered a crane all the way to Regina from Grand Prairie or whatever up north there in Alberta. Long trip.
Isn't there anything up there is oil fields and trees?
That's about it. Rocks and moose and other stuff. Bears. And Paul. Paul was there too.
And Paul. Yeah.
Paul was there.
Paul.
So, Yannick, I'm going to send you up. I got a little stack too of the 71s. So I'm just going to, what I'll probably do is I'll mail them up to you. You can take a look, see what you need, and ship back or give me back in November when we see you at the show, whatever you didn't want. So
That sounds great, buddy.
perfect.
Sounds awesome. Whatever you want, you got.
Sweet. Yeah, I haven't picked up. I'm trying to think what else. What are you guys after? Eric, what piece are you looking for now for your collection? Is there anything
Well,
specific?
Well, I tell you again, Bobby just. I can't wait to get it in the mail. It's in the mail now. I've been collecting Eddie Sargent 1970 pieces for years, and it started with my dad picking some up at a flea market that he found, and the cellophane was still on the stamps, and they were in mint condition. And so I started trying to find more of those, and I have like 4 of the sticker albums with ore on the cover. It thing's gorgeous, and a lot of loose stickers, stamps, whatever you want to call those. And I have every single sheet intact in cellophane except the ore. And Bobby found it for me in Toronto.
Awesome.
So it's a special. I talked a little bit about it last show, that it's kind of a special thing. You know, my dad passed, a couple of years ago, and today's actually my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. And it's nice that something that my dad gifted me and started me on, I am finally finishing. So
Nice.
it's really awesome.
Yeah.
So that's my big thing. I'm like, I can't wait for it to show up in the mail. I'm just so excited. And then I'll post it all over Instagram, and I'll show you guys and on the show if Carlos gives me a couple of minutes. But yeah, I'm really excited about it.
That's awesome.
Here's
I think it's
one
fair.
of my.
I think that's fair.
Oh, what's that, Yannick?
So it's a 71 Thurman Munson. I assume the Opeachy? I assume the
Thurman
Opeachy?
Munson,
Yeah, that's the
Floating
Opeachy.
head.
Yep.
So here's one of my pride and joy there.
Mm-hmm.
Not graded. Won't be graded either.
Oh, something else, if we have a second, I wanted to show, because I showed this last week, and I don't think I followed it up. So let me show this off. Last week, I showed you guys the Derek Sanderson either game issued or game used. I can't really prove, that it's game used, but definitely game issued. Got his name, it's got his serial number on it. I matched it. Shut up, Bobby. I matched it up to a lot of pictures that this is the type he used, and I was able to get him to sign it. So it says Stanley Cups 1970-72 Derek Sanderson 16.
Nice. That's awesome.
So as soon as the
Game ready
wall
stick,
hangers come in,
right?
it's going up on the wall.
A game ready stick, right?
Yeah, I can't say for sure. It's definitely team issued.
Game
You
ready
know,
then. Yeah.
But I can't say for sure it's game used, but it definitely has some wear on it, and it hasn't been out on the street. The bottom is in good condition. This is some kids weren't playing street hockey with this thing. This has been ice only, but it has some use in it. So I honestly, I know I'm prejudiced right now, but I honestly think that it's game used. But I can't prove it. So I'll say game used / game issued, whatever, but it's the real deal. We know that. And Derek said so. Yep, that's mine.
That's perfect.
Hey, what more in the world do you need then if Derek Sanderson said so?
Nothing, exactly.
That's
Well,
mine.
Derek-
Okay.
If it was 1970, I'd question Derek Sanderson, but now,
Yeah, right. he's in much better shape now. I'll tell you that. He's a pleasure to talk to, has all his wits about him. You know, he is getting a little older. He moving a little slower, has a cane. He had a lot of knee and hip problems after he retired. He's had multiple surgeries.
You'll probably still kick your ass, Eric.
Probably, yeah.
He probably's got one good fight left in him. That guy could handle his own. We all know that. So
He reminds me of Joe Namath, really, for the Canadian or for the hockey side. Yeah.
Well, they were very. I don't know if they're still friends. They were very good friends and business partners.
Oh, really? I didn't
That's
know that.
they own the bars together.
Oh, yeah. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just want to see here if I missed any other kind of fun comments during my extended absence. So my apologies, but hopefully I think you guys managed the conversation. I know some of the comments are pretty good. But I just started Grading Tips YouTube channel. No, it's not a bad idea.
Only if you can lead the way, Carlos.
There you go. So why is it you like Bobby more than Brad? I like that question. Yep, there you go. Okay, cool. Got caught up. Okay, so now I'm semi-focused now. I'm able to at least concentrate a little bit. I'm finally able to turn off the other screen. Now I'm back to regular 2 screens. That's good. I think all the Expo, I think based on that, was there anything Expo-wise that wasn't covered? I think we've covered all that. Can we do the Beckett thing? Because I really want to do the Beckett thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
can we? Can we? Are we good? Can I do
I'm
it?
good.
Good.
Okay,
Go
cool.
ahead.
I'm
So
well versed on it too.
So I did the video, and part of my fun was I got to go in and dig in a little bit, and some of the comments on it have been good. Some folks that weren't aware because they knew that Beckett had been sold. Like Dr. Beckett had, he hasn't owned the company in years. He sold it initially to a media company, who then sold it to another company, and I decided just for the fun of it to go and take a look. I went to their website and everything, and what I found is they owned 100 other companies, internationally and all that. So it's a conglomerate. It's kind of a large thing. They're a small piece of an overall bigger pie. And then on top of that, which is kind of fun, the founder is serving a 7-year prison sentence for wire fraud.
It's funny. They have, if you click the link, it goes to a dead site where he's trying to appeal it.
Which one?
The Beckett guy, or the guy who owns the company there, and you click on where he's appealing his.
Okay, yeah. Now I
and
got
then
you.
it goes.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, because the site itself exists. The site itself exists. I went and checked.
It
He's
does,
even
yeah.
got a book. He's got a book on overcoming adversity. Come on.
What can be more adverse than federal prison?
Well, the best part is that the federal prison has nothing to do with anything card related. It was political contributions where he basically, and he was found guilty of a bribery. Yeah. Related to his insurance side of the business. So it really nothing card related. That's why I said I included it as a fun little trivia note, but it's not directly pertaining to Beckett. And to be blunt, the company is running without him. Like he had structured it as these little what's it called? Silos. So each one of the companies operates independently, but they do have a budget. So it's one of those things where my question was, because it is a conglomerate, because Beckett is not a company per se, it's a division inside of a larger company. So my question is, okay, you got a new CEO. Cool. Then my next piece, you've got a CEO, and then my next piece is, can you actually do the thing you want to do? Can you? Because it's like, you might have these wonderful, grandiose plans, but you don't have like carte blanche to proceed. You've got a budget and certain limitations you got to operate under. If you can sell your vision, maybe you can get the budget to try. But that's why I say, like, because the guy they've got as a CEO is not a card guy. He's the technology guy. Web3, blockchain.
Chopra, right?
Yeah, so a lot of this is going to be him trying to modernize, which, by the way, Beckett needs to be modernized. I agree with that. And technology can help with elements of that. So, because they're behind. So that from that perspective, it's good. But the question is, can you use the right technology to modernize the part that is going to help that piece? Because the media, consider it dead. The media is basically all but dead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have one important question.
One important question.
What happens to that face that we all love with the smile in the picture?
Gone.
Well, here's the thing. Jeremy is the president of BGS. He's not. That's why I say I got to give these lines of separation. Jeremy is the president of BGS, which is a division of Beckett.
Of Beckett.
The CEO is the CEO of Beckett Media, which is. So if you guys remember, I did that analogy with the collectors, and I did the analogy with fanatics, where I said, okay, you guys are all looking at Josh Luber, but look at Raleigh Fingers guy. Raleigh Fingers guy is the day-to-day operations guy. So like understand that in a corporate structure, you've got these different tiers and different levels, right? So you can't look, Jeremy's fun to tease for the picture and all the nonsense, but he's still there. He's doing his thing. But the question is, what is he actually allowed to do?
Smile.
It could be a situation where like he has to go out in public and try to say everything's cool, but at the same time, it's like, I can't do anything about this. I can ask for, can we do this? I can ask for, can we fix this? I know there's a problem. Maybe I even have an idea on how to fix it. Will I be allowed to? Can I actually execute on what I know I can fix, but you won't let me?
I don't think so. I think Beckett is kind of finished at this point. You know, they gave an elaborate of what they're going to do going forward, but it was all talk. It wasn't really, they didn't show anything. You know, they were just saying, this is what we're doing. We have this guy. We're going forward this way. And that was it. It was sort of like, okay, what are you doing? Nothing. Technology, we're going in this way. Nothing. So Beckett hasn't fixed anything. I think they're, if anything, they're feigning themselves in a way that they think that they're going to move anywhere, but they're not. They're not going anywhere. I think SGC is going to surpass them. I think CGS is going to surpass them. And I think Beckett will be left behind. And that's my prediction.
I think they're going straight to number one.
Number one at the bottom of, yes, 10.
Yeah, well, number one at the bottom.
Just above 10, maybe below.
Yeah, mate. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't see anything coming with Beckett. They said a lot of they say a lot of words, but they're not doing any actions, and I think that's hurting them, and it's hurt them for the last year and a half, 2 years now. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So,
I mean, I
not that Brad was worried or anything, but even still, right?
I honestly don't know. I honestly, like off the top of my head, I can't think of one positive thing about the company.
No, at this point, even after that, Carlos said, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. What they said. Yeah, we're going this way. We got this new guy. We got this, and okay.
Oh, the thing is that there's no harm in them making a move at this stage. Like, what difference does it make? They may as well.
What are they gonna do, right?
Yeah, like I just don't think. That's why I say, when I did that segment of the video is me having some fun. The whole thing with the guy in jail, like, look, it's not going to, him being in jail doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter. The company can run. Well, he's literally running. He's got 100 companies in that conglomerate, and they're all running without the founder. He's off doing his thing, dealing with his own situation. In the meantime, they're doing that. They're good. But the rest of it was okay. So you're playing a new CEO. He's got a technology focus. He's not a card guy by his own admission. So now what's he going to do? Because again, he's a division. He's a segment.
That's all.
Yeah.
Well, I would just like to say this, that, the Eric who, is in real life fully understands the whole thing about the conglomerate and the umbrella
party
and yeah, I understand all of it. Okay. I understand absolutely 100% all of it. Eric on the show. I am going to continue to say that the owner of Beckett is in federal prison for corruption.
And the Eric not on the show?
No, I fully understand he really has nothing to do with anything, and it was all political, and he has nothing to do with the company really at all. But that's not any fun.
No.
So the owner of Beckett, the is in prison for corruption. It's just one more reason I hate that company.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. That's it.
I don't see Beckett going anywhere. I see them going down. I don't see them going up. I see SGC coming up. I see CGS coming up. I see Tag, whatever. I see PSA flopping to the greatest high they've ever had.
I just want to see Tag do well and just totally destroy PSA so Brad loses everything and has to live in a tent out in the woods.
Brad will never live in a tent. He'll be a nice tent, though. But just saying.
PSA
No,
will never not be the first. It'll always be the
I
top.
want him in
and
like
we
one of them
understand that.
1950s style Boy Scout tents that like floods when it
Literally
rains.
1950s style. Like this is that specific is what we're
I
talking about.
think it
Yeah,
that'll
like
be
just-
an aluminum Airstream or something. You know, he'll be.
No, I don't want him in that.
I was gonna say, like, what the heck? Okay, let me read a couple of these comments here. Bear with me a second here. Would you rather an autograph features the player's name, or would you rather have it personalized? So, do you want personalization, or just the autograph? Any preferences on autographs?
Yeah, I guess we're all the same. If you want to sell it, it's non-personalized, but I think personalized is the thing you really want for yourself.
I
And
want
it
it
wouldn't
if the
matter.
personalization is interesting, because that's always kind of the thing. Because a lot of personalization, okay, 1,000 points, 500 goals,
It
whatever.
takes money off it if you want to sell it. That's
Yeah. But even for
it
stuff I
depends.
want,
If you
In
got Tim
person, I
Hortons-
want it personalized. If I'm not there, I don't really. I'll just buy the without my name.
Well, how many people have Yannick? You can't match it up,
Nobody.
right? Yeah,
So-
exactly. Yeah.
If
Well,
you
this
see
one
one
guy.
anywhere, just buy it. It's mine.
It
Okay.
depends on who it is and what the item is. If this large picture behind me is personalized to me. The one center of the room, that one's personalized, and I absolutely love it.
So is it signed to my special friend Eric? Special with a
It says-
capital S.
it says
Reggie
two-
Lemonin.
It says to Eric, my number one fan, Reggie Lemler, and then it's also signed by Ray Bork
Why did Ray Bork sign it?
because he's in the picture. There's
Oh.
both of them. So, but I have other pictures where too much writing takes away from it all. So just a nice clean signature really makes the piece look nice. So
It's interesting.
It really
go ahead.
depends on what the piece is and what your emotional attachment is
What-
to it.
Kind of signature the athlete has.
Yes.
That,
yes.
That's true too.
I mostly from a personal preference standpoint, I'm more of a just straight autograph guy. I just want the autograph. If it's a personalization like to Carlos, then I have to charge them. Like,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, my intellectual
Ooh.
property name and likeness. I'm sorry, that's the. How much was your autograph again? It was $50.
true.
It's 150 to write Carlos. So I'm gonna
Mr.
need 100
Howe,
back
you
for
owe me
that.
money.
I'm gonna need 100 back for that.
Your show's not that good yet.
I don't care. That's not the point, Bobby.
Understand.
Like your autograph is not worth that much. So it's like, no, you will pay me back if you're gonna put my name on it. I'm not paying you extra for that.
I
No.
don't know. I think my autographs were worth a little bit more.
I have Bobby's autograph.
I have Bobby's autograph.
Oh,
Did you pay for
crap.
it? Did you pay for it?
You paid less for
I
it.
paid something.
It doesn't count if you bought the book. I'm asking if you paid in addition to the price of the book.
You got a reduction.
Yeah, I think I had to pay less actually because he wrote it.
So it kind of goes back to my
It's
point a second
damaged.
ago.
yeah, it's damaged.
So the price is negative. It's
Yeah.
like that.
Damaged goods now.
That dropped it down in the tag grade on the 1,000 scale.
Bobby sent me
Yeah.
the book and a check of $20.
There you go. Nice.
And it bounced though.
Did you deduct extra for the autograph on the check?
Oh,
Yeah.
the autograph.
That's a second autograph. It's like, I don't know about that.
$20.
Well, that's under Robinson. The other one's on Burrell. So hey.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Ooh.
So hold
Who
on
knew
here.
that,
Let's
right?
just see here. Beckett is number 1 on Eric's 1,000-point scale. That's fair. Your thoughts on how much the eBay Vault will impact PWCC and Alt? Initially, not too much, but because it's also different cards. Like the PWCC Vault. That's why I'm curious what it's
but
going to look like.
eBay's a sustained industry. It's kind of like I think the shift over would be kind of easy, right?
Yeah, but I think what's going to be interesting. So this was kind of my tack towards the tail end of that piece in the video. By the way, the eBay social media team put a comment in there. They appreciated that
way.
they talked about them all. Oh yeah, it's on there. So anyway, what I was going to say was the funny part for me was that I don't have any issue with the idea. Of the vaults are going to become the thing du jour. If you're a reseller, it does make a lot of sense because if you stay inside the platform, it's like a ComC situation. You might buy a card that's already in the vault. It transfers over to your account. You pay the fee for the one time, and then maybe you go to resell it. And then the buyer, from then on in, it's no longer your problem. The buyer can then get charged the fee. So eBay makes these transaction fees. Great. If they down the road decide they actually want to ship it, well, great. That's a charge and a fee. Look, eBay has plenty of fees. Don't worry about it. The fees will happen. But if you stay inside the platform, though, if you stay inside the platform and you're flipping, well, then as soon as you transfer it over to their account, you're not having to ship it. And it's already done. You don't even need tracking because it's done. So the transaction's over and it's already been authenticated in order to get into the vault in the first place. So it does reduce some of that friction because it's already been taken care of on the front end. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
So from the seller's perspective, it's not terrible because then, okay, so I've made my sale. Cool, we're good. So so that means that deal should be done already because it's like, oh, the guarantee is like, look, you already authenticated it and you transferred it directly into their account. It's all eBay's problem. You got a problem with it, take it up with eBay.
Yep.
Because it's not my issue. Like I had it already in the vault. I already took care of my end of it. Got transferred over to you. You're good, man.
Well, competition helps.
Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
I think people would find easier eBay to fall into that thing because they're already using eBay, where a lot of people aren't into PWCC. So I think going forward, I think eBay will be successful. Now I understand that eBay, when they do a $750 card or above, it still has to go there for authentication, whether it's graded or not, and then you can add it to the vault. Only until you sell it will they add you. Will the tax be added? Right. So it's not a bad deal.
Yeah. What's funny though is that I had a comment that was basically in that vein where they go, "Oh, this could be great for Canadian and international." It's like, well,
Canadians
eBay's-
can't use it though.
They can't, but even when they can, here's the thing. eBay, I replied back to them, and my statement was, even in eBay's literature in their initial thing, they already said flat out, if you ever remove it from the vault, you are liable for whatever taxes and duties and whatever you get pinged
Exactly.
on.
Yeah.
And if they ship it by one of the couriers, which is the standard with a lot of these vaults, if you do it, so PWCC is an example. If I buy some stuff on PWCC, I let it stack up. I have it done as one shipment. I get one shipping charge. Great. But they're going to send it by courier and they're going to put the full insured amount on the
You got
package.
it. Yeah.
So I am going to pay the full customs of it to the penny plus FedEx's charge.
It's not Sip My Cards. I know.
Yeah, you're not. Even with Ship My Cards, you can control it. So
I know.
the advantage is you can control it. They're going to put the full dollar amount to the penny.
Oh yeah.
You're not missing a beat. Don't even worry about it. You're going to get hit with the full thing.
You'll get that tax form, don't you?
Correct. So it's like you haven't avoided a damn thing. All you did was delay the inevitable.
Delay the inevitable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, if you decide to sell it from that platform and you never take custody of it, different story. Then you've done it, you flipped it. But if you ever want to
you
claim
never
the
did.
item to yourself and your person, you will get that hit. All you did was delay. Okay, now you get the customs charge.
So it's in Delaware, right? So that's 10 hours from here. So you can drive down.
Yeah,
Brad,
exactly.
drive it down.
Drive it down, exactly.
Drones,
So good
guys,
evening.
drones.
Good evening, Victor. Yep. So Beckett with Dr. Beckett is like my Chicago Bulls after Jordan left. What do you think about Beckett launching a card store in 5 major cities and having grading authentication on site? I don't know why he would even want to touch that. He does very well on consulting in his own businesses. Like at this point, I think he enjoys being a statesman, walking around, occasionally doing some consulting work. Like he's not a spring chicken. His favorite set is 1956 tops. Like he's not a young guy. Why would he start playing it now?
And his name's Jim. Just call him Jim. What's
There you go.
Come
There
on.
you go.
Well, can I ask a question about that?
Should I be Dr. Bobby?
2
I
seconds.
don't
Let me
know.
read a couple. Let me read a couple of these, and then absolutely. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1
Okay.
sec. I like a Cosby Gold and Gold frame worth auto. Fair enough. What do you guys think about eBay taxing Canadians? It was inevitable.
Take a number.
all
yeah,
for it.
Tax.
Yeah, eBay Vault is great for international buyers. It's also great for young guys that travel for business and soldiers deployed. Like I said, it delays it. It's not. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'll have to see what the application looks like and what it feels like. And I'm also interested in if they take high res scans. One of the things with PWCC is you get nice high res scans. That's nice. It's a nice feature. I don't know what eBay is going to offer us. We'll have to see. I reserve judgment until I see what the platform looks like. That's what I'm curious about.
They'll probably take scans from the auction, right?
That you would think,
I'm
but
assuming, right?
But here's the thing. If the auction is after they submitted it to the vault, they had to put it through the authentication program. They could run it through the scanner and give you a better scan potentially. I'm not saying they will, but they could, and that could be part of the service.
True.
Like I said, that's what PWCC does. When you send it in, they do the scan as part of it before you even agreed to sell it. So you could literally send something to vault and house it, and they do the high-res scans. And then if you do decide to sell it, high-res scans are already in the system, right?
Yep. True.
You'll have to see. So Victor, but Big 3 Series 2 SSPs, perfect. And Victor says yes. Scheduled to drop tomorrow morning. Excellent, Victor. Thank you. Don't think it affects PWCC as they have their own ecosystem. Alt, I have no idea. Yeah, Alt I'm less familiar with. I know they have their own vault as well, but I don't have the familiarity with them as well. Okay, now I've caught up. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I wanted to ask when he said, when DR said, what do you think about Beckett launching a card store in 5 major cities and having grading and authentication on site? He's not talking about Jim. He's asking about the company, right?
I don't know. Card stores.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Has Beckett the company said that they're going to open stores in 5 major cities and have grading and
No, there's no way.
well, that's why I'm asking the question. So if
Then
DR
Brad will
wants to
be out of
clarify,
business. Like what?
so if DR could clarify exactly what he means is if Jim Beckett is trying to do that or if Beckett the company is trying to do that. I think he's talking about Beckett the company. How could Jim Beckett open
What the hell? What?
how could Jim open up 5?
He can. He's in a like he's.
Yeah, so they're talking about the company. And where did that information come from? I never heard that rumor drop.
I don't know. That's hearsay. Whatever.
I don't know. If people know more about this, please educate me on it.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know where that even came. Where'd you read that?
I just read it off his comment.
You take
I
everything
wants to
for
clarify.
what? Come on. Let me see that. I don't know about that. So why would Beckett even do that? That would be a lost leader. That would not be a brick and mortar that you would ever want to even approach at that point. Like what? And Beckett is so low on the like. Honestly, you put PSA, you put all the other companies there, and Beckett is like on the lower level. They haven't done anything. They're talking big stuff, but they're not doing anything, and they haven't shown us anything. So,
Yeah.
going forward, I think Beckett is as a lost leader at this point.
Well, obviously I agree. I'm not a fan at all, but
What? What?
What?
You?
I know.
No.
He said it. He said
Breaking
it.
news. Breaking news, y'all. Brad, protect your ears. It's too late.
We have Boston Beckett there. Watch out.
I know, right? Yeah.
Well, I'm not doing business with them anymore, so the company's probably going to fold.
Right.
Any more or
Right.
any
Right.
less. What is it?
Yep. Perfect here. So let me just look here. Brad, is your San Francisco football signed by Montana, Rice, or Young?
Oh, that's right. When we're talking about getting things personalized, this one is signed by Montana.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
And it's a little faded, but it's to Brad. Great catch.
Nice. Okay.
So
Nice.
we were at a charity fundraiser, and
Stop touching it.
And he threw you the football?
you know what? This is just it's never going anywhere. It's come with me. Yeah. So I was there was 2,000 people at the event, and we bid on at our table. We bid on the chance to meet with Montana, and this is where he must have been without exaggerating.
Won, right?
It was probably 100. Yeah, it was 100 feet away. Montana stands up at the head table, and he's like, "All right, who won?" And I was like, they pointed to me, so I stood up, and I'm like, suit on, everything, like fine dining event at the Progress Club, and he drilled this ball, he rifled at me, and it hit me square in my belly, and it just stuck there. It was like
that count. That's a catch. That counts. That counts.
I couldn't drop it. That's how much he rifled it. It came downward, It was. I wish it was on video somewhere. I asked after if anyone got it. Anyway, so that's great catch from Joe Montana, which is back to that. It wouldn't be the same. It was just signed.
That
Joe
would be
Montana.
awesome to have on video. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, no, that's fair. I like that. That's a good story. That's a good story to go along with the ball. So that's solid. That's strong.
Yeah.
Nice.
How much
So
for
perfect.
the ball?
Sorry, what was that?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. But I like personalized. Back to that. For me personally, I want everything personalized.
It's a time and a place, and it's you, right?
Yeah. So like a personalization like that, I think makes more sense. I think because that's associated to a specific memory. It's associated to a specific, situation and interaction. That's more than best wishes, Eric, Marcel
exactly.
Dion, please stay away from me, Eric. Marcel Dion.
That's personalized.
Yeah, like that's you know that's sort of, but then you have to be there. You kind of have to know what the
The
situation was.
restraining order is very personalized. It's
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
very, very specific.
it's like please respect the restraining order, Marcel. You know, to Brad, never speak of it again, Josie. Just nope, don't even mention it. Nope. That's personalized. That's different. That's a different conversation. Yep. It's like from Bubbles to Brad. Also, don't speak of it per Josie.
Not bubbles.
Per Josie.
Jeez. Okay.
Okay, so is Trout hurt, Carlos? He's always hurt.
I would assume
His feelings are hurt. His hair is hurt. You know, he's. I hurt his feelings. Right now he's on the injured reserve with hurt feelings. He heard some of my criticisms.
When are we having Bubbles on?
That would be amazing
When
and
are we
also
having
bizarre.
Ken on? Like, come on.
Yeah.
We need
Both
some
of them.
guys, like your guys. Now.
Well, Ken Reed, I think would be easier. So, Brad, let's talk offline. I think the Ken Reed one would be interesting. I think we could have some fun with that. I think we'd have some fun with that. And here's the thing: what I'll pitch is this, and we'll talk about it more offline. I'm open to also doing something where we can just record it and have a conversation and just focus on the conversation and just chat, because I think that'd be fun. Because that'd be good, and then we can always do that. Because I did that with Jay, and it was a lot of fun. He and I were just talking straight up, and it's like it could be you, me, and Ken, and we could talk. You guys give some stories, and like we have some fun with that. And we could always have Eric there and just mute him the whole time. That'd be great. Yeah,
I
you
have
couldn't say
both of
anything.
his books. I
Yeah.
think Ken's great. I subscribe to his IG channel. I think he's great.
Yeah,
Really?
I think that could be fun. I think that's a fair way to go about it. So we'll see from that.
I only have 2 of Ken's books. I got 3 of Bobby's.
Oh,
I got one of Ken's book. Yeah, I got signed too.
there you go. Okay,
I like
so-
signed books. I have signed everything from everybody. So, actually, you know who I met at the show, which was very interesting. He wrote the what was it called? The trading card index. He wrote it in 1988, I think. He's a long bearded guy in the last row, and he knows more about non-sports and he had more non-sports than anybody at that show. It was like, it was refreshing for me.
Yeah.
So I went over and I talked to him, and he goes, yeah, this guy did this book, and then I started telling him, yeah, I got the ad, that's 1924, and he started going, shit, why weren't you included in the book? And I said, because no one asked. Because everyone thinks I'm hockey, and I'm pretty big non-sports, like pre-war and just after pre-war. So
Yeah, you know what that reminds me, Bobby? Thank you for reminding me. I still want to do that video where I'm gonna go into that box of like random pre-war.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
I
great.
still have it. Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the stuff out of like they're an old dusty penny sleeves. I'm gonna put them. I'm gonna put them in a fresh set. But I can do a video now. I have an arm on my desk here where I can actually put a camera overhead. I use it for the box.
Oh,
break.
perfect.
I
yeah.
can do an overhead, so it's easier for me to be able to quickly
Do
go
I need
shuffle
to
through.
come in with a crop top or no? No, we're good.
I think I would prefer if you wore a full shirt. I think that's better for
All
everyone.
right.
That's better for all situations.
You don't
involved.
want no.
We don't want to break. We don't want to break the
All
internet,
right.
Bobby. We don't want to steal all the backyard breaks guy's thunder. Like,
There
we,
was.
we gotta leave them. We gotta leave them one thing. That's their gimmick. That's the one thing they got.
I know.
Please, everybody, keep your shirt on.
If we steal that from them, everybody, just in general, just to be safe, we don't want to discriminate. Everyone, keep your shirt on. But it's like, look, if we steal that and we know more about cards than they do, we've wrecked their whole model. That's it. Like they don't even have the
Basically,
crop
yeah.
tops anymore. Like then they're ruined.
Yeah.
That's not right. Can't
So
do
are we
that.
doing a raffle on how much the logo is
Raffle?
gonna go for?
Wow. Who cares?
Look, here's what I'm going to tell you. Actually, it's a good question. I like it as a question.
friendly wager.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in 2 seconds. But
more wagers. Okay.
look, I'll tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now. We'll find out the result of that wager down the road here. But I will tell you something right now. I will do, once I get in my next mail day, I will actually do a giveaway. I will come up with criteria and things, and I will do a giveaway. And you'll all will understand once I show you what it is. It's really stupid, by the way. It's really stupid and cheap. Just to be clear.
Really?
Absolutely, 100%. But it's very funny. It's on brand. And by the way, it'll make sense if you've been watching the channel. It's not out of left field. It will make sense if you've been watching the channel.
So please subscribe and hit the.
I know. Subscribe, hit the like button, and observe these things.
Yes.
It will make sense. And it would be from not long ago, there was a reference made that resulted in a purchase that will become a part of this thing. That is all I will say for now. That is all I will say.
I think I know.
Just saying. Just saying.
Just saying. Okay.
It will all become clear in time. It will all become clear in time.
Okay.
All right. And he thought, hey, look, we may as well have a little fun and have a tease, right? Like, why not? Let's have a little fun. Let's have a tease. And he thought that Girardi and Madden getting fired. Personally, no. A lot of these teams need to shuffle around the manager. It's just trying to figure it out. It's just trying to go with it. I don't have any concern or worried about it. Right now, I'm kind of like, yeah, shuffle the decks. Give it a try. See if it goes.
Somebody had to pay the price. So
Josh,
Yep.
good one. I like that.
Yeah. Nicely done. I hope it's a Ziggy Paul for PSA 10. That'd be good. That'd be an old school reference, though. We'd have to go way back. I'm saying the last couple of weeks. I'm talking more recent. More recent.
That
Maybe
and a
we could
chicken
get a
sandwich.
one of one.
Yeah. You have to think more recent, Josh. More recent. And it was in a conversation I was having on the channel. It's there, but more recent. Think more recent. V friends? Nope. Although that'd be funny. Not what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about.
How
Gary
much
V.
is a box of V friends now? What's
I don't
the
know.
latest?
It's
I
too
don't know.
much. Whatever it is, it's too much.
Yeah, probably. Let's see if I can look into it. I'll
Waste
try
of
to take a
money.
look.
A waste of money and a waste of whatever. It's an investment thing. It's
How about remember when I picked that up, Bobby? You were there, I think. The old guy came over with the Tom and Jerry pack,
Oh yeah.
PSA 9. Like
That's
it's a
really
tattoo
cool.
pack. I thought it was so cool. And then he
I'm
came back.
surprised they graded that.
Can
Yeah.
you show it closer,
Like it
Brad?
didn't go through PwC.
Yeah, give me
or
one second,
anything.
give me one second.
That
I'll
went
I'll
through
zoom in on
PSA
it.
itself, right?
There you go. Nice.
No way.
So I can't
No,
read the label.
that's that
Brad.
old
Read
guy.
it to
I
us.
forget what his name is. He's so funny.
Tom and Jerry?
Yeah.
No, the guy who sold it to him.
Oh, gotcha.
He comes around. He's got millions of dollars and nobody knows it. He dresses like a slob. He comes around.
Right.
Hey, yeah, you got this. Yeah, I'm looking to sell this. I got this, and you never probably seen it before. And he's one of those guys, and you just kind of go, whatever. And meanwhile, he owns like 3 buildings, and it's amazing. Like
He's
when
a
I found out
unique,
about
yeah,
Huh?
very, very unique guy. So like Eric, you will like this. He 100% kind of punked me in a way. I was so excited. I said, that's so cool. I said, how much? He goes, $100. I said, sold. I
Right.
just want this for my wall. I love it. This is awesome. He goes,
Well,
yeah, that's probably, he goes, and PSA 9 min, when are you ever going to see a 9? And he came back the next day and he walked over. I think he might have graded something with this, but he sets down on the table a card and I look over at it. He doesn't say a word to me. And I'm looking and I'm like, oh, he's got another pack there. And I look down, it's a PSA 10. And
the tiger.
he kind of looks at me and he puts it, he's like, what? As soon as he's seen that I noticed it, he puts it in his pocket and he walks away. And I was like,
That's how you twist the knife. You got to twist the knife. That's the best part.
This guy has been doing that for 15, 20 years at the show. He
yeah.
does that all the time. He comes by with weird, unusual stuff, and you kind of go, wow, that's kind of neat. And you don't know enough about it, but you think, hey, but
Yeah.
he's got the 10, the bastard. Eh?
Oh, yeah. So he held it back.
Son of a bitch.
This
Okay,
was
hold
a
on, hold on.
Hey,
here.
Machete.
collection.
Oh, nice. Danny Trejo.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
I picked that up from
That's solid. I like that. I
Amit.
like that.
Yeah, I did a deal with Amit on that one.
Oh, did you?
Meat?
Didn't tell you.
Ooh, a meat. Yeah.
I went buying.
Okay, wait, hold on here. What do we got here?
Vanilla.
Is that vanilla ice?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I got
Rob
you.
himself.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
Look at you going with the non-sport. Okay, I've got the answer to the V Friends thing. I've got the last sale. So let's do this. Well, let's have a little fun. I've got the answer in front of me. So last sale, it was an auction, and it was June the 5th. So that is the most recent one, June the 5th, 39 bids, and I'm looking at it right now. I'm going to do a verification on the spot. Hang on. I'm doing a check right now. I'm going to call that one no good. You can pull up the number, but I call it no good.
what do you mean?
The high bidder is a 0 feedback, and several of the high bidders are 0 feedback. I call it no good.
Are you thinking
Shenanigans.
I
think
call it
that-
no good.
That's Eric.
That was obviously Eric. No doubt.
Who
It
would
is.
be? Right?
The one previous.
Some people
Now,
only
here's
go
the
one.
irony. With all that shilling, the one previous to that, the winning bidder was 151 feedback, and the other ones actually had feedback. But it was higher than the one that was shilled. So it's like, let me see if I can find one with a couple more bids that's a little bit better. Best offer, I don't know about that one. I'm not touching that. Let's see if I can get an auction one. This one maybe. Let's take a look. Okay, this one's probably better. Yeah, this one's fine. So I'll do this one. May 22nd. So I'm going to ignore the last 3 or 4 because I consider them no good. Let's do May
3 weeks
22nd.
ago.
May 22nd, what is the final total on an auction for a VFriends box? What say you? US dollars. You can even use your fake inflationary dollars, Eric.
3,900.
Live the dream. All right. Brad says 3,900.
3,900 US.
You're saying too flat? Too
Yeah.
flat is what you're thinking? Yannick, what do you think?
45.
2880. 2880, which is still higher than the original strike price on that one. Because I think the original was what, 2,100?
I think, yeah, it was a 50. It was 2150 or 2250.
Something like that. Yeah. So a little bit higher, but not like crazy higher. Just right around a little bit higher. So Paul had it at 3901. It's good. That's a good Price is Right guess. I like the 01. Well played, sir. Well played. So yeah, it's still holding. The last couple, if I take them again at face value, I'm discounting them because I've looked into the auction history on these. By the way, I did a video where I talked about that. Go into the auction history, look at the bids, check the feedback ratings. If you're seeing a bunch of zeros and super low feedback, I mean single digits. If you're seeing a bunch of folks single digits and zeros bidding thousands of dollars, question it. Be like, nah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I did a video where I specifically did that on the video. And I'm like, no, I'm going to show you guys. This is what I'm looking for. Does that guarantee that you're going to catch all shill bidding? No, it does not guarantee it.
So
does it help? Sure. Does it help?
What are
Sure.
the amounts that you're leaving out, Carlos?
So I left 4550 was June the 5th, 5600 in May the 28th, a couple of best offer ones, 5500, and then the 2880. The 2880 I consider probably closer to legit. The other ones I question. So I threw them out. I just said flat out I'm not taking them for the sake of this conversation. But again, you can make that assessment if you understand what you're trying to look for. If it's an auction, go look at it. Go look at the bid history. And it'll tell you a lot. Again, does it guarantee 100%? No. But does it give you a lot more confidence to understand what it is you're looking for? Yes. It'll give you a lot more confidence.
I think Dave summed it up pretty well.
Yep. What a waste. I agree. But that's
Collect what you like if it really makes you happy, but I don't have to support you.
well, the best part about this, Eric, and this is the unfortunate thing of this entire thing. For the sheer trolling glory, I want Gratitude Gorilla. I want Positive Porcupine. Yes, I do. I want it.
Oh
But
my
not at the price they're asking for it.
Oh,
I
okay.
want it for the novelty price. I want it for the, okay, this will be kind of funny. And then I will show it to Eric when he's being a jerk.
It's gonna all be in the dollar box in 2 years. You're gonna go into your hobby shop, and it's gonna be in the freaking dollar box.
And when and if that happens, I will be there to offer $2 to reset the market.
Oh.
I will be there.
And then you'll pump and dump and get 3.
You're damn right. As God intended, Eric.
That's right.
As God intended. But yes, so that is the answer to the VFriends question. Okay, so we talked about the Beckett thing. Like I said, right now I think their hands are tied. I'll reserve judgment. We'll see. Talked about the tag thing. We talked about that. Got the Expo thing. I think we're solid. I agree. I'll try to see if I can get Steve Menzie to come in because I'd like to have that conversation with him. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be cool. I will say, I know you guys had a chance to chat about it without me. Unfortunately, I was distracted for quite a while, so my apologies. But I will say, I enjoyed the show, but also I had a very specific plan going into it. I understood what I was trying to do. For the most part, the enjoyment was chatting with some certain folks and hanging out and just sitting there chilling. I go by Brad's booth. I give him a little bit of a breather, break. We go and chat for a minute. That was fun. They were super busy. Next show, we're going to figure it out. Like, if I have to, throw him into an unmarked van and we drag him to dinner, we're going to have to make it happen. We'll figure it out. Because next time, Brad, you're not being excluded from dinner next time. You're coming. We're going to figure it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Why are you so goddamn unfriendly?
Work called that night. I just couldn't make it in time.
Yeah, they were buried in it. It was a lot.
You're just ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
We were
You have,
processing.
you have people in the hobby that, for some stupid reason, want to hang out with you when you're available, and you blow them off. I mean,
We
it's a
love Brad.
trend.
This being said,
We
this
love
being said
Brad.
from a man who's being allowed by the good graces of us all to be on here, to have this platform, to extol his vile statements.
Brad is the beloved person of the hobby.
I know. Like, look, and not only that, Brad, as a man of peace, as a man who's trying to help people, I let this poor boy hang out right here on this side, right here in the middle of the screen. I don't have to have him there.
No,
I can shut. Hold on.
Don't do it.
Shunt him down.
Oh.
Shunt him down to the sub basement with you. To the sub basement.
Why
Stay
am I
there
the
until you
sub-
become a better person.
Why am I the sub?
I'll be here a long time.
Bobby, there are a multitude of reasons. you need to keep Eric in line, if nothing else. If nothing else, you need to keep him in line.
Bobby, you're babysitting.
Yeah, like at the least you can do. Least you can do. Slap him with one of your books. Pick your favorite and slap him with it.
The Burrell?
Anyone you like. Whatever you feel is appropriate. I leave complete summary judgment to you, sir. I can leave complete summary judgment to you.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I allowed this poor boy to be there in that spot. Did he appreciate it, Brad? Did he appreciate it? He did not. Yannick is infinitely more deserving. Yannick,
Oh, yeah.
good evening. How are
Good
you?
evening.
How are
Thank
things?
you very much for having me tonight.
Bonjour.
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 Bonjour, mon ami. Bonjour, mon ami. That is the extent of my French. That's all I got.
That's it.
That is the extent of my French. That's all I got. I even took remedial French, and that's really all I got. Like, that's really sincerely. By the way, I work for a bank that may have implications to French in it, and really, that's all the French I got. That is really all the French I
En
got.
français, press le one.
Indeed. My favorite was when I used to work at the call center, because occasionally you would get a French caller, and I'd say, "Parlez-vous anglais?" And if they say no, I go, "Un moment." Click. Transfer.
Next.
You're gone.
Speaking the ding dong? No.
That's all you got. That's all you get. That's all you get. Okay, so here. Okay, so real quick. I have been paying super close attention. I know that the Avalanche did advance over Edmonton, so that happened. All right. Mr. Eric, I'll allow this. This is your moment. All right.
Okay.
Based on what's going on right now, how you feeling? Who's taking the cup? What do you got?
I think the Avs. I think the Avs have it in 5, and I am rooting for Tampa. They're my second favorite team. I've enjoyed them winning the cup the last 2 years. I would love them to become a true dynasty and win it 3 straight. But I think the Avs are going to start their own dynasty on and win it in 5.
Nice. All right, fair enough. Brad, I assume you're watching more closely than I am. I try to watch a game here or there. Like I catch a little bit here and there. Have you been watching any of the games? How you feeling? You get agreement? A little disagreement? What are you feeling?
I still think if Vasilevsky can win the cup for Tampa Bay, they're not there yet. Obviously, they still got to get through the Rangers. But I would definitely say if Vasilevsky stands on his head, I don't see anyone beating Tampa Bay. But we'll see how that goes. I don't have the confidence in Colorado's goalies. Needless to say, they have been playing well, but that's what I think.
Yeah. Question, kind of a side question to that. Still in the sports card realm, but specifically. One of the things I was trying to keep an eye on for at the Expo, it didn't materialize because I don't think he's been going too crazy as far as being on the score sheet. One of the things I was looking at, and one comment that was made, it was a good one, talking about Stamkos. And he is still the captain of the Lightning. If they win again, that's a 3rd straight cup. But he's not exactly the guy leading them to victory. Now, if he has a better final, of course, that'll certainly help things. Do you see anything there that Stamkos could do that could make things interesting for his market? So this is in the card realm here. We're talking about, of course, we're at the finals now. But could he still have a great finals and maybe kind of put an exclamation point on something? And again, 3rd
Does he
straight
have
cup,
the
that's pretty
Conn
good. And he's the captain, so he gets to hold up that cup.
I don't
that-
follow hockey anymore, but does he have a Conn smite and all the
I don't believe so.
medal
Because when they
collection
won the one
he
in
has? That would
Dallas,
seal the deal.
when I won the one in Dallas, he literally played 1 shift and scored a goal.
Right.
Which is when I knew Dallas was screwed. I was like, you let this bastard play 1 shift and he scored a goal in the 1 shift? He's injured? Oh, this is brutal. This sucks. But not great. You could have a strong final, I suppose. I don't think the Conn Smythe though is in the cards. I don't think at this stage.
But that would seal the deal.
It would help. Yeah, it would be huge. I would think. Yeah,
It would be.
But he had an incredible season. Stamkos,
agreed.
like,
He does.
this year, he bounced back after all those injuries. I didn't think he was going to. I thought he was kind of, near the end of the career, ready to fold it in, and then he just went on a tear. I mean, but yeah, he's been dominating. So
Now maybe the angle, Brad, is this: while it won't fix it short term, another cup, 3 straight as captain, 3 straight, and a rebound season, and another good season next year as he starts accumulating the compilation statistics, and he's got 3 cups. The whole pieces start to fall together for him really well.
I don't see Stamkos being that kind of guy. He's just not the leader that you really want him to be. I think he's there in the points and what he's doing, but
well, I always thought there's 2 players that are very similar. Look at Stamkos and look at Tavares. I mean,
very similar. Yes.
Same type of thing, and look what Tavares has done now.
But the difference is Stamkos has two rings.
Yeah.
He's got 2 cups with a possibility of a third, which, regardless, as long as he's a contributor, a solid contributor on that team, and he is the captain and does what he needs to do, 3 Stanley Cups in a row. We talked about this. The last time it has occurred was the Islanders dynasty back in the late 70s, early 80s. We don't get 3 in a row very often, no matter what the circumstances are.
Well, I think Tampa Bay is good enough to do it.
Absolutely. So that's what I mean. Like, it's in play. The point
They're
is,
good-
it will
good
be an
team.
exclamation point. It'll be another piece to add to other pieces. And it's a good combination of things for him.
Yeah.
So I think it'll help him long term. Let's put it that way, long term.
Yeah. But prior to the 2 cups that Tampa Bay won, those 2 guys were back. And now you can see Tavares is kind of going on the wayside, and Stamkos decided, hey, I'm going to pump my game up. Like, you didn't even see Tavares in the playoffs.
Yeah.
No.
Like, he's just not that elite
You did.
player anymore,
You actually
right?
see more than Matthews, really.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so let me read a couple of these here.
I
I
thought
wonder.
Stamkos actually being better than Tavares in the playoffs, but Tavares actually showed pretty good. So I don't know who. I say they're even. Like, those guys are like right on the same tier level. They're-
So you don't give any extra to actually having 2 cups?
Oh yeah, I do.
Like
100%.
Stamkos literally has 2.
Yeah, but I don't think it's taken in the same sense as Tavares was had so much more potential. But
I understand. No, I understand, but I'm saying you do get some credit for actually having the rings. The rings are there. And again, they're in play for a third. Like, they've got a chance. They've at least got a shot. They're right there.
They got a great chance. I think.
Yeah.
I think they're going to win the Stanley Cup. To be honest with you,
Which would be
think
huge.
they were-
Which would be
I
really
think
good.
they're a great team. They played so well as a team, and I like seeing team play. I don't like seeing individual play. I don't. Matthews 60 goals. Who cares? Like, whatever. Where did the Leafs go after that? Nowhere. So I just like to see a good team play.
I think so.
Detroit did that in the 2000s. They were nobody was super special, and they played like a team, and they won. And I like that. I like
That's
that.
fair.
Good
Half the
play.
team was Hall of Famous. What are you talking about?
They were a stacked team.
Not top tier. No.
Yeah. But if they get their guys back, this will be one of the best. If it is Tampa Bay and Colorado, will be one of the best
It will be.
hockey series we could ever watch, regardless if you like the teams or don't. But from an entertainment value, to watch the skill level of these guys,
You
it will
could
go
find
to
them.
it, especially if Braden Point comes back. It will go to a whole other level. Like, McKinnon still hasn't even stepped it up. I mean, Makar is flying out there, but it's
I
going
like
to
to
be
see
awesome.
7 games. 7 games would be awesome.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, let me read a couple of these here. I wonder if SCI is still selling his Market Movers app. Yes. Good evening, John. Carlos Giona, 92, Bowman Marionette Rivera. He's a traitorous dog. Traitorous dog! He is verboten. Moving on. Kathy says, "Don't make me come up there. You can come up here. I will tell you that your son has committed a number of sins, and trust me, you'll agree by the time we're done."
You're in trouble.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Eric, I have a Colombian
Very
Latin
close.
American mother.
Okay.
No, I'm not even
you win.
remotely concerned.
You
Not even a little bit. I've been disowned more times than I can count. Moving on. Yeah, trust me. Listen, I get the turkey leg and I throw it at her. I provoke her. It used to be sport to see how many times I could get disowned. I incur that wrath.
No, you have to understand. Well, she's like second generation or Portuguese, and she is like a ninja with a wooden spoon. So she'll beat you to death.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, you know those Portuguese. My grandmother and my mother used to chase me around the house with each of them with a wooden spoon in their hand and just beat me senseless.
In your 40s, yes, I
explains
agree.
a
In
In
lot.
your 40s, I
oh,
agree.
yeah,
Yes.
if my grandmother was still alive, yes, they would both be beating me senseless in my 40s. But yeah,
Corporal punishment was still allowed in my house, Eric.
yeah,
I
you don't
know.
mess, you don't mess
It's,
around.
what,
with it.
and yet I've still turned out like this.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? I
But they
don't care.
broke you. They broke
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Bring it. More. All right. Sorry here. I saw Jake Sanford Gold listed for $700 on eBay. They must not read the news. Yeah, that's fair. Look, you can list whatever you want for whatever you want, but it happens. What happened to Penguins? No clue. Can't help you there. Now his ship is sailed as pertains to Stamkos. Fair enough. Stammer's underappreciated in cardboard. Like I said, I think the totality of it, if they can add another cup to it, it's a feather in his cap. It'll be appreciated down the road because he is accumulating stats. His last season was really good. Like this past regular season actually was quite nice for him. And if he starts accumulating the good stats, like if you go look at his stats, impressive, not bad at all. If he can keep going, goal scoring and points, and then 3 Stanley Cups, it's like you're gonna have a hard time being like, oh yeah, it's like, well, he's got everything you're asking for. Like he's doing all the things.
That's Hall of Fame stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll get you in the hall. You'll be good. So Josh, you're almost 3 hours in. If you haven't, let's thumbs it up. Appreciate that, Josh. Thank you. Yep, he was on Cup teams. Look, you got to be there and you got to participate in some capacity. Like I said, the 1 Stanley Cup, he literally participated in 1 shift and scored a goal in 1 shift. It's just like, and it was enough. Like for him to, it was annoying to me. I was like, you couldn't have body checked him or something? Like, just stop him. It was 1 shift. That's all he was going to be able to do. Never mind. I did enjoy Lafreniere and Stamkos dropping the mittens. There you go. Love it.
Yeah, that was great.
How many first overalls fought each other? That's fair. Stamkos has 30% more goals than Tavares and less games played. Yeah. Like I said, he was a 60 goal scorer prior to Matthews. He was the last one before him. So like it's impressive. Tampa Bay would crush Colorado. That's what hockey has. Fair enough. I think Bobby meant the 2008 Wings. The 2002 teams was stacked. The early 2000s teams were stacked. They were really good.
2008. Yes.
Really
yes,
good.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Let me read this. Oh, here we got it. What's your read on MJ? I assume MJF and Sasha Banks' market after what went on with them recently. So I can speak to part of that. Yeah. So okay. So it was MJF. Perfect. I read it correctly. MJF short term is fine because I am noticing that people are still interested in buying stuff from them. Sasha Banks is super popular. I think Big Scott talked about pulling a Sasha Banks autograph. Those sell well. She is a star because in addition to wrestling, she's been on The Mandalorian. She's been on like a Kevin Hart thing that they did, like a web show. She's also Snoop Dogg's cousin. So like she's got friends. Yeah, like she's related to a lot. Like she doesn't need the WWE technically. She happens to be an exceptionally good wrestler who actually enjoys being a really good professional wrestler. In addition to, it's like WWE is like, I don't think WWE understands. She A, doesn't need you, and B, she is an asset that you happen to have with the rest of it coming along with it. It's like, that's Snoop Dogg's cousin. How else do you think you can get Snoop Dogg on your damn show? Because that's an angle you can play. You've had that opportunity, and they've taken advantage of it in the past. It's like, WWE sometimes gets really high on itself. It thinks like, oh, we're bigger than everybody. It's like, well, you haven't really built a big star in a long time. Roman Reigns is probably your best current star. He's your biggest name. But your big money match you're hoping for is you're hoping you can bring back The Rock. Why? Because they are cousins. And The Rock is a star. And you understand The Rock is a star because you're begging him to have this match so that they can do this big WrestleMania gate that you're hoping for down the road here. Not long from now because The Rock isn't a spring chicken. I think The Rock is 50 at this point. So if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it in the next year or two. And I think the next WrestleMania is Los Angeles. So I think that's your best shot at maybe getting a Rock Roman Reigns main event. That's your best shot. Because after that, the movie studios are going to be like, you're not doing that again. The last time you did this, you got hurt. And then we had to move movie schedules. So it's like, there's a lot more incentive for you to do fake fighting, even more fake fighting. Scripted fake fighting where we can get CGI and we can get a stunt double. Even more fake fighting. So MJF is fine for the moment because right now he's still got up some buzz. Sasha Banks is good only because she's still a star. If she randomly decided to do some acting right now, she'd be fine. Yeah. Because outside, she could do stuff outside of WWE. I'd be curious to see what they're going to do with her. It's like, Well, she certainly can command things from you. Like WWE needs to tread carefully on that because look, people like your women's division, even though it's like you've got talent, but you haven't done anything good with it. By the way, AEW hasn't done a lot of good with their women's division either. But those women are marketable. Like they sell when it comes to cards, Bobby. The women will outsell the men most of the time because a lot of people like following it and they'll buy the stuff and they'll go and they'll buy it. But they'll actually get the girls to actually buy their cards. That's where they differ because a lot of the guys have only started to catch up. It's The Rock and Roman Reigns, a handful of guys who are getting there. But Sasha Banks was already up there in terms of selling comparatively to some of the other guys.
This is why I like vintage. Everybody's done what they've done.
Fabulous Moolah?
Yeah.
And Fabulous Moolah would not work. No, Bobby, Fabulous Moolah would not work. No. Trust me. No.
Everything that has survived the test of time, I think, is a little bit more in the sense of rarity, opposed to rarity the issue.
Yeah.
I guess, one of
Luna Vachon.
Yes, thank you.
They actually did. I don't know if you ever saw The Dark Side of the Ring with Luna Vachon. It was fascinating.
Yeah.
It was really good. It was really well done. It was really
Is
good.
that Pink Floyd? What?
Almost. Not quite. Hey, look, don't let us get Mad Dog Vachon. He's still alive. I think he's still alive. He'll take care of you. Don't worry about it.
So you think.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. Stamkos had a very good career, great stats despite many injuries. That's true. That is true. Do you guys think 23 will be retired in the NBA? Isn't it? Well, it's not retired, but at the same time,
Like 42 or like 99 or
it's hard because obviously Jordan, right? But at the same time, like LeBron uses 23 right now. Mind you, most guys won't do it just because like it's very difficult. You have to have a certain amount of confidence to be willing to go 23 with Jordan. LeBron at least is willing to do it, and obviously he has at least built his own resume, whether you like him or not. He has had a Hall of Fame worthy career already. You really have to be careful and you really have to be good to be comfortable going 23 in the NBA.
If I know I'm prejudiced. Okay, if there was to be only one number retired throughout the league, it should be Bill Russell.
Bill Russell, come on, he's amazing.
I think it makes sense, but like, what number is he?
6.
Okay, so he's 6.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I don't think too many people would fight you on that. I think it'd be fine.
There's Jordan. No. But
Whoa! That's a controversial take. Hold on, that's a bit of a spicy take. You don't gloss over that take. Hold on.
Why?
Explain yourself.
Why is
Explain yourself.
You can't explain yourself.
Retired. Not only is Jackie Robinson was an elite player for his time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He also was an icon and extremely important in sports history, American history, North American history, maybe world history.
Eric, my question is not on the Bill Russell. I'm not saying no to Russell.
Yeah.
My question was you dismissing Jordan.
Right. And
They can both be retired. You can retire 2 numbers. It's fine.
No. Again, I know I'm prejudiced, but listen. That's why Jackie Robinson's number is retired throughout the league. Mm-hmm. It was more than just being a player. Bill Russell can check off a lot of the same boxes as Jackie Robinson. Jordan cannot. Jordan was standing on Bill Russell's shoulders. Bill Russell fought in the 60s for all the equal rights and everything in this country, and were in marches and had, riot police and all that crap to deal with, and black hotel rooms while the white players went to a different hotel. So Bill Russell did a lot more than Jordan did to deserve his number retired throughout the league. He was the first black superstar. He was the first black coach.
First black coach is true. That is true.
So if the NBA was going to say we're going to pick one number, it has to be Bill Russell. Jordan was just a basketball player. He always kept his mouth shut. He never made political statements because Republicans and Democrats both buy sneakers, I think was his comment.
Yes.
So you're saying
So
that
there's one
Jordan
pushback.
is like Babe Ruth, but Bill Russell is like Jackie Robinson.
Yeah.
Well, no, Babe Ruth was more iconic than Babe Ruth was a
I'm
ridiculous
just
icon. in
saying,
his
you
time.
know, like
Right.
Babe Ruth
Okay.
doesn't have his number retired, but
Yeah,
yeah. Robinson does.
You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, that part of it is fair. But
Yeah.
okay, so there's two things that I'm thinking about. I like the take because it's spicy and it makes things interesting. It makes things fun. I like that aspect. I like that you went there. Okay. So there's a couple of problems that I see potentially. And again, I'll preface this by saying if you want to say retire Bill Russell's number, I'm good with it. Like based on the points that you made, I'm more than good with it. The point was your dismissal of the Jordan piece.
Jordan.
Yeah, the first part, you can do the first part and then do the second part. But that's why I say the second part is the part I'm interested in. Here's the thing. Bill Russell, for all he did, the NBA was on tape delay in the 1980s. The NBA was on the path to irrelevancy, despite everything you just said.
This is true.
What brought the NBA back initially
Dr.
was
Buss.
Bird and Magic Johnson in the early 1980s, and then Jordan took it to the stratosphere and made it international.
Yes.
So like you can argue that Bill Russell, yes, for the reasons outlined. Bird and Magic Johnson, yes, because they brought the NBA into relevancy. They literally together came in and brought it into relevancy with their rivalry in the 80s. Huge. Made it a big deal.
Yes.
And then Jordan became, yes, but he also became a brand.
Yep.
There's a generation that doesn't know that Michael Jordan played basketball. They think Michael Jordan is the shoe. Michael Jordan has transcended the game of basketball.
Yes.
Michael Jordan, if I say Jordans, am I talking about the guy or am I talking about the shoe brand or the clothing brand? He's a mogul. Now, he could have done more for the actual advancement of players in the game and all that. He chose not to do that.
Right.
Completely fair. But Michael Jordan was a global superstar.
Yep.
Global superstar. Bill Russell was an NBA superstar. He's
Right.
not a global superstar.
That's true.
There's two different things. But
we're
again,
retiring-
I'm not dismissing Bill Russell.
Okay, no,
In my
no.
point, I'm saying retire Bill Russell's number for the reasons you outlined. Completely fair. But I'm saying you can't dismiss Jordan because Jordan was a global star.
That's all. Again, but he was standing on the shoulders of Bill Russell.
I understood, but the shoulders were about to collapse and crumble before Bird and Magic Johnson
Well, I mean-
because they were willing to throw the league out. Yep,
Ken-
appreciate you, Bill Russell. This league doesn't matter. Who cares?
Ken Griffey was the best player in the 90s. He was standing on the shoulders of Jackie Robinson. I'm not retiring Ken Griffey's number because he was the best player in the 90s.
I understand. But my point is that Ken Griffey wasn't as transcendent beyond the game of baseball as Michael Jordan was. Michael Jordan literally is a brand now beyond his game.
Well, I think it comes down to you can't compare eras again.
No, and the thing is, I'm not trying to
Bill
compare eras,
Russell
and I'm
was
also
such an amazing player.
yes.
And you have to give him his due for his time period. If
Yes.
you talk about Jordan, you give him his due for his time period. And I don't think you can really compare the two because Bill Russell's such an amazing player, like in his day. But Jordan, phenomenal. But didn't carry the same weight, but carried more weight in a different way.
That's my underlying point is this. For all of Bill Russell did, I didn't discredit Bill Russell. In my entire point, I'm
Well, I
not
know,
discrediting
I
Bill
didn't
Russell.
say you did.
Right.
Yeah,
We all
and my
agree.
entire point on this is with Bill
Eric
Russell's
discredited
accomplishment.
Jordan.
Yeah, that's the
the
spicy
point,
part I'm
Charles.
having fun with. I'm not talking about Bill Russell. I'm saying yes to Bill Russell. Yes, fine,
Okay.
no problem. My point is, with all Bill Russell did, that league was about on its way out. Literally it's about to head into irrelevancy. It's going to the island of irrelevancy right now. It's headed there. And then it was Bird and Magic Johnson that brought it back in, so they
And
stopped
he
the tape
was
delay.
on
You mean
Bird
Dr.
and
Buss.
Magic shoulders.
Correct.
So-
But
so
then
you-
Jordan then took it to the next level beyond that because these two guys made it into a thing. Okay, now we're actually playing the NBA games live. We're seeing the finals live. Good.
Yeah,
That's a
but
step in
now
the right direction.
We're actually watching Tops come back into the hemisphere of
Yeah.
hockey. I mean basketball. Sorry.
Yeah.
And where they missed 10 years prior, so all those guys are forgotten in between, and nobody remembers Bill Russell. Nobody remembers.
Yeah, the thing is, Bill Russell gets more appreciation now, correctly so, because we've got the playoff MVP is the Bill Russell Award winner.
Yeah.
Deservedly so. Makes complete sense, obviously.
True.
So, like, deserve it. That's why I say, like, in this situation, I'm not discrediting the first part. I'm agreeing with the first part entirely. I'm saying, like, I agree. Like, great. Cosign. No problem. You got my name on the petition. But I'm talking about the second part. We cannot discount the Bird and Magic Johnson
If we're only
as a bridge
going retire
to Jordan.
one number,
Bird is the yeah.
But the thing is, I think the NBA could legitimately retire 4 numbers. I think they could legitimately retire Bill Russell based on the premise we just talked about, Bird and Magic Johnson based on literally what they did, because they literally saved that league. They saved it. Because if it had died, you could wax poetic about Bill Russell as much as you want about a defunct league that no longer exists. It would be a very different conversation. All the things he did would still be true, and yet the league still folded. That's the problem. So, like right here, NBA was solely invested for Bird and Magic. Without them, the league would have been in dire straits. So many Hall of Famers before them, but people don't seem to care all about marketing. Completely fair, John. So that's what I'm saying. I think we give Bill Russell his due. He deserves it. I think we give Magic Johnson his due. He deserves it. I think we give Larry Bird. I don't think you're going to fight me on this one. We give him his due because he's part of that too. He was part of getting that league into relevancy and making them so that people were willing to watch it in real time, not on tape delay. Very important. Hugely important. But then Michael Jordan brought in the global game. The NBA is not global without Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan took it to that level. He went and said, like, we're going to take this and it's going to be big in France and it's going to be big in Germany. It's going to be big in this, that, and that's Jordan.
Accurate. So the question was, do you think Jordan should get his number retired throughout the league? Such as Jackie Robinson and
Yes, that was the original question. The question wasn't about Bill Russell. The question was, should Jordan be
my
retired?
answer is no, I do not. And on a side note, if the NBA were to retire one number league wide, I would recommend it be 6 because Russell did more for the game and humanity than Jordan did, which he only did for the game.
Brad, next Fall Expo, we're fighting this man. We're dropping the gloves. We're starting with the drop gloves. We're going straight forward.
I mean, what did Jordan
Yannick,
do?
bring gloves. We're dropping him. Bring gloves. We're dropping him.
You have a bunch of Chinese children making $1 a week, making his shoes in a sweatshop. What has he done for humanity? He's the greatest basketball player ever.
They wouldn't even make him be kicking the $1 for the shoes.
No, he charges you like $5,000 for them. Because it's some special release at midnight. A bunch of shoe guys crash a store, trample each other and shoot each other to get a pair of his sneakers that were made by a child in China in a sweatshop.
Now my thought process is I'm wondering if I can get Thunderdome brought over to the Expo by fall. I think we can get a new one constructed. Brad, bring gloves. We're dropping them. Yannick, bring gloves. We're dropping them. We're taking care. We're taking care of the English muffin. The English muffin's getting his at the Fall Expo.
The English muffin's gonna get it.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. This is for Jordan. Jordan, Eric. Yeah. Jordan.
Greatest player ever. Michael Jordan, greatest player ever.
But don't you think? What's the criteria for?
That's it.
It depends on the criteria for retiring a number.
The thing is though. To be fair though, Eric's only question was if 23 should be retired. That's not to the exclusion of other people. He didn't say no one else is allowed to have a retired number. You can have multiple players with significance.
So I said no, and I said on a side note, if I were to pick someone, it would be Russell because he did more for the game and humanity.
Because the universal number, as an example with Jackie Robinson, it's mostly on the activism side of using his sports, right? Stature to change things, like you said, Eric, for humanity and stuff.
Well, I think it's interesting.
I guess what I'm just saying is this the level? Is that the standard line to say like, okay, this is how we retire a number for entire league?
No,
because
I was about to say Gretzky, to my recollection, did not change a lot of players. He was a great player. He was an all-time great player.
Like by standard, I know Eric Eric or a great friend that we all love. Like I know
Until
he is, and
Thunderdome.
he's
Until
like,
Thunderdome in the
man,
fall.
if someone's gonna get his number retired, it has to be like God, and just maybe like one notch under. So
Interesting. Okay.
Gretzky had this exact same mentality as Jordan. Keep your mouth shut, play the game, be the best.
be the
Because
poster
Republicans
guy, right?
and Democrats both.
Eric, please tell me that Gretzky's number should not be retired. I would love that for the hockey guys. Please, they will knuckle up and they'll fight you. I don't care about the Gretzky one. I really don't care. But for that one, it'd be entertaining if they fight you because of it. Please.
No, I think Gretzky's number. I think it's great that they retired his number immediately after. I was still in support of it. That's great. But I'm not going to sit here and say that he did something for humanity. He was an ambassador to hockey. He's an all-around good guy. He's never been involved in any controversies. I mean,
Except his kids. Yeah.
Do you think there's some is there controversy right now with Gretzky?
What's that?
Are we talking about Dustin Johnson here?
Absolutely.
Okay, Brad, I actually want to talk about this. Actually, since you are a Tiger Woods guy and you have at least a foot into golf, let's talk about this. Let me read a couple of these comments.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm going to have a moment. Go ahead, Brad.
This is one of my. We had a chance. Me and my daughter were at a basketball game. We met Magic Johnson, and he signed to the Heartlands. The nicest, just a genuine, nicest guy that you could ever.
The smile.
It would have been so funny if this would have been the one time you go, he's a bastard. They're like one time. It would have been very funny. Just one time.
Let's do that.
I know, but it would have been funny. Just the one time. It would have been great.
You know, there's certain people.
I know.
Bird is a bastard.
I know.
Bird is not a nice guy.
Okay.
Magic is.
Hold on.
Bird's an asshole.
Yeah, so Kareem obviously was huge, but like I said, we're talking few echelon. But obviously Kareem, all-time points guy, all-time points leader. You know, he was a bit of an activist as well. Like he certainly had a part of that too. Yeah,
more
for sure.
Malcolm X than Martin Luther King,
the power.
but he absolutely put himself out there, and he should be acknowledged for that also.
Sure. The reason I asked because I'm watching the finals and I see Drew my agreement to 23. No, fair, I get it. I want my picture back, Eric. Nice. Gloves, yep. Gloves, you want Thunderdome, go bare knuckles. Listen, we might have to at this point at the rate Eric's going.
You know, I'm trying to find that movie and I can't find it anywhere. Man.
Thunderdome? Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know why.
I wasn't really going to say this because it's not 100%.
Here we go.
It's like
okay, hold on. This is important right here. This is from Paul. Gonna book my flight for Fall Expo. Not for the cards, but Thunderdome. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, thank you.
It will be held in the food court.
It will be. Like, look, we're gonna need the space.
Beer garden.
We're gonna need the space. And y'all can come by after we're done and put the boots to Eric a couple of times, you know. Just make sure to give his hip a little extra. Take that, Mr. Don't Like Jordan.
So I wanted to just say something to Albert. There is a very strong chance that next week I will be spending some time with Normand Levaye.
Wow.
So I'm looking forward to that opportunity. And that is what he sent the picture of some months ago. And then I had Ray sign it this week when I was with Ray for a little bit earlier this week. So, you know, I got Normand. I got Ray here.
Change his word to sign his signature for you.
Say what?
You had to change his word to sign his name for you. Bork?
Oh yeah, no, that is. I would love to tell that story. For those who don't follow me on Instagram, which is fine. So I had an opportunity to spend some time with Ray Bork this week, and I have his very first official publication as a Bruin. It came out in a French publication in 1979, and it's a picture of Ray Bork at training camp. Okay, and when he went to training camp, he was handed the jersey number 29. And when the season started, they put the number 7 jersey in his locker, which of course was Phil Esposito's old number. And then years later, he went to 77 and retired Phil's and, you know, all that. So I bring this picture to Ray and I ask him, to sign it, and he's okay. And I said, before you start though, because I know how Ray does the signatures. I've been around him enough and seen him do it. I said, will you sign this but write number 29 in it? And he's like, well, I've never done that before. I go, you've never seen this picture and signed it 29? He goes, no, this would be the first one. So he goes, I have to think about it for a second, because he's on autopilot. Think of how many times these famous people and athletes have signed their names. He actually had to kind of do it slower and not put the 77 in it. And he actually lifted the pen up and added something at the end because he wasn't quite sure how to do it this way. And then he put number 29, and I have the one and only Ray Bourque autograph in the world, signed Ray Bourque, number 29.
Now, what he's not doing is he's not showing you the back where it says, you stupid English muffin, you bastard. Son of a... He doesn't want to include all that. That's a bit much.
In French.
That's another tabernacle.
I also had him sign this.
I also know that one yet. Like, tabernacle I also got.
Yeah.
I also had him sign this picture with 77. Well, it might just be 7. But this is Normand Lavalier next to him. And I do believe I will be getting to spend some time with Normand this week, and I will have Normand sign right there, and I will have my second dual auto of Ray and Normand.
You should get that frame after.
There
Yeah.
you go. There you go.
Well, so it's going to be pretty cool.
All right, so here I'll just read quickly. Baz says that NFL's never retired a number league-wide. That is true. LIV Golf is the future. PGA is in trouble. We're going to talk about that in 2 seconds. I'm going to have a little fun with that. And Paul says, not as a spectator for the Gretzky blasphemy. So Paul will be putting the boots to you a little bit as well. Deservedly so.
I
Deservedly
love Gretzky.
Yep.
Love
Albert
him.
Jones, nice. Yep. Tom, good evening. Absolutely. Perfect. All right, we're caught up. All right, let's talk about it. All right, Brad, Dustin Johnson. I'm amused. Your thoughts?
I would love to be a fly on the wall in the Johnson Gretzky household when that decision was made, because I would like to know what Wayne's input is, if any. I assume there would be input before he made that decision.
I think the conversation went something like, well, Dustin, are you sure about $125 million? Say no more. Say no more. So, vacation at your house? Yep, sounds good. Bring cocktails. Like, it's a lot of money. To be fair, it's good old fashioned Saudi blood money. Now, listen, I've tried. I'd like to proclaim to you like some level of morality on this. Look, if there's enough Saudi blood money, look, I was willing to take Fanatics money, but if we're talking the Saudi money is like mega yacht money, bros, bros.
Noble man money.
Like, look at that point. It's like, so Eric, how do you feel about this? It's like, it's not even Doge, it's Bitcoin, bro. Look at it.
No,
look at it.
If it's Saudi money, it's like gold bricks.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need an address where you can accept this much weight. Why? Yeah. No reason.
Yeah, exactly.
No questions. It's look, I can't blame him for it. Now here's an interesting thing. Like, let me just pose the question. I understand kind of where the controversy comes as a result of it. Look, the Saudis are willing to throw a lot of money at sporting things to try to promote themselves. At the end of the day, like, that's their version of an infomercial, okay? They're willing to pay a hell of a lot more for an info. Like, imagine if the Saudis had Tag. Jeremy would be all blinged out from head to toe. Like, it'd be like, yep, I think Tag's the best. The best, y'all. Why are you blinged out like Mr. T? The best. The best. Why are you in 12K video? The best. But it's like a different level. It's like a completely different element of it. And like, look, that regime is some real crap. But at the same time, if you're a golfer and it's just strictly a money thing for you. Now, what's going to be interesting, I think the key piece is, can the PGA, because here's the thing, the PGA is one element of it. The Masters kind of operates its own thing. The Royal and Ancient is its own thing. Like these major, think of the major championships. Specifically, I'm focusing in on the major championships. They're kind of their own beast. If the PGA says, hey, don't let Dustin Johnson in your field, and the Masters is like, well, why wouldn't we? He's in the field. What's the PGA going to do? they're gonna, because they have to be in good terms. Like the Masters is like one of the biggest iconic, of the four majors. It's one of them. U.S. Open obviously is huge. The Royal and Ancient and the Open Championship, that's huge. The only one really that the PGA can lay claim to is the PGA Championship. But 3 or 4 majors are kind of other jurisdictions. Yes, the PGA is part of it, but like guys from the European Tour come over and play in the Open Championship. They come and play in the U.S. Open if they can qualify. Like technically anybody off the street can qualify for the U.S. Open as long as they're willing to go through the sectional and they meet the criteria. That's the point of an Open Championship. That's the idea. So why wouldn't Dustin Johnson be able to participate in those, regardless of what the PGA feels about it? The PGA could say, you're not going to participate in any of our events, and they're like, okay, great. I'll participate in these events, and I make 10 times as much. Smaller fields, more money. What's the problem? Just curious. I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting some of the considerations out there. Brad, Eric, anybody else? Any thoughts?
Eric?
Oh, how do you say no to the money? But the other thing is, you have.
Sorry, Eric. I'm surprised that you just said that, because I feel like you're the type of guy, from what I've got to know, that you can say no to the money. So I feel like, how can you? I don't.
But this time you say yes to the money, right, Eric? After the Saudi money comes for the show.
Well, let me finish.
Sorry.
Well, let me finish.
Bobby will be blinged out. By the next show, it'd be like, wait, this is
I
making
think
a lot.
it's extremely hypocritical for these American players to be criticized for taking Saudi money and going over there and getting these huge paychecks when the United States of America is constantly doing business with the Saudis. And to have...
Take that, Vince McMahon!
So
Sorry,
to
go
have
on.
all these people shake their fingers at these guys when the United States has been in cahoots with these guys for generations, and right now are buying oil from them because we're screwing up our own country and not making our own oil, and that's why gas prices the way they are. We're buying it off of them. Why in the world are we going to get mad at a golfer when the United States government is doing business with these scumbags?
You guys are fucked. That's why.
Because it's ridiculous.
I feel that Bobby should just get off the ledge and just say what he feels. Say what you feel.
To win a golf game in Saudi Arabia, and that's bad. But the United States of America, who wants to stand up for women and women's rights and hashtag believe all women and we're still doing billions and trillions of dollars a year in business with these losers. Why are we mad at the golfers? Why are we mad at
Eric, listen, I'm all about controversy, but let's not call them losers before we find out what the offer is. If the offer is good enough, like I'm just saying, like, look, there may come a point down the road, not too far from now, where if the right calls are made, the right conversations are made, we'll play the Saudi national anthem, and it'll be like floating behind you through a green screen as you speak.
The women's right issues, the harboring terrorism, the fact that the Saudis killed that reporter a couple of years ago at the hotel and brought his body out in pieces and stuck it in a trunk.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly.
They admitted it.
I was there.
They admitted it. These are bad people. And no, I'm not happy that U.S. citizens are choosing to go take their money, but why are we getting so upset over a guy saying, I'm going to go make $4.5 million this weekend?
Who's upset?
Oh,
there's always somebody upset, Yannick, to be fair.
Yeah,
so Eric,
exactly.
all this to be said, are we taking the Saudi blood money or not? Because I got him on the line, and basically I'm about to press yes. Just out of curiosity.
I say go do it. Your country's taking trillions. You might as well go get a couple of million.
Million? Psh, I go 8 figures or higher.
I just
go 8 figures.
To get mad at these guys when the entire country is involved with the Saudis.
There you go.
I
I just appreciate Eric's take. I've been enjoying it. All right, Brad, are we taking the Saudi blood money? How you feel?
No chance.
No? Oh, no. You're gonna hold out, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all relative. I mean, again,
right.
These numbers are astronomical.
They really are. They really are.
Tiger Woods was offered, from what I understand, $1 billion.
Yeah.
$1 billion to go
Yep.
play for them. And he said not a chance. But if right now, if someone offered me 5 times my salary to go do something that I morally just was against, I wouldn't even think about it. So when you're looking at these guys, yeah, Dustin Johnson's 125 million. Again, at the end of the day, it's his decision. I'm not mad at him at all. I just personally wouldn't do it. So Dustin, what was DJ probably making? 50 million a year? 25?
No, not on the PGA Tour. Like he makes
No,
good
not
money.
his earnings, but with his sponsorships and everything, I'd like to know.
I know Phil at his apex was doing a lot, like in terms of secondary sponsor. Obviously, I'm going to separate Tiger because Tiger's his own deal.
Right.
Tiger is kind of his own situation.
Right.
I would look at a guy like Phil as kind of the apex of someone who's not Tiger in terms of deals and sponsorships and all that, in his apex especially. I don't think Dustin Johnson is a $50 million guy. I think Dustin Johnson is a $15 to $20 million guy, which, by the way, is a ton of money. Like, it's a ton.
So do you think overall it could be a costlier move to go that way? Then would it just stay out of it? And,
So
10 years
that
down
was the point I
road-
made earlier about the majors. So let me present a different scenario. Look, let's forget about all the rest of it for just a second. Let's talk about consequences. The average person doesn't really care one way or the other. We've proven this. You know how I know this? Because Vince McMahon takes Saudi Arabian money. They run a show over there. People watching a pay-per-view. Literally, it's in Saudi Arabia. Literally, it's an ad for Saudi Arabia. That's what the pay-per-view is. They pay the WWE upwards of $50 million per show. And they run 2 shows a year. No one cares. They just accept it. Move on. And people, like I said, pay pay-per-view to watch the Saudi show that already is making money. And then they pay into it additionally to watch the Saudi show. Which really means nothing, by the way. There's no canon. It's like it's there, but it just kind of exists in its own vacuum. So this thing, specifically, the average rank and file don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't really matter. The only consequence would be the PGA Tour if they had enough teeth to be able to do something about it. But they really don't. The only thing the PGA Tour can say is you can't participate in any PGA Tour events. Cool. Oh, so I can still go to the Masters, the US Open, and the Open Championship. Basically, the only thing you can say no to me is the PGA Championship. So I can go to 3 out of 4 majors. I can skip all your other events I don't care about.
But again, all those
British Open.
majors want
That's the Open Championship. That's the Royal and Ancient. That's not the PGA.
Right.
So they're their own thing.
I didn't know we were talking about the same thing. All right, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Open Championship. So the thing is, they can actually be like, if the Master says go ahead, if the USGA says yeah, go ahead, if the Royal and Ancient says yep, no problem, you're in the field, he can go to 3 out of 4 majors, skip all the other PGA tournaments he doesn't give a crap about, make 125 million playing these events that Saudi Arabia. By the way, they're not in Saudi Arabia. A bunch of those events are around the world. Saudi Arabia is paying for it, but they can go have an event in Japan, go have an event in New Zealand or something. Like just go visit New Zealand, hang out, be in the tournament. 3-day tournaments, the shorter tournaments, make more money.
Saudi Arabian friendly places.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the thing is like, so then Dustin Johnson's like, so I get to make a crap ton of money. I still play golf. I do my thing. Who cares?
Well, I
just checked.
think
You made 40 million last year.
sponsors are the ones that are going to really pressure these guys to make the decision because you see how quick the cancel culture stuff goes.
But here's the thing. For Dustin Johnson, that already happened. A bunch of his big sponsors already dropped him. And he goes, I'm getting 125 million. Kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Like, you don't pay me 125 million. I don't care what you do.
But
That's your problem.
That's going to continue. The more people that jump over and chase the money,
Yeah.
the sponsors are going to drop because they don't want to be associated with it because they'll get canceled.
Yeah. And that's kind of the funny thing.
And someone, I got to find it, I was already thinking this.
I'm gonna scroll through the comments and get caught up. Hang on. Let me just do it real quick here. What is the point? Okay, here we go. Let's start here. Let's start with this one.
Yeah.
So first, good evening, name. Here. Lots of more Saudi money coming in for golf and other sports. 600 billion sovereign wealth fund can spend billions and not even blink. Trying to market and change their global image. Exactly. It's an infomercial for them. LIV is super interesting. Is there a comparison to other sports? The K isn't really. No. The KHL is a different beast entirely. What is the point of the LV if the permits don't seem to be in Saudi Arabia? That's my point. It's like they're literally not in Saudi Arabia. Most of the tournaments are international places outside of Saudi Arabia. You don't have to go to Saudi Arabia to participate. WHL, USFL tried what LIV's doing, but didn't have the same massive funds. A little different, but conceptually, I get your point. All they say for Saudi money, but nobody makes with NBA players take Chinese money, but nobody really cares.
And that's the comment that I was looking for.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't care about whenever half the shit in your house is Chinese made.
Ooh, good one.
happens
But the
to
thing is, it is like go check made in China, made in China, made in China. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Moving
No,
on. like
not for me.
moving on.
Everything we're using to do this show tonight,
Yeah.
it
The
came from
microchips, the processors, all of it.
everything.
Look, when I ordered the iMac that I'm using right now, this iMac, it literally shipped from China.
Yeah.
I have the tracking information. It started in China
Yeah.
and then came over. It was literally built, assembled, and everything in China, and then shipped over to me. Moving on.
Oh, they said, oh, it's for Carlos. Quick.
Done. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That-
He knows
the point is true. Why are we getting upset over some golfers playing in a Saudi Arabian league
We're
when
not.
when
We're not.
everything
No, I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not.
when everything is from China and the horrors that they've been doing to humanity and the environment for hundreds of years?
The Uyghurs? Come on.
I think it's fun. Here's the thing. I think it's a fun conversation because I enjoy taking some of the angles and everything with it. But as I said, I have no moral opposition to it one way or the other. If they chose to do it, cool. If they didn't choose to do it, understood. Great. Like everyone can make their own decision. But you have to understand what the implications are. Just understand what they are. Go in with your eyes open, and then you're an adult. Make your own decision. Figure it out. So here, CC. Phil and Dustin didn't need the money. They don't. But they chose to go to LIV. I give Tiger credit for not going and taking upwards of $1 billion. Yeah. For Tiger, though, in fairness, like he needs another $1 billion like he needs a hole in the head. Like Tiger has plenty of money. But like I said, it is a lot of money.
To his ex-wife, and he still has plenty of money.
He has plenty of money left over. He's fine. He's like when Jeff Bezos got divorced and his wife got a stack of cash and he goes, Jeff Bezos still friggin' rich. Don't worry about it. He'll be okay. The LIV wants to bury the PGA and replace them. There are billions annually at stake in revenue if LIV supplants the PGA. I'd be surprised. I don't think they'll actually be able to supplant them, but they can definitely make things interesting for a lot of players. If the Saudis didn't buy our weapons, the U.S. military sales would waste away, probably. Wait until everyone's mad at Phil Mickelson because he called the Saudis scary this winter. Well, that was the thing. Phil Mickelson was the one. Phil Mickelson is actually the one who's taking the flack because he mouthed off a little too much. Dustin Johnson just quietly plodded along. By the way, Dustin Johnson is a smart one. He took the money and did it quietly.
That just didn't happen like today too, or yesterday.
No, that happened a little while ago. Phil Mickelson had an interview a little while ago, and he got destroyed for it.
Phil Mickelson, but Dustin Johnson, that just happened. Right?
That happened recently, yes.
Good.
Tiger's only earned $125 million this whole PGA career. Yes, but endorsements. Nike money. Lots of Nike money. And other endorsements. Huge for that.
Tiger was a billionaire.
Yeah, it's like saying Michael Jordan earned X in the NBA. Yes, but shoes. Shoes, y'all. He sold a lot of
Made by
freaking
children
shoes.
in China.
Exactly. They make shoes too, Eric. They make shoes. I still can't believe the Seahawks didn't even try to run the ball. Like what? Thank you, Duncaccino. I appreciate your consistency. They can't go unless the PGA releases it. The PGA doesn't have that kind of control over them, though. That's the fun part. They can be like, okay, I'm out of the PGA. Screw you. The PGA has no control over them. And like I said, that's why I use those majors. I said the Masters gets to choose its own field. The PGA doesn't get to choose the field in the Masters. The U.S. Open Championship, technically anybody can qualify as long as they meet the criteria.
So
The Open
there's
Championship is a different thing.
prestige to like be in the PGA or win the championship or like I'm just asking because
But the point is, Yannick, you can participate in those tournaments without being in the PGA. The European guys are able to do it, and they're not in the PGA. The guys in the Japanese tour are able to participate theoretically in those.
Then what's the need for a professional golf association then?
That's the point. That's basically indirectly. I don't think that's why he's doing it. But Dustin Johnson is indirectly challenging the need for the PGA. Not because they necessarily need the PGA to go away, but they're pointing out like PGA, you're trying to pull rank when you don't have the authority to pull rank. If I'm a good enough golfer, I don't need you. I can do this without you.
That's what I just realized. Basically, I wasn't aware really that the PGA is that irrelevant.
It's very interesting that that's why the PGA is so threatened by this, because they basically have had the whole premise challenged. Theoretically, anybody could have challenged this years ago. The LIV has enough money to be like, we'll offer you this big old 9-figure check. I accept your terms. And you can waltz over and just take care of it. And you make way more money than you'll ever make in the PGA. And the PGA is like, you can't do that. That's illegal. No, it's not. It's really not. Nope. Not even a little bit.
Who owns the PGA? You know?
I don't know.
The Chiefs.
I feel like this is an overall organization. I feel like
Like where does the money get?
That was
Right?
funny.
Well played, Danny.
Just
Well
like
played.
him.
Well played.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here's the thing. It's a great question. I really don't know. Like, legitimately, I don't know.
I want to do some research on that to figure that out because I think that's a key point, right?
Yeah.
Is the PGA actually owned by a group of 30 guys? Like, I mean, the NFL is owned by the owners. All the sport, like, who owns it? Where's the money go?
I'm not saying anything.
Owns.
You're going to see when the PGA is like, the Poutine Open? What? What's going on? What the hell is this? You will do as you're told.
Sponsored by Labatt.
And
That's
I
right. There you go. Nice. Pretty sure DJ did some quick math before going. Exactly. 100%. Eric, you wouldn't take that kind of money if it was offered to you? I would.
I never answered that question. Brad answered the question.
No, Brad. So Brad has said no. Which, yeah. Brad, I'm impressed. I applaud your stance. I applaud it. Eric, would you take the Saudi money?
I think that actually the next comment is exactly how I feel. It's real easy to say yes or no. Someone drops four. Someone says.
I literally said yes. It is very easy. Yes, I will take the stack of cash. I don't give a crap. I'm a troll. It's like, do y'all not understand that I'm a troll? Like, bag of cash. Bring the bag of cash, bro.
I have made many decisions in regards to my morals and have made some tough decisions, and I've been very proud of those decisions. But no one has ever offered me $4.5 million.
How about $125 million?
That you have, yeah.
How about a Bobby Orr rookie?
It's like you would have done it for. It's like you would have done it for a Klondike bar, Eric. Don't lie to the people. You would have done it for Klondike bar.
A Bobby Orr rookie in a Klondike bar. I'll bury the bodies.
What would you do for a Klondike bar, Eric?
Listen to me very carefully, y'all. So to answer this question, here's the best answer I can give you. Best I can do. I am half Panamanian and half Colombian. Corruption is my birthright. Literally, I was born into... Carlos Sr. had his gas pumped at the cartel gas station. These are facts. This is a statement of fact. He's probably still employed in Panama because his boss was too scared to fire him because they thought he was in the cartel. Okay? He actually has a pension in Panama that he can't collect because of the banking system, not because the money isn't there. They literally could give him the money. If I was still in Panama, I'd be a corrupt bureaucrat right now, doing nothing and making more money.
You're crushing different. Don't worry.
I will take my goddamn Saudi blood money. Thank you. Good day. Just saying.
Not saying.
Thank you and good day. That is consistency, gentlemen. That is consistency. I've been very clear on my stance. Very clear. Yep. And I'm consistent on this point.
I would like to believe that I would say no, but offer me $4.5 million and I may go play golf in Saudi Arabia.
Yannick, Yannick, go hook up some guys in the country club.
I got it.
Just saying.
I'll work on something too to Eric get a phone call maybe in the decision to make.
There you go. Okay. I think the LIV now has 30 to 50 of the top 100 players who are going to jump for the PGA and LIV. Yeah, with the money they're throwing at it, probably.
I think so.
They only have 15 of the top 100. Look, 15 of the top 100 is still pretty solid.
Yeah, no, but you know what? That's not quite like the guys that are going. They're all on the downward trend.
I don't think Dustin Johnson is on the downward. I think he's still pretty good.
Dustin's definitely.
You've written him off. He's gone.
Dustin has struggled the last 2 or 3 years.
But here's the thing, though. If he is able, like I said, I put the scenario where if they're able to play a couple of the major championships, we can test it. Yeah. Because the thing is, if the PGA can't stop them from playing certain majors, and if those guys perform at the majors, it kind of undermines the whole idea. Because, like I said, the point earlier about Tiger has a lot of money. But you want to talk about on the downslope, Tiger at this point struggles to be competitive. He's still a star. He's a megastar. He is an asset to whatever tournament can have him there for his presence. But as a golfer, he no longer can compete consistently tournament by tournament. If everything comes together for a weekend, it could be good. He still has the ability. He still has the game. But he can't practice like he used to be able to. He's got those injuries upon injuries upon injury. But is he a megastar? No doubt. He is a star. He comes there, people are interested.
We have to stop talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing is that so him not playing is not a big threat. Of course he'd be a huge get. Like they would love to have him. But like, you want to basically what you're looking at is you're looking at the Rory McIlroys. You're looking at a couple of guys that are competing at the top. Those are the guys. If a Rory McIlroy eventually goes over, that's a big deal because you're looking at the guys 20-ish, early 30s who are still competitive in majors consistently. Those are the guys that if they go over, that's a big deal.
Isn't Sergio Garcia going over? I mean, he was good like
He's
a
gone.
decade ago.
Sergio was very good, especially at his apex, but Sergio is pushing 40 now. Like, he's no longer the kid. He was El Nino. He is no longer El Nino. He is El Adulto. Like, look, he's a grown man at this point. Like, he's still a name. Like, he's still a name in the sport. But, like, his best time has passed. But he's still, like, he can still have a weekend where he puts it together. Guys, golfers in their 40s can still put it together for a week. Their problem is usually that they can't put it together week by week by week. They'll have an amazing week where it's like, all right, you shot 65 on Saturday. All right, you're in contention. And you use your experience to carry you through. But most of those guys can't do it consistently week after week. That's the difference. Yeah, PGA had a monopoly total control over players' digital rights and likenesses. They did at one point. Yep. The end of April, blown by this week. Yep. PGA has a huge pension plan for all these guys who are jumping and are vested. That'll be an issue. Future rights. But the guys that are making 106, 8 and 9 figures, they're not going to care about that. And what about the guys who got the FedEx annuity? The guys who won that FedEx annuity? That's, I think, a $10 million annuity. They'll be fine. They'll be okay. To go and Steve Miller, take the money and run. Yep. Tiger is the third sports figure billionaire. Something like that. He's up there. He's
They
certainly.
just announced that today. That's pretty. It's ironic, but they said, yeah, Tiger is officially by Forbes is the third billionaire sports figure ever.
Deservedly so. Like he was a super duper star in the sport. Like he was an icon. Look, the golf cards that Upper Deck's trying to sell right now, they can still sell it on the strength of Tiger's inserts and like high end inserts and things because he's still a star. Because he's still that guy. His legacy's intact. Like he's still fine because he already accumulated a lot of his legacy already. If he wins anything going forward, it's a bonus. It's icing on the cake. But he's well established. He's a World Golf Hall of Famer. No problem, without even question. He's there.
The greatest athlete of all time.
Interesting take. Interesting, spicy take. Interesting. We're always going to have the guys like.
Are you saying that with a straight face?
I am. I absolutely am.
Fight him, Eric. Fight him in Thunderdome.
A golfer is the greatest athlete of all time.
He did
Total
say that, yes.
Oh man, you
That's
do a lot
Brad's
of
take.
drugs.
Hey, did we ever get the numbers for the show?
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming.
Are we? So when do we officially get it? No, like jokes aside, when can we officially confirm with Menzie the results?
I don't know. I texted.
Are we soon? Are we close soon? Or
We'll get him to come on next Friday night.
there you go. Well, look, I'm open to it. I'm certainly open to it. Like we can definitely have a chat with it. Can I add a quick thing, real quick, about the expo? Since unfortunately I wasn't able to participate. I don't know if you guys covered this. I wasn't sure if it was in the conversation earlier. I think it was a good show. I enjoyed it for what it was. Just summarizing what I said earlier. But I will add, I think they're going to have to do some adjustment and tweaking on how they configure where dealers go. Because I think the configuration was not to the benefit of a lot of dealers. I think a lot of dealers... Look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. The economy, we can't control that. The current situation where people, how much money they have, how comfortable they are spending it, you can't control that. What you can do, though, is stacking certain aisles where they have certain high-end dealers that you know are going to get amazing traffic and not spreading the wealth a little bit throughout the show hurt certain dealers that, like... It's not that they had bad stuff. It's that people couldn't even see it because they had to get back there. And it takes time to get back there. And you could have spaced these guys out in a little bit of a grid. That's my opinion. I'm saying, like, there's certain dealers that you know are going to... People are going to go out of their way to go see them. And if that's the case, yeah, you want to give some of them something near the front door. Totally understand. They want it, great. But some of these other guys, like, hey, look, people are still going to come and see you. This will help the entire aisle. This will help everybody around you as well. They'll come and see them. They'll come and see you. They'll come and spend money. You're not going to get hurt by this. But we need to spread it out because the building, the way it was configured, was fairly large. It took you time. If you really wanted to legitimately look around, even if you wanted to do a snake formation, it took you time to get from aisle to aisle to aisle to aisle. And it hurt. It hurt some dealers legitimately who probably could have done better business if they had had a chance to have people come in earlier when they still had their money and they hadn't already all spent it. That's just my opinion piece. Does that make sense? So any thoughts on that, Brad? Does that, like, am I out to lunch here? Does that make sense?
No, I agree with you. I agree. I think but it's a tough position. You can't move those guys that are at the front that've been there for 30 years. Like that's part of Menzies' job to balance it.
Yeah.
But it was kind of nice. You can see he could have played to the cards and the PR and moved like a guy like the great Curry.
The great Curry.
But you know what I mean? Like that could have been an easy thing. Oh, because that's going to get some more publicity in the U.S. That's going to pump more people in. But you know what? He's on the back of the totem pole, and he was in. That's where he went, and I think that's good on Menzies.
Gotta do your time too.
Right?
Yeah. I'm curious though, and this is separate. This is a separate discussion, and this is maybe something we can talk about with Menzies directly. I did feel that there was certain organizational piece. So one I gave one critique, we just talked about. Another one is signage. There was a lot of issues finding the signage because traditionally sometimes we have, like with the aisles, you'll put one in the corner, one at the end. This is 1800. This is 1700, 1600, 1500.
That was as bad last November. Signage was
Yeah.
poor, and that's one thing I even actually mentioned it to Steve. I had a chance at some point or whatever, and I just said, "Where's the signage, please?" There's
And I can tell you, my buddy Steve literally never got a sign.
like
He
why
had
is
his
it
booth,
so hard
and
to know
by the
where
way, he
things
still
are?
did great business. He was in a prime location. He had no problem selling items, and he literally didn't have a sign. He had to do his own make sure.
Find the guy with the fancy shirt.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In his case, the dude's like 6'5" in like a neon shirt you can see from space.
Yeah.
He'll be fine. You can see it.
And neon shirt and
Are you talking about the goofy hat?
a
He wasn't wearing it the whole time. I'm using the goofy shirt because the shirt was there the whole time.
6'5", neon shirt, bunny hat.
Agreed. I understand. And he's across the highway from Slapstrong guy. And he's goofy hat. So like they had the goofy hat quotient covered. They had it done.
And then they combined the goofy hats.
I know. Like think of that. That's power right there. Power. But the point is he didn't have a sign. That seems ridiculous if you really think about it. Like, okay, you're going to draw plenty of attention. His merchandise. And by the way, he sold well. He was to the point that he had stacks in certain showcases, and they were down to single cards because he had to keep reshuffling it to spread it out over all the showcases. So he sold merchandise. This was not a problem. And that guy couldn't get a sign. That's not great. That's an organizational issue. That's like, hey guys, we got to have these signs ready. So to your point, Brad, this is one of the guys who is there all the time. He's there every time. And one of our mutual friends was stuck all the way over in the back corner, and they wanted to kind of be together because usually they set up together to kind of work together on it. And he was stuck over in the back corner, and Steve had his prime position. He was able to do business, but then that's where occasionally I would come in to kind of give him a little break so he could go walk off.
Right.
But like, it's difficult. Again, it's not like, I enjoyed the show. I had fun at the show. I had a good time at the show. But there are critiques that can be given. There are certain things that could have been a little bit better. That would have been nicer. And I'd like to see them improve for the next show.
Yeah, I think that, and then even making the back areas a little more, you could skirt the tables. It was the back left-hand corner was a flea market.
Agreed.
Like that wasn't a high-end card show there, but I think it was, again, I understand the reasoning behind that, and I think he'll improve all those aspects on the next show. You live and learn.
That's the hope. We'll have to see. Like whatever it is they have to do to adjust and adapt, it would be really good. I think it'd be good for everybody because it will make it for a better show. We'll have to see what the next one looks like. The fall will be interesting because by that point, then we'll be a little further along our economics. One of the funny things that I watch some YouTube channels and they talk about economics things, and we're going to get, I think, at the end, not July 1st. I'm sorry, Eric. The end of July. We're getting the economics. We're getting the economics one because if the wrong thing comes up, then a second negative outcome would officially be considered a recession by the government. They would officially declare it a recession. So the end of July, I forget the exact date, but that is the critical date because if you have 2 consecutive negative GDP quarters, that's an official recession. Oficial. As opposed to, we're pretty sure it's already in effect, but oficial.
Oh, it's
Different
in
company. Yeah, the card shows at Exhibition Park in Halifax look like flea market. Old guys from the flea markets in the early 90s selling. There you go. It's a very specific reference. We're triangulating where hockey is. We're triangulating.
I know, yeah, absolutely. Our show's great.
There you go. The goofy hats combined to make a mega goofy hat, picturing a Power Rangers type amalgamation of the hats. There you go, Paul. You're thinking right. You're thinking right. All right, guys. So let's do this. Let's start winding her down. I like starting the show at a more reasonable time because it means we've been able to have a good show. A lot of stuff we've been able to get through. I'm trying to remember. Was there anything else in the video? Talked about the Beckett thing. We talked about the Expo. We talked about the eBay Vault. I'm going to reserve judgment. We'll talk more about it later. More things will come up, I'm sure. But let's wait. We'll see. What's the other one?
Well, you think
I had
about it.
something.
I just
Go
want to
ahead.
ask Brad a question again. Brad, you said Tiger Woods, greatest athlete of all time, and as a golfer, this is who he was competing against. Is he a great athlete also?
Yeah.
How much drugs do you do?
Okay.
Hand-eye coordination, Eric. Hand-eye coordination.
Let's go back.
You're a mountain biking guy. Who are you to speak on these matters?
This is a drunk Santa Claus.
And is there not one of those in every sport?
A drunk Santa Claus? I can't think of one in hockey.
I need more analysis. I need more analysis on the mountain biking side of
What
things.
about our poor guy, Kyle Lowry? Did you see
Kyle
that this week?
Kyle Lowry?
That
Good
was-
Lord.
Did you watch that?
Brad, you didn't even need to go there. You could have gone Zion. Zion was a good one. High profile one.
Did you not find that a little bit shocking? Like just kind of out of the blue, like the season's over, and then Pat Riley comes out and just says, like just more or less lays into Lowry. Did you watch it?
I didn't catch it, but I'm sure. Like,
Oh, no,
I
so
believe you.
He just came out. He was like, I don't even know why. Like Miami's guys just like, yeah, Kyle Lowry, like his problem, he's just in terrible shape all year. Terrible. Like, and he just laid into him. You got to watch it. It's hilarious.
The beauty is Pat Riley, I think, is in his late 70s. Pat Riley can say whatever the hell he wants.
yeah.
He doesn't care. Like, he stopped caring years ago. He goes, I got a lot of rings. I can say whatever I want. It's fine.
Yeah, and he goes right into I can do more push-ups than you. Why do old people like Joe Biden, Pat
Eric?
Riley, why do they always have to go into I can do more push-ups than you?
But can you do more push-ups than him?
I would hope so. They're like 80.
Are you sure? Can
I
we test this at the expo? That doesn't involve your hip. Don't use your hip as an excuse.
no,
That's upper body.
I should be okay by then.
Interesting.
I should,
Yannick?
like
Very interesting.
you
I'm
compare
all taking
your
notes here.
argument is you go
Thunderdome,
right to I can do more push-ups.
We got tons
What's that?
going on.
What was that, Eric?
I just don't understand. Once you hit like 80, your first go-to defense is I can do more push-ups than you.
It's something. Like, look, at least you can do something. I don't know. I don't know how to help you
think
there.
Joe Biden or Pat Riley can do more push-ups than me.
Wow.
Like the Seinfeld
And I
episode
challenge
with
Wow.
the TV set.
On I Carlos.
The best part would be like, that'd be like, Menzies would be like, what is happening right now? Why is the President of the United States here? Why is Pat Riley here? Like, why? Because Eric challenged him to push-ups, man. Just go with it. Here's the counter. Make sure to count. Go.
And have Jack Palance come back from the grave and he can do push. Remember when he did one-handed push-ups at the Oscars when City Slickers came out?
Yeah.
The guy was like 80 years old. He's doing one-handed push-ups on center stage at the Oscars. What is with these old folks?
This is coming from an old man. This entire thing is taking a bizarre, intriguing, but bizarre turn. Intriguing, but bizarre turn. All right, guys. If you want to get any last comments, and do it. If you haven't already hit the like button, please. Come on, it's free. It's free. It's sponsored. Hit the like button. All right, so let's take a look here. Ouch to flea markets. Got to find another place to buy besides eBay after July 1st. There you go. Push-ups in the Thunderdome. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Good stuff. There you go. So yeah, so any last comments, you can throw them in there, and then we'll wind her down tonight. What do we got here? We can kill about 2 minutes. I like crossing over the threshold. Let's do it. We'll kill it to about 2 minutes. Anybody else you want to challenge push-ups? Eric, you got about 2 minutes to kill.
No, I don't want to challenge anybody.
You already did. Like that's done.
Why these old folks continue to that's their go-to. So Pat Riley is making fun of one of his players at like 78 years old, and he's like, I'm 78 and I can do more push-ups than you. Okay, I can someone please challenge him?
You just did. You just did. We need somebody else.
I don't think.
Yeah, Nick, you've been out of the military a long time. How many push-ups do you think you could do if you had to? Consecutively. Yeah.
60, 70?
Oh no, hell no.
Well,
No way. Maybe 25.
I can do 25, and I'm totally out of shape.
20,
Like you could probably do.
25,
You
and
should be able to do more than
I'm
25.
probably the worst shape I've ever been.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I've been sedentary working an office job the last couple of years. It hasn't been good for that.
Well,
Like, but I
in
could
the
do
day,
I
back
could do
in
25.
shape.
What's that?
back in the day, back in shape, you could go up there.
Yannick, you know what this means? This means we all need to do like Rocky training leading into Thunderdome. Thunderdome in the fall, we'll just like stare at Eric and go, all right, Eric, how many push-ups? Let's go.
Push-ups in the food court. Watch out.
Let's go!
that's it.
Yeah, did not have a random senior citizen push-ups with the big goal. Listen, no one could have predicted this, Paul. I have no idea what just happened, how we got there. We had a lot of intriguing topics, and somehow we ended up here. This always seems to be the way.
I got a Panzerotto.
Look, that I can
you
accept
order a
that.
calzone
In
then?
relative terms, I can accept that, Bobby. That's fine. That's completely fine. Completely fine. There you go. All right, guys. It's been fun. So we got about 20 seconds. Eric, anybody else you can offend? You already said, you already took offensive stance on Michael Jordan. That's the thing. You challenged random, almost
It was more Bill
octogenarians. You challenged almost octogenarians to push-up battles. We had that going on. You're going to get beat up in
They
Thunderdome
started it.
now. You're going to get beat up in
You
Thunderdome now.
deny Michael Jordan.
You deny Michael Jordan.
Well,
Anybody else you want to piss off? Like, what do you got?
I still hate
I
Brad.
pushed forward to just Bill Russell, so
Yeah, but Brad thinks you're a swell guy. For the most part, Brad goes with that no matter what. He goes, I understand you hate me, but you're the nicest guy.
Yeah,
and you
he's one of
agree
the-
with us. So
one of those crazy Canadians. It's like I yell at him and he goes, sorry.
Sorry.
Well, it's okay. By the time you're done Thunderdome, you'll be saying sorry for a variety of different reasons. We'll make sure of that. Yannick, we got some time. It is June 11th. We got some after the zombie apocalypse. We'll be well exercised, running away from them. We will be in shape, bro. By November, we'll be in shape, bro. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing.
I just want to
biggest show ever.
Ever.
everything
Ever.
I've said in January has come true.
Right here,
Everything's
big
gonna
unit,
be
big
half
unit with the
price,
last
too.
words. Big unit with the last words. A guy with a fake hip is attacking old people. When's the world coming to? Correct. Correct, sir. And those are the last words. Thank you all for participating and chatting tonight.
Good evening.
Have yourselves a good weekend. We'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy.